The power of all. The swordsman temple cultivator could naturally also see that the disciple who attacked was not an equivalent opponent of Futian. Moreover, this person was also a swordsman in training. Where do you train? The cultivator of the heavenly sword hall looked at Futian and asked. The junior practiced swordsmanship for a while in Futian mountain of the higher heavens realm, and also practiced swordsmanship in the divine palace, Futian responded. Although the heavenly sword hall was a force with the power of all, how could the name of the divine palace be something that he had never heard of? The higher heavens realm had the Holy Land, and the divine palace in the 9 realms belonged to the more famous force. In contrast, although Futian Mountain was a known entity, its presence was not as strong as the divine palace. However, according to rumors, Futian Mountain's Lord Futian had broken through the Renhuang's 9 realms. Well, amongst those who came and stood behind Futian, there should be the cultivators of Futian Mountain and the divine palace. They would have come from the forces of the higher heavens realm. The previous matter ends here. The heavenly sword hall is not going to investigate in the previous battle, the cultivator of the heavenly sword hall said. In fact, he was no longer investigating the matter involving the swordmaster of Lihan, as it was a small matter. However, it was a mere issue of pride. In reality, they didn't care too much about the life and death matter of the swordmaster of Lihan. However, if you also practice swordsmanship, you can discuss swordsmanship with the people that practice within the heavenly sword hall. The other party continued to talk big, from sword cultivation from the upper realm to giving no qualms about the swordmaster of Lihan leaving. He took on a position that made the heavenly sword hall appear feeble. Even on the eve of entering the relics, the heavenly sword hall entered the relics with defeat, so it was certainly not very nice. Alas, things did not turn out the way they wanted. They were unable to compete with the other forces in the relics. Everyone who heard this statement understood the intentions of the heavenly sword hall. Such a defeat would end here. The pride of the number 1 force of swordsmanship force within the 9 realms had to be maintained. This junior's swordsmanship is still shallow, and naturally, it is not as good as the heavenly sword hall. I, therefore, believe we no longer have to compete further, Futian said. It was not a fear of a battle, but he just did not want any trouble. If the heavenly sword hall truly got involved, could he guarantee his win? Even if he managed to sweep through the entire force, after today, the matter would not come to an end either. Excessive self-humility is rude, the strong swordsman said coldly, as Futian was far better than the disciple lost, but said that his opponent's swordsmanship was extraordinary. Instead, he chose not to carry on the fight. What was he trying to do? Was he expressing disdain to fight with the disciples from the heavenly sword hall? Futian pondered for a moment, then saw a figure stepped forward from behind him. He said, I am from the higher heavens realm, divine swordly family's Li Sun. I am currently a disciple of the higher heavens realm swordsmanship. I have long heard of your famous name. To meet you today, why don't I instead test your swordsmanship? What do you think? The swordsman cultivator glanced at Li Sun, the divine swordly family of the higher heavens realm, a family of swordsmen. It was unexpected that he would step forward. The people around showed a hint of anticipation. Heavenly Sword Hall versus the divine swordly family. Would this be a showdown in this holy land? Elders, let me, your disciple, take on the challenge. Amongst the cultivators of the heavenly sword halls, a figure walked and paid his respects to the leaders of the heavenly sword hall. The divine swordly family's reputation had long been heard and talked about. With this opportunity, it would be an exceedingly rare opportunity to go against the divine swordly family. Okay. The leader of the heavenly sword hall nodded. The swordsman in training took a step forward and landed on the void. Sword will roared around him. Li Sun did the same and walked forward. His sword spirit exploded in a flash and enveloped the heavens. A violent swordsmanship aura was formed around the body of the two people. In the city of relics, many people in the distance could felt the battle happening. They looked towards the battlefield. Everyone flicked towards it and moved closer. Among them, there were many people with top forces. The Heavenly Sword Hall's representative had a sword soul that was like a meteorite sword, albeit it being a really huge sword and extremely heavy. When the sword strikes, the world was engulfed in a massive roar that spread far and wide. Countless meteorites fell from the sky, and it made people feel extreme pressure on their bodies. Li Sun also summoned the spirit of his sword. A divine sword fell down from the sky above. It was an extremely overbearing sword. As both swords interlocked and battled one another, they both did not compete in a way that suggested that this was an exchange of skills. It seemed more like an actual battle instead. Boom! Two terrifying sword wills approached each other. When the soul of the sword locked on, countless meteorites fell from the sky once again. The meteorite sword was extremely heavy, suffocating the space and suppressed the broken void. Li Sun's sword counteracted against them as it shattered the falling meteorites that were falling. The sky was turned into a doomsday scene, and it looked extremely terrible. The suffocating pressure in the air turned into a violent storm. The two cultivators stood in the middle of the storm. Their swords collided with each other. Futian glanced up at the land above him and saw that two were still emitting extraordinary amounts of swordsmanship from their bodies. There seemed to be an imaginary sword shadow emerging, and there was a spiritual soul blending into the swords. The sword's aura was stronger and stronger, tearing everything in the void. The great path shattered and collapsed, and a brilliant light curtain caused by the swordsmanship swept outwards, smoothing out all existence. The endless falling meteorites were smashed into nothingness, with the countering swordsmanship also annihilated in the void. The two quickly retreated at the same time and returned to their original positions on both ends. Li Sun groaned, and his body felt a little heavy. On the mouth of the Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivator, blood seeped out. He was apparently injured as well. It seemed that the Heavenly Sword Hall still hadn't been able to restore their lost pride from the previous battle. It was obvious that this battle was not in their favor as well. However, in Futian's view, the Divine Swordly family gained no advantage in this battle. This was, after all, a swordsmanship family home. The number of cultivators was limited. Li Sun was already the core figure of the family, and there should be more disciples within the Heavenly Sword Hall who were definitely more powerful. They did not participate as they probably were preparing for God's relic instead. The Heavenly Sword Hall's swordsmanship quenches the soul of the sword. Sure enough, there is something unique about it, and I have learned much. Li Sun did not have a proud look and gestured at the other. Why not? Is this the end of this exchange? Let's stop here. Over on the Heavenly Sword Hall side, a few figures walked forward. Stop here. 2 defeats, and that was not good at all. Today, it felt like people were coming over to smash their reputation. This trip was originally for the relics. Any further battle for a higher ranking must happen after the relics, for it doesn't make much sense right now. If the Heavenly Sword Hall wants to redeem itself and defeat Futian, it may not be that easy. After all, at the Battle of the Divine Palace, he was the one that defeated the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm. If the Heavenly Sword Hall must fight, I am afraid that only your strongest disciples will stand a chance against him. Li Sun spoke, and his words made the glances of the Heavenly Sword Hall's cultivators stagnate. Then, their eyes turned around, and they looked at Futian once again. In the Battle of the Divine Palace, he defeated the proud sons of heaven from the higher heavens realm. Hearing the tone from Li Sun's speech, he was likely one of them who was defeated. However, though he lost to Futian, he was nevertheless highly respectful toward him. This meant that he indeed deliberately suppressed his own strength and did not give it his all against the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall. The search for the gods' relics. Hidden treasures indeed. The senior cultivators in the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at Futian and said, a junior who appeared by accident actually turned out to be one of the top cultivators in the world. In this case, your collision shall then be left here within God's relics. These elders would not participate in the fight. However, they still wanted a collision to happen. The battlefield within God's relic. The Heavenly Sword Hall will just leave it like that? Why did the cultivator hail as the next in-line leader of the Heavenly Sword Hall not participate? A voice came out from nowhere. It was from a distant figure standing above the void. He gave off a weird but wonderful vibe, albeit rather illusory. He appeared to be there, yet not there, all at the same time. The Heavenly Sword Hall cultivators looked towards him. One of the top forces in Wanxiang realm, Illusion Island. They were naturally familiar. If your disciples from the Illusion Island want to see him fight, you will see it in the relics, a heavenly sword hall cultivator said. This is not necessarily the case. Some of the others here will most likely want to go and challenge him right now. The person from the Illusion Island smiled and looked at the others. Amongst them, there was also another top force, also from the Wanxiang realm. This person standing above the void gave off a strong sense of killing intentions. No strangers should be able to enter this space. No one should be able to get close to them within a radius of their lands. If they did, a killing gas field around the space would be activated. It was an extremely terrible setup. People who got too close to it would feel a shortness of breath, feeling like they could die at any time. There was, however, a special area in Wanxiang realm, which was called the Slaughtering World. Those people who come from the slaughtering had strong killing intentions and were generally viewed as extremely dangerous. When they enter the relics, they will set off a storm of blood, kill off the 9 realms, and carry out a mass massacre. The cultivator of the Heavenly Sword Hall looked at them, and the people in the slaughtering world were indeed a headache. However, when they entered God's relics, it would only be the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hall who would face the practitioners of the slaughtering world. All from the 9 realms would face them together. The others and I shall bid farewell. Futian retreated as he paid his respects to the people from the Heavenly Sword Hall. When he left, he looked at Illusion Island and the cultivator in the slaughtering world. From both forces, he felt it. There was a very unusual atmosphere surrounding them. It was as if the people in Illusion Island were unreal, and the people in the slaughtering world were dangerous. They were merely one of the few top forces in Wanxiang realm. There were also the Solar Realm, Shadow Realm, Emperor Star Realm, Hidden Land Realm, Mountain Realm, and the strongest of them all, the Central Emperor Realm. One could only imagine how bloody this tour of God's relics would be. How does the Swordmaster feel? Futian asked the Swordmaster of Lihan as they left. I'm okay. Nothing of the matter, Swordmaster of Lihan said with deep emotions in his heart. After so many years, he had cultivated himself and reached new heights. Li Sun was also now a proud son of heaven. One could only imagine how glorious it was to be in his position, with a few strong cultivators around him, walking alongside him. Here, I have 2 fruits of the way. The Swordmaster can take it and can also be used to impact the Renhuang Plain. Futian took out 2 fruit of the way, namely the sword and the life fruit of the way. The Swordmaster of Lihan looked at Futian. He was different from Xiaqing Yuan. Xiaqing Yuan and Futian had experienced a lot together. Naturally, there was no need to be polite with one another, but this fruit was especially precious to him. I have a lot of them, Futian said with a smile. Swordmaster of Lihan said nothing and then took it. Swordmaster's cultivation is already very high, but there are some shortcomings in some aspects. The fruit of the way can make up for it. If there is a chance in the relics, I will also help the Swordmaster, Futian said. The Swordmaster of Lihan had helped him before, so he would try his best to help the Swordmaster of Lihan make a breakthrough in his realm and cultivate to become a Renhuang. My master. Cultivators from all walks of life in the City of the Ruins continued to converge here, and Futian was still there. At the time of the battle of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, everyone dispersed and were sent to different regions by the Divine Matrix, so that everyone was separated from those that they knew. This time, it was an opportunity to gather together again. The bell resounded through the 9 realms, and even the 3,000 realms of the Great Path would know of the news. This once-in-50 years feast would attract all those who were interested. At least, it was possible that Yusheng would be here. He had been cultivating at the Dragon Clan, and there was no way of knowing how he was in his cultivation. The demonic clan in the Heavenly Mandate realm had not yet arrived. In addition, Futian had to wait for the little condor. Their minds were linked. In fact, Futian had always known the circumstances of the little condor, but the two were very far apart, and one was sent to one of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. What was more interesting was that this B***** actually got himself into a Renhuang family and hung out with their daughter day and night. According to the little condor, once he had become a demon beast companion, the others viewed him with great importance. Of course, this was all according to his own account. And now, That family was also on its way to the Central Imperial Realm and was almost there, but there was still some time before they arrived. Yi Futian seriously suspected that that jerk of a little condor was deliberately being untruthful. He could perceive that the distance between the little condor and him kept getting closer. He wondered if Wuchen would show up or not. He knew of all the news regarding Yushang and little condor, but he didn't worry about them. He didn't know where Yi Wuchen was at the moment, but, being guarded by the sword morphed by the Sword Emperor of Hanzhou, he should have no problem taking care of himself. Then there were his older senior brother and third senior brother. He had no idea how they were doing. On this day, many demonic tribes in the Heavenly Mandate Realm had arrived one after another. Many demonic tribes such as the Dragon Gods, the Divine Elephants, and the Sky Demon Court seemed to come together. Their united front was awesome to behold, almost a little terrifying. The mighty throngs of cultivators had arrived and found the encampment of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Although they had some issues with the human cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, now with all 9 realms converging, comparatively speaking, they were closer to their human compadres than with any other party. This time, with the convergence of a countless number of forces and countless prominent characters, there would be a great storm in the 9 realms. Among the dragon gods, there were many pure-blooded dragon cultivators at the peak of Saint Realm. Among them, Long Chun was its unquestioned leader, as his strength had reached the peak of the Demon Saint. He was only a step away from being Demon Emperor. After this expedition, he would become the Demon Emperor. Many cultivators of the dragon gods followed behind him, but there was a figure that seemed out of place. He stood with a Demon Emperor of the dragon gods. The young man was clad in something pitch black. It was as if he was covered by a dark armor. His build was hefty and full of domineering spirit. Just that temperament alone was enough to stop one's breath. "I'm going out," the youth said. "Are you going to find him?" The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods next to him looked at the youth. "Mm," the young man nodded. He had heard from the people of the Dragon Gods claiming that he was now cultivating at Taishan Mountain in the Upper Heavens realm, and that he had had an adventure at the Divine Palace. If he went over to Taishan Mountain's camp area, he should be able to find out some news about him. "You don't plan to stay with us?" asked the Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. This guy was truly loyal to Yi Futian. After following the demonic dragon in cultivation for so long, his relationship with the dragon gods still seemed less than familiar. The youth was, obviously, Yushang. He did not respond. "Come on, I'll take you," the Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods said. It seemed that he was worried about Yushang's safety. However, it was because of Yi Futian's behest that he took Yushang to cultivate with the dragon gods. At the time, Yi Futian and Gu Donglu were considered to be the 2 most likely to change the political landscape of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, so the dragon gods were glad to grant this one favor to Yi Futian. In addition, Yushang was extremely powerful, so he was greatly valued by the demon dragon, who had been teaching him cultivation deep in Longyuan. Compared with the time when he first entered Longyuan, Yushang was not the person he once was. Sometimes it seemed that he was a little different than he was before, but as for the specifics, he could not really say. It was just a curious feeling in general. Together, a group of people came toward this way. The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods looked up and saw it was the group led by Zhu Yin, the Demon Emperor. His son Zhu Zhao was also there. They, too, had dealings with Yi Futian, and Zhu Yin, the Demon Emperor, had helped Yi Futian before. "Good idea." The Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods nodded and then flickered away. On the other side, other cultivators came along as well, and they were the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court. The Peacock Demon Emperor was also among them. He was followed by Kong Xian. On the way there, they encountered the cultivators of the Divine Elephants, which made quite an impression on the Demon Emperor of the Dragon Gods. It seemed that Yi Futian had an extensive network in the demonic realm, and he was acquainted with many parties. At this time, where Yi Futian was located, Lord Taishan opened his eyes and said to Yi Futian, who was a distance away, "Many demon tribes from the Heavenly Mandate Realm are coming. I think they are coming for you." Yi Futian, who was cultivating, stood up and looked up into the distance. Soon, he saw a mighty group of people coming this way. There were many parties with all sorts of cultivators, and he saw many familiar faces. Yushang, Kong Xian, Zhu Zhao, and many elders had all arrived. Yu Sheng stepped out and walked directly toward Yi Futian. He towered over Yi Futian, who had to raise his head slightly to meet his eyes. Stepping forward, Yi Futian reached out and slapped Yu Sheng on the shoulders. But Yu Sheng's body was firmly rooted like a tower. It didn't move even a little bit. How have you been these few years cultivating at the Dragon Gods? Yi Futian asked with a smile. Do you want to try? Yu Sheng asked. Yi Futian's smile froze, looking confused. He looked at Yu Sheng and spat out, "Get the hell away." Yu Sheng then grinned and said to Yi Futian, "I've made great progress these few years. I've already stepped into nirvana. You think your wings are strong now?" Yi Futian glared at Yu Sheng, knowing that he had teased him in jest, but still, he would like to punch him. However, whether or not he could succeed in hitting him was questionable. Yu Sheng could take quite a beating in a fight. Yi Futian hadn't seen anyone who could take a beating like Yu Sheng, and he was absolutely unmoved when he took the beating. However, if Yu Sheng caught someone, it would be something quite serious. This had happened many times before and was a proven fact. Now, no one knew just to what extent had his physical body had evolved. Those who were following behind watched the interactions of the two, secretly exclaiming that the friendship between these two was extraordinary. Yi Futian looked at the people behind Yu Sheng and said, "It's been a long time since I have seen you, elders. I heard that you are out of control in the upper heavens realm," the demon emperor of the dragon gods said. The news of the atrocities committed by Yi Futian at the divine palace had already reached the heavenly mandate realm, so they all knew. "What realm are you now?" the cultivators of the divine elephants asked. Yi Futian and the divine elephants had an unusual relationship. Even now in his body was the imperial bones of their ancestor, the divine elephant emperor of 10 directions. "Nirvana," Yi Futian said with a smile. "I know, I was asking, how far are you from Renhuang?" "Should be soon." Yi Futian smiled while everyone looked at him, speechless. His cultivation was faster than most. Kong Xian was a little flabbergasted. Was he almost Renhuang? The speed of his cultivation had far surpassed hers, leaving her behind. "Peacock Demon Emperor, you are here, too." Emperor Xiao walked over, looking rather surprised when he saw the Peacock Demon Emperor. They were old neighbors, but they did not expect to see each other here. "Aren't you here to join in the fun, too?" the Peacock Demon Emperor responded. "Well, we can keep each other company. I was fretting about being bored," Emperor Xia said with a smile. "Elders, please sit down," Yi Futian greeted. With so many people around, he didn't know who to talk to first. No, Yu Sheng wanted to come over, so we walked with him here. Afterward, when you enter the God's Relic, you might have to face powerful opponents from all sides. If the need arises, we could join forces to form a united front against the others. Of course, if there are conflicts between us, remember to be merciful, said the demon emperor of the dragon gods. After all, once they entered the God's Relic, anything could happen. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded. "Well, we will go over there first." The cultivators of the dragon gods left, and many others nodded slightly toward Yi Futian. They soon left one after another. In the central imperial realm, there was another large group traveling. On the journey, they frequently met up with others who were also going in the same direction, the city of the ruins. At this time, in the middle of this vast crowd, there was a woman with outstanding beauty, whose spirit was hard not to take notice. Her eyes were closed as if cultivating. Sitting beneath her was a giant black-winged condor, whose wings spread out to cover the sky, shielding the sun and sailing with the wind. "We are almost at the city of the ruins," Black-winged Condor said, his eyes shining. "How do you know?" the woman asked, her eyes still closed. She didn't think he had ever been to the central imperial realm. "I told you, my mind is linked with my master. Presently, he is in the city of the ruins." "You only have one master, me," the woman said coldly. Black-winged Condor wanted to speak some more, but it saw the woman open her eyes, and then a faint murderous intent enveloped the black-winged Condor. "There was once a woman as arrogant and unreasonable as you, and she was a princess," the black-winged Condor said. "And?" the woman asked nonchalantly. "And she was particularly well-behaved in front of my master," the black-winged condor replied. Xiaqing Yuan, who was far away at the city of the ruins, sneezed. Then, what do you want to say? The murderous intent shrouded the black-winged condor. This B***starred was really asking for it now. Without his daily beating, he soon returned to be the punk that he was. My master looks amazing, and countless women are crazy about him. He is greatly talented, and no one can match him. Those genius guys you were talking about are not even worthy of polishing shoes for my master. His light is more dazzling than the sun. Wherever he walks, legends about him spread. In short, you better fix your relationship with me now, like offer an apology or admit a mistake. Otherwise, after you see my master, you will not be able to extricate yourself, and I will not be there to help you, the black-winged condor said. He proudly raised his head. The woman, green in the face, said coldly, You are so shameless. Does your master know? Black-winged condor said indignantly, There was once a demon princess, beautiful and proud, just like you, and later. Bang! He hadn't even finished speaking when the woman finally lost her patience and hit him on the head with a punch, so the black-winged condor glided freely in the air. The return. In the city of the ruins, cultivators were still coming one after another. At the moment, a group of people entered the city of the ruins. They were from the Yuanyang realm, one of the realms belonging to the outer region of the imperial realm. Similar to the Tianhe realm, it was not too far away from the central imperial realm and was covered within the boundary of the central imperial realm. One could have said that the Yuanyang realm was actually a branch of the superpower that was the imperial realm. Many years ago, a super powerful pillar of a figure emerged from the Yuanyang realm, who was its region lord. Later, he was not satisfied with the Yuanyang realm alone, so he warred and conquered all that was in his sight. He eventually arrived at the central imperial realm. Once there, he was a force to be reckoned with. He was the founder of the Yuanyang clan, which was now the top clan of the central imperial realm. It dominated the area. When the family first came from the lower worlds, they did not have great numbers. Thus, Emperor Yuanyang absorbed cultivators from the lower world, but still did not abandon his control over the Yuanyang realm. He continued to absorb cultivators from the Yuanyang clan. Now, many years later, the Yuanyang clan had grown into a superpower in the central imperial realm. Bamboo Emperor was a Runhuang from the Yuanyang realm. He had started his own clan in Yuanyang realm. They had also come to the city of ruins to fight for an opportunity for their younger progeny. The daughter of the Bamboo Emperor, Zhu Qi, was greatly gifted with talent. While she was cultivating in the Yuanyang realm, she was already well known. She once cultivated at Yuanyang Palace. The palace lord of Yuanyang Palace was from the Yuanyang clan in the imperial realm. Here we are. In front of the group, the Bamboo Emperor said, Yuanyang Palace should have already arrived, so let's go there. As long as they were in contact with Yuanyang Palace, the Yuanyang clan would send someone to bring some of them into God's relic. Many cultivators had their own ways of entering God's relic. The Bamboo Emperor from the Yuanyang realm was no exception. Everyone nodded. The group continued to sail across the void, heading toward the city of the ruins. Are they going to Yuanyang Palace? In the crowd, Black-winged Condor's eyes were swollen. He blinked and said, My master is already in the city of the ruins and knows that I am coming. If my master takes you into the ruins, and you serve my master well, he will make you as happy as a lark. The woman glanced down at Black-winged Condor and said, It seems that I was too easy on you. There will be many other cultivators on this trip into the city of the ruins. It would be useless to keep you around. It's much better if we just roast you and eat you for a meal. The black-winged condor shrunk his head and whispered, How cold! After all, we have been kind of intimate. Don't think I'm reluctant to kill you. A murderous intention permeated throughout Zhu Qi's body. When that bastard met her, he was accustomed to talking trash. He often teased and flirted with her, so she tamed him and made him her mount. The indisputable truth was that the black-winged condor was very powerful. Even though his state was not superior to hers, he had some extremely unusual means. She was from a higher realm, but he often made her suffer loss and was much more battle-worthy than even the pure-blooded dragon. So, she let the black-winged condor be her training partner to sharpen her combat power. The black wind condor was indeed competent and showed his power. The only issues were that trashy mouth of his, and he seemed to ask for a beating all the time. Now, she had found out he had a master. This bastard was so shameless, so how serious could his master be? He also dared to call himself as handsome beyond word and talented without a match. He was truly shameless. As you please. I will wait for my master to pick me up. After you get to know my master, try to control yourself, and don't get too deep into it. If you ask me for help, you'll lose face. Unable to escape, the black wind condor could only grumble and admit defeat for the time being, but he had already informed Futian. The two were connected psychically. Futian knew his location and would come pick him up. It didn't take long for the Bamboo Emperor to find the place where the cultivators from the Yuanyang realm had gathered. The Palace Lord of Yuanyang Palace had come in person. Many of the cultivators from the Yuanyang realm converged in one area. This area was most closely tied to the superpower behind the Yuanyang realm, the Yuanyang clan. The Yuanyang clan naturally had received the prophecy. Any principalities that had received the prophecy could take its people into God's relic. There was no limit to the number of people who could enter, as long as their realm was below Renhuang. If one wanted to bring a legion, they could, but all the principalities kept good control over the number of people and allotted some spaces for their direct reports. The Yuanyang clan naturally gave the Yuanyang realm many spaces and allowed Yuanyang Palace to choose their people. At this time, the group led by the Bamboo Emperor descended. Many people acknowledged their arrival. The Bamboo Emperor has arrived. Everyone came here so quickly. The Bamboo Emperor saw the presence of several Renhuang from the Yuanyang realm. All of them were top figures in the Yuanyang realm. Now, they were here with the best of the Saint Plains from their respective forces. Zhu Qi. Several youths looked at Zhu Qi. They had followed Zhu Qi to cultivate in Yuanyang Palace, so they knew each other. Let's go there and let them know first, the Bamboo Emperor said. He kept going forward. Because of the large number of people, a temporary palace was built. It was also the current location of the Palace Lord of Unhanging Palace. Black Wind Condor followed quietly behind, but there was some excitement in his heart. His master was already there. He had not seen his master for years and greatly missed him. He also did not know what had happened to Little Princess and Little Peacock. Was the Little Princess's temper still foul? He didn't know if Master Yu had arrived or not. Futian had come after having received the intention from Little Condor. This time, he didn't bother Lord Taixian or Sky River Great Elder. He had been troubling both of them in various matters before, but not this time. They were now with Emperor Xia and Peacock Demon Emperor. Peacock Demon Emperor had previously looked over Little Condor. When he heard that he was coming, they decided to come along. In the direction of the temporary palace, Bamboo Emperor was chatting with other Renhuangs. Zhu Qi and Black Wind Condor stood to the side. Black Wind Condor said, "My master is here to pick me up. I have to go." Zhu Qi turned her head to look at him. Could it be that this jerk was not lying? Does he really have a master and it was not just some figment of his imagination? "I know you will miss me, but I already have a master," Black Wind Condor said. "Is that so?" Zhu Qi gave him a cold look. "I want to see what kind of master can raise such a shameless beast like you." Black Wind Condor blinked his eyes and replied, "Okay, but don't regret it and control yourself." As he was speaking, he swaggered his way toward the periphery. His head was raised high up on his neck. He felt quite majestic. Zhu Qi sneered at him, but she followed behind Black Wind Condor. She wanted to see for herself. They soon arrived at the periphery. In the distance, they saw the group of people waiting in front. The one leading the group had a head of white hair like snow and was striking in appearance. He looked gentle and elegant. Zhu Qi was shocked by what she saw. The man was truly stunning with an eye-catching appearance. The man with white hair, isn't he beautiful? Did I lie to you? Black Wind Condor looked at Zhu Qi, who was next to him. Zhu Qi snorted. Although he looked good, the kind of servant he had reflected the kind of master he was. This beast was shameless. How much better could his master be? Black Wind Condor flapped its wings and created a gorgeous arc as he came in front of Futian. He said, "Master, I have missed you to death all these years." As he was speaking, he made a gesture as if to pounce upon him. Get away. Yi Futian violently shuddered. He hadn't seen him for quite a few years, so there was no telling what he was playing at. Black-winged Condor stopped in his tracks and shakily smiled. He looked at Yi Futian's side and asked, "Is the second master also here?" "Princess Peacock and Princess Qingyuan, both of your majesties are here." Black-winged Condor wanted to say something more. When he saw Emperor Xia and Peacock Demon Emperor, he didn't dare talk flippantly. He just stood there on his best behavior. "You are still alive," Xia Qingyuan coldly remarked. Black-winged Condor's wings stiffened. His large eyes looked at Xia Qingyuan while sneaking a glance at Emperor Xia, who was beside her. He decided to keep quiet for the time being. Yi Futian's eyes went past Black-winged Condor and looked at Zhu Qi, who was behind him. This woman was likely the one Black-winged Condor was talking about. He put his hands together and bowed slightly. "Thank you for taking care of little Condor these past few years. I am here to take him back." "Is he your beast?" Zhu Qi asked Yi Futian. Although she had formed a prejudice against him because of Black-winged Condor, he seemed to be polite enough. Perhaps it was carefully disguised. Yi Futian nodded. Zhu Qi looked at Yi Futian and said, "Black-winged Condor once disrespected me. He was subdued by me and surrendered to me. Now, I am his rightful master." It seemed that she did not want to return Black-winged Condor so easily. This was also the real reason why Black-winged Condor asked Yi Futian to take him home. The woman refused to release the condor. Yi Futian glared at Black-winged Condor. It seemed that he had greatly exaggerated their relationship as partners. "You jest, my friend. Little Condor and I are linked with our minds. Otherwise, I would not have known that he was here." Yi Futian said, "If he has offended you in the past few years, I would very much like to compensate you for your trouble." "No party lasts forever," Black-winged Condor said, looking at Zhu Qi. "On the account that we have been acquainted, do you want to leave with me and enter the ruins for trial with my master?" "Did I say you could leave?" Zhu Qi swept a glance at the Black-winged Condor and looked back at Yi Futian. "This beast has offended me way too many times. I can't let him leave like this." Yi Futian frowned and cast a glance at Black-winged Condor. He bowed slightly at Zhu Qi and said, "If little Condor has offended you, I'm here to apologize for him." After he saluted, he looked at the Black-winged Condor and said, "Let's go." As he was speaking, he turned and started to walk away. "Hey, where do you think this place is?" Several figures came from the void. All of them were from Yuanyang Palace. Their momentum was astonishing. They raced toward Yi Futian to shroud him within. Yi Futian stopped to reply, "I didn't intend to start a dispute, but this beast is my partner. I have to take him with me." He continued to walk away, saying, "Goodbye." Humph. There was a cold snort sound heard. Several figures walked toward Yi Futian at the same time. Zhu Qi also released the breath from her body. She wanted to see for herself the true strength of Black-winged Condor's master. The strapping young man in black armor next to Yi Futian suddenly moved. He turned around, took a step forward, raised his fist, and threw a punch across the air. The whole space instantly seemed to solidify. The few people who were walking toward Yi Futian came to an abrupt stop as an unparalleled punch descended from the air. Boom! The space seemed to be shattered by the suppression. Several people grunted. Their bodies flew straight back. Their faces were pale. The violent wind, likewise, shocked Zhu Qi backward as well. She was horrified. The man in black indifferently turned around and continued to follow the person in front of him as if he had done nothing at all. Preparation. How powerful! Zhu Qi secretly remarked as she looked at the back of the man clad in black. Under the fist will, the entire void had been suppressed. The people on their side who had acted were all top cultivators at Yuanyang Palace. Who dared to be so rude? An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. A group of people was walking from the side where the palace was located. Zhu Qi and the others turned their attention in that direction. It was the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace, who was also the leader of the Yuanyang realm. It was said that he would cultivate at Yuanyang clan in the future, and his combat power was extremely fierce. The moment his words faded, a pattern appeared in the void where Yi Futian and the others stood off in the distance. A brilliant light sprinkled down. Large stone pillars descended from the sky, suppressing the void and blocking their way forward. At the same time, he stepped forward. His appearance seemed indifferent. When the young man in black had dealt that blow from afar, he had already felt its great shocking power. However, Futian and his group still moved forward. It was as if they didn't see any of his movements and continued their way out of there. The young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace took another step forward. More radiant patterns appeared above the sky. They were like sharp thorns hanging above them. The young man in black turned around and glanced at him. Bang! With a violent stump of the foot, the earth quaked. The young man in black walked over. Rumbling noises were heard. Every step seemed to shatter the void. The patterns collapsed and were pulverized. The face of the young palace lord suddenly changed. It only took the young man in black a few steps to walk in front of him. He raised his fist and blasted it out again without any fancy moves. A huge roar was heard as the fist suddenly morphed into a dark demonic dragon. Containing the power of the dragon god, it crushed through the void. A brilliant pattern appeared in front of the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace. He tried to block the attack of the dark demonic dragon. However, broken crackling sounds were continuously heard as the fist will penetrated it. Boom! With a loud bang, the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace was shocked by the force and flew backward. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His breath was shallow, and his face was pale. The people around him were shocked by what they saw. Could he be that strong? The strength of the young palace lord was well known to them. In Yuanyang realm, he was known as the perfection existence below Renhuang. However, he had been knocked backward by a single blow and had no strength to resist. How aggressive was this power? As Renhuang Will of the Way descended, the Yuanyang Palace Renhuang cultivators stepped forward. They wanted to approach, but the young palace lord raised his hand and stopped them. He said, "Let them go." Several Renhuang stopped and did not continue the chase. The city of the ruins is filled with strong cultivators. In comparison, our Yuanyang realm is insignificant. The other party has no intention of picking a fight, the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace said as he looked at the figure in black that was walking away. With such powerful fighting power, he was not some small character without renown. They were all city of the ruins for God's relic. Although he was the young palace lord of Yuanyang Palace that controlled the lower worlds, he knew his limit. The top forces of the upper worlds were a lot stronger than them. Strictly speaking, their reason for being there was merely the fact that they were from the Yuanyang clan of the imperial realm. Therefore, he didn't want to escalate the matter. Futian and his group moved further away. They soon disappeared and could no longer be seen. Zhu Qi looked at the disappearing figures. It took her a long time to regain her calmness. The young man in black was strong. In fact, he was the strongest person in St. Plain that she had ever seen. The young palace lord was blasted away by a single punch. Previously, the Black Wind Condor had called the man in black second master. Since there was a second, there had to be a first. Who could that be? It was likely the man at the center and the master of the Black Wind Condor. It was the young man with white hair. Because of the trash-talking by the Black Wind Condor, her initial impression of Futian had not great. To have such a demonic beast, the master was probably not someone of great quality. The moment she thought of it, Futian had been polite and not rude at all. He appeared elegant. Judging from the dominance of the young man in black, one could imagine that his talent was very strong. Could it be that the shameless bragging of Black Wind Condor was true? Just who was his master? When Futian and his men returned to their station, he turned around to look at the Black Wind Condor. Seeing Futian's smiling eyes, Black Wind Condor shrunk his head. Speaking in an extremely obsequious tone, he said, "Master, what do you command?" "I'm thinking that it's about time to find a new demonic beast to serve me," Futian whispered. "Don't, Master, Black Wind Condor is loyal and honest. Although I've been outside, I always thought of returning to Master all the time." Black Wind Condor had been away for a few years. Not only had he not been degraded, but he had also increased its power. Cultivation was for ascension. His spiritual intelligence was fully opened. He thought it was no different from human beings. He was no longer the little demon from before. In the words of the Black Wind Condor, he was already a demonic saint. a big demon beast. You were bullied outside, but still thought about coming back. Yi Futian looked at him and considered Zhu Qi's attitude. This guy had not lost his sharp tongue, and Zhu Qi's eyes didn't look right. Presumably, she was dragged by this guy. Yi Futian had every reason to believe that Black Wind Condor said a lot of things that should not be said. In the future, if I get wind of you tarnishing my reputation, you will be handed over to Qingyun for discipline, Yi Futian said as he stared sternly at him. Ah, Black Wind Condor let out a sigh and weakly glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was beside him. He saw Xia Qingyuan look at him with a smile. Black Wind Condor felt a tingling in his scalp. That woman was too aggressive. He never wanted to fall into her hands. Enough of that, Yi Futian said. Many days have passed, and the day of the opening of God's relic draws near. We should make all the necessary preparations and try not to cause any trouble. Everyone had arrived. He had already met up with many people there, which made him happy. Now, all of their focus needed to be directed at the God's relic. The relic was under the control of Donghuang the Great. It only opened up once every 50 years, so it was the event of the 9 realms that affected the cultivators of all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Many notable figures had converged upon the city of the ruins, which was not considered a large city. Everyone was waiting for the opening of God's relic. Without a doubt, once everyone had entered the relic, there would be bloody fights. Once the top cultivators of the 9 realms were in one place inside God's relic, it was easy to determine what would happen. Moreover, many principalities did not come by themselves. They also brought with them ruling forces from other realms. Some of those who had more people with them entered like a large army. For instance, among the forces that had recently arrived, the force that was closest to Yi Futian, as far as he knew, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, had brought with them many cultivators. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty ruled all the surrounding imperial dynastic forces. All the top cultivators of the Saint Plain among those principalities were called together to enter God's relic. Among all the cultivators, Yi Tianyu was the strongest. As they waited, Yi Futian quietly cultivated and continued to make preparations to enter God's relic. This time, he was about to face his peers, who were those cultivators at the peak of their power in all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Yi Futian was not alone in his preparation. The other cultivators from all sides were doing the same. In an area of the city of the ruins occupied by the cultivators from the solar realm, there was a mountain. It was possessed by a force from the solar realm. The entire mountain had been transformed into the color of flames. Solar palaces had been cast upon the mountain. On the edge of the mountain, a group of people was standing and gazing at the movement of the people in the distant city of the ruins. Divine light from the sun was released from the bodies of those who were standing there. Even their eyes were like the eyes of the sun. They released the burning fire of the sun as the sun's crown dazzled above their heads. Legend had it that the solar realm was transformed by a divine item and could illuminate everything in the world. Those who were born in the solar realm inherently possessed extremely strong flame attributes. In the solar realm, some were from the bloodline of the legendary sun god. This time, after God's relic is opened, there will be cultivators from everywhere, such as the Imperial Realm, Mountain Realm, Ziwei Realm, and Solar Realm, as well as many other extraordinary principalities, the man in the middle of the group said. After entering God's relic, we should avoid catching too much attention. Of course, whatever is necessary for us to fight and get it must be done. This is an extremely important opportunity for all of you who had come. Yes. The people next to him slightly nodded. They were the most famous from this generation of the solar realm. Normally, their peers were nothing to them, but this time it was different. Those who were entering the relic were similar to them. In another area, inside a forged great hall, a middle-aged man wearing a starry robe looked down at the crowd below. He wore a crown. He was like an emperor on earth, majestic and regal. The people there were the cultivators from the top forces of the Ziwei realm. In the past, several outings to God's relic were the most violent battlefields, with many proud geniuses from all realms losing their lives there. The man with the crown, who was like an emperor in the midst of them, said to the cultivators. Therefore, the journey to God's relics is also a battlefield where geniuses perish. Of course, your strength is unquestionable, But you will do well to remember that what you will be facing the existence of equal strength from all 9 realms. Thus, you are not allowed to treat this with any slightness or negligence. Any enemy who stands in front of you is worthy of your most serious attention. The people gathered there were all the best of the best. Yet, among them, many were going to perish in God's relic. That was an unquestioned fact. Even so, they still had to progress, but he also had to remind them of the hidden danger. All major principalities were making final preparations for God's relic. Gradually, the once lively city of the ruins started to sober up and become somewhat oppressed. Everyone understood that they would be facing the most brutal trial in their lives, which could be said is the most severe trial within all of the 9 realms. The day had finally arrived. In the area above the city of the ruins, a mesmerizing divine light cascaded down from the sky. Sacred figures stood high above the sky. They were clad in armor and as magnificent as divine generals. They were from the empty imperial palace, known as the divine priests, and commanded by Donghuang the Great. Keep a low profile. A divine priest descended. A series of horrific divine will shrouded the vast expanse of the void, covering the entire city of the ruins within. A divine priest made the announcement. When God's relic is opened, those of you who have received the prophecy, please present the prophecy to bless the people you have chosen to enter the relic. Those who have not been blessed by the prophecy must leave the city of the ruins within the hour. Any offenders will be without exception. Immediately, those who were in charge came out and took out the prophecies they had received. They were golden scrolls with pictures. The light of the prophecy bloomed to cover those cultivators who were to be blessed. Suddenly, those who had not received the blessings all went away. There had been quite a few among them who were outstanding. However, if no one was willing to help them, they could only leave in disappointment. Of course, many of those who had come found opportunities. Futian and his group had been blessed by Lord Taishian. The cultivators not sheltered by the prophecy scrolls successively left. Before too long, they had all walked out of the city of the ruins. Brilliant lights shone brightly on the divine priests. After watching those who were departing, another divine priest stepped forward. He looked down from the sky and said, "Those who are Renhuang must leave the city of the ruins within 5 minutes." The announcement was heard throughout the city of the ruins. Instantly, breaths of horror bloomed. Many figures quickly started walking to leave the city of the ruins. "Be careful," Emperor Xia said to Futian. "Look after Qingyuan." "Yes." Futian slightly nodded. "Safety first in everything," Sky River Great Elder reminded Futian. Lord Taishian also gave them advice. All the elders flickered away after relayed their concerns. They quickly disappeared. In the city of the ruins, everyone left realized how many cultivators of Renhuang had converged here. Of course, all the Renhuang in the city of the ruins were from the 9 realms. One was easily able to imagine what a grand occasion it was. Aside from the opening of God's relic, there was almost no chance for such a grand occasion to repeat itself. Futian and the others felt that solemn atmosphere. Looking up at the divine priests above the firmament, no one dared to disobey their will. The divine priests from the empty imperial palace were doing the biddings of Donghuang the Great. In the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, none dared to rebel against the will of Donghuang the Great. Although Donghuang the Great did not reside in the empty imperial palace, it was rumored that Donghuang the Great monitored the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Everything was within his field of vision. Whatever he wanted to do was done in a single command. Therefore, no one dared to chance it. All the Renhuang evacuated, not wanting to violate his command. Once the 5-minute time limit was up, there were no longer any Renhuang cultivators remaining inside the city of the ruins. The only ones left were from the Saint Plain. A majority of them were at the pinnacle of the Saint Plain. Once God's relic is opened, all consequences after entering the relic are at your own risk. You must have already deduced some of the things that might happen. Here, Renhuang are not allowed to step inside God's relic. Once you enter the relic, you are no longer bound by any rules or restrictions. It is somewhere we are unable to go. In the void, a divine priest had spoken. As everyone looked up at the void, they all understood that there were no rules of engagement for God's relic, which only opened once every 50 years. It was merely the realm of entry that was restricted. All others entered once the relic was opened. After that, whether one lived or died was up to fate. Because of that, those who were in the top forces regarded God's relic as the most dangerous trial. It was a burial ground where talented geniuses perish. No trial in the 9 realms was quite like that of God's relic. Although it was dangerous, there were great opportunities to be had. Otherwise, there would have been no reason for the top principalities to send their descendants there, and it would not have caused such a sensation in the 9 realms. Moreover, the powerful figures from these top principalities vaguely knew something about God's relic. Even just a sliver of the truth was enough to shock them. Open the door to the relic. In the void, a divine priest's loud voice was heard. Suddenly, divine light fell, descending upon the entire city of the ruins. An indescribable, terrifying breath reached up to the sky. Above the sky, it seemed that divine lights fell inside the city of the ruins. In the next moment, it was as if something within the city of the ruins had been awakened. Countless lights and patterns were emanating everywhere. The whole city seemed to come alive. Futian looked at the scene in front of him in complete shock. He saw the city of the ruins was lit up with unparalleled light. At the moment, they only felt the previous city of the ruins had been an existence of nothingness. These countless light patterns had constructed a new world to replace the city of the ruins. A booming and rumbling noise was heard as the earth roared. Under the endless divine light, the void gates appeared inside the city of the ruins. The divine doors stood in the void, bordering heaven and earth. They contained an unparalleled sense of spatial will. It was as if they could send them to another world. Spectacular. Xia Qingyuan looked at an elusive divine gate that appeared in the void. Like all the others inside the city of the ruins, she was quite shocked. It turned out that this was the true meaning of the entrance to God's relic. The entrance to God's relic was directly overlaid on top of the city of the ruins. The divine gates wrapped the city of the ruins within. The divine priests in the void quietly looked on. Finally, one of them said, "Once you have stepped into the gates of the void, you may enter God's relic. You cannot exit until the gates of the void appear again inside God's relic." As soon as his voice faded, someone walked through the void's doors. It was as if they could no longer wait. One by one, they walked through the air, continually heading toward the gates of the void. They successively entered the gates. Once they went through the doors, they immediately disappeared like they were entering into another world. Futian and his group were not taking any action. They were all waiting on Futian. Many of the cultivators from the demonic clans flickered and walked toward the gate of the relic and entered. "Let's go," Futian said when he saw that more and more cultivators had entered. He was not too anxious. There was no need to fight for that little bit of a time difference. God's relic was not going to be so simple. For them, there was no advantage to have gone in moments earlier. When he finished speaking, he started walking toward one of the void's doors. Behind him, many others, such as Yu Shang, Yaya, and Xia Qingyuan, followed him. They walked through the same door of the void with him. They hoped that when they reached God's relic, they would all still be together. Soon, Futian's figure disappeared. In the next few moments, everyone disappeared one after another. The massive number of cultivators in the city of the ruins disappeared without leaving a single person behind. They left an empty city in dead silence. Only the divine lights remained. Soon, the spatial doors closed and disappeared. The shining light beams inside the city of the ruins also gradually disappeared. When everything calmed down, the divine priests walked away to return to the imperial empty palace. Outside the city of the ruins, powerful figures stood above the void, glancing at the empty city. Each of them turned to leave as well. Of course, some stayed to wait. What happened next depended on their fortunes. In God's relic, Futian's figure appeared in another place. He had an extremely curious feeling when he passed through the door. In just a moment, he had come across and entered into another world. Naturally, he was no longer in the city of the ruins. After that, figures quickly appeared one after another. Just as they had guessed, after passing through the same door to enter the city of the ruins, they appeared in the same place. Futian felt greatly relieved that he didn't have to go looking for his people everywhere. It would have been troublesome and dangerous. But a strong breath suddenly came from afar. Futian and the others froze. As they lifted their eyes to look in the distance, they saw the sky above the area where the noise had come was changing. The will of the great path fell. The sacred golden radiance sprinkled on one of the figures. They could vaguely feel a breath of Renhuang. Boom! The sacred brilliance surged upward and spread out toward the distance. It appeared extremely radiant. Seeing this, Futian was momentarily stunned. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. It was not just him. Everyone else was also stunned. They looked on in amazement at what was happening in front of them. Is this allowed? Futian murmured. He had not anticipated this. It seemed that he was still too naive. Awesome. The eyes of the black wind condor also focused there. This was something quite possibly more awesome than himself. A man was casting the divine wheel of the great path and had broken into the Renhuang realm. This is to suppress the realm right at the point of breakthrough, Swordmaster Li Han said. Despite the limit of a breakthrough being reached, they delayed until this moment. Once they entered God's relic, the breakthrough immediately happened. Futian nodded. The rule of God's relic was that those from the Renhuang plane were not allowed to set foot in it, but there were no other rules. Nothing was said about not being able to break through into Renhuang after entering. Those who were at the peak were obviously far more experienced. Boom! In another direction, a massively dominant will of the way emitted. It was the breath of the great path of Renhuang. Futian and the others turned their focus and looked in another direction. In the distance, there was a similar divine glory that surged upward and turned into one storm of the great path. Obviously, there was more than one person who had this plan in mind. Boom, boom, boom. To their shock, Futian and his group found the same scene playing out in at least 10 other locations, and that was just what they could see. There might have been many others happening in other places that they could not see. This was also within expectation. A great number of cultivators had entered into God's relic. The top forces of the 9 realms brought tens of thousands of people into God's relic. Among those cultivators, there must have been some people who had suppressed their realm at a critical point. As soon as they entered the relic, the breakthrough into Renhuang took place. Watching all this glory of Renhuang, Futian and the others felt a touch of pressure. It seemed that they would also be facing more than just the top geniuses at the peak of the Saint Plain. In just a little time, perhaps there would still be more Renhuang being produced. Is there anyone who needs to break through? Futian looked at those around him. Everyone looked at him without saying a word. Could anyone break through at will? Futian rubbed between his eyebrows and said rather depressingly, "It looks like we have to keep it on the down low." It was a pity that although his realm was almost there, he hadn't reached that critical point and couldn't break through at will. He needed more time or an opportunity to cultivate there in peace for a while. In God's relic, could anyone cultivate in peace? First tragedy in the relic. Futian seriously looked at his surroundings. The white sky had no clouds. The dull wind gave off a heavy sense of depression. The aura was somewhat curious. It was ancient and solemn. However, Futian felt the omnipresent aura between heaven and earth, as well as the breath of the great path. It was as if they permeated every corner of the world. When they quieted down and observed their surroundings, everyone felt how different it was there. It was not like a closed-off world of ruins. It was more like a vast expanse of space that was not too much different from the outside world. Of course, the area might have been so vast that the boundaries of the relic were impossible to detect. God's relic, are there really gods in this world? Futian whispered. In the world of cultivation, gods were nothing more than a respectful title for powerful cultivators. Just like fairies, Buddha, or demons, there were all kinds of titles. Gods only signified a kind of power that was beyond imagination. Perhaps the imperial realm above Renhuang was godlike. I asked the Grand Master before I came, and he mentioned some things about God's relic. According to his knowledge, there is a little-known term for God's relic, said a woman next to him. It was the daughter of the city lord of Taishan, Luoyue. This time, Futian and the others joined up with the disciples of Taishan Mountain to enter God's relic. The disciples of Taishan Mountain also had trust in Futian's cultivation strength. What's it called? Futian asked. Tombs of the gods, Luoyue replied. Yi Futian shuddered at the thought of the tombs of the gods. Had God's relic buried all of the gods? If so, the origin of God's relic was terrifying. By the order of Donghuang the Great, the prophecy was given to open God's relic, which shocked the 9 realms and brought the cultivators together. Yi Futian knew that God's relic was extraordinary. When he heard that title, he still felt his insides shudder. Tombs of the gods. Doesn't that mean that this ruin was the burial place of the gods? In that case, how terrible was it? Where had they gone to? This place was perhaps not the simple ruin they had imagined. No matter how terrible the origin of God's relic was, they had not time to spend thinking about such things. Although they were not in a hurry, they couldn't keep standing there waiting and chatting. "Follow me," Yi Futian said as he started walking away. Everyone nodded and followed Yi Futian. They gathered together and headed in the same direction. They didn't know where Yi Futian was going, or why he had picked that particular direction. They didn't ask any questions. This was clearly a demonstration of absolute trust. Yu Sheng transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. "We have a small number of people. If we have to take care of them in battle at the same time, we will be in trouble. We may not be able to take care of them." Yi Futian's strength was not a concern. But the people inside God's relic were not simpletons. Many of them were standing at the peak of the 9 realms. Now, some were breaking into the realm of Renhuang. If there were conflicts, even if he had no confidence of winning, it would be more complicated having to take care of the others. "We need someone to lead the way," Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng was puzzled when he heard Yi Futian's words, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since Yi Futian had a plan, he just needed to follow. "Boss, where are we going?" Black-winged Condor's eyes were shining with excitement. After being servile for so long, he was finally getting a chance to show off. Yi Futian was in no mood to answer him. He continued to move forward at a very fast pace. The cultivators had entered from different entrances into God's relic. Yi Futian came in later because he was observing those around him to see which entrance they used. After entering God's relic, he deliberately observed the location of those people and whether or not they were consistent with the location of the gates they had used outside. Although the distance was much farther than before, the locations did correspond. Therefore, he walked toward the west. That direction was the previous location of the cultivators of all the principalities from the heavenly mandate realm. All the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm had arrived, and the same was true with the demonic realm. Many from the demon realm arrived together, but some forces still preferred to move alone. It seemed that this was the same relationship they had with other demon clans. For example, although it had become the top power among the demonic clans, the Purple Gold Rat clan still felt that it was not respected by the other demonic clans. The Purple Gold Rat clan called itself the Purple Gold Divine Rat. The leader who took them inside God's relic was the grandson of the Purple Gold Rat Emperor, Shu Huang's son, whose strength was also very dominant. He had come out for the occasion after spending many years in seclusion. Through sheer hard work, the founder of the clan had created the glory of the Purple Gold Rat clan. To continue to expand that glory, they needed the concerted efforts of every generation of Rat clan's descendants to work harder than other demonic clans. After all, the talents they were born with were still much more inferior than the demonic clans of the Real Dragon, Divine Phoenix, and Kuanpeng. Therefore, they had saved their strength to come to God's relic. If they had a great opportunity this time, they could potentially maintain the status of the Purple Gold Rat clan and continue to expand their glory in the future. Although the appearance of Shu Huang's son was consistent with that of the Rat family, his thieving face landed slightly on the ugly side. Yet, his temperament was quite extraordinary. The Vajra shining upon his body gave him an unusual stature. It suggested power that commanded some noble dignity. They went forward, rushing in one direction. They were ready to discover the treasures in the relic. The Purple Gold Rat clan was an expert at this. It was a talent that belonged to them, so they did not want to partner with others. Furthermore, the Purple Gold Rat clan kept a low profile under the leadership of Shu Huang's son. Instead of traveling by air, they shuttled on the ground and maintained a steady speed to avoid attracting the attention of others. The Purple Gold Rat clan was not considered superior in the demonic realm of the heavenly mandate realm. It was regarded as strange and alien by many other more noble demonic clans. In the entire 9 realms, it had no strong position to speak of. Thus, it worked better for them to keep a low profile. Huh. Shu Huangsun suddenly seemed to have felt something. He stopped and turned to look around. He faintly felt that someone was peeping at them with divine will and still approaching. "Go and see," he said. Behind him, 2 rat demons levitated. The golden lights on their bodies shimmered as they headed toward the sky. Their eyes turned golden. It was as if they could penetrate the void directly and look into a very distant place. Their golden pupils pierced through the space. A white-haired figure traveled through the air with incredible speed. It was coming toward them. At the same time, the white-haired figure was condensing a seal in both hands. Suddenly, numerous currents of swordsmanship appeared around him. In the distant void, countless divine wills suddenly appeared to resonate with the divine swords. A strong sword will burst out. They soon saw the bright and sparkling eyes of the white-haired youth. He seemed to be smiling at them. In the next moment, the sword came directly through the void. "Watch out!" the 2 shouted. As their voices faded, the radiant sword light appeared as countless divine swords manifested above the sky. 2 of the swords sliced through the void and headed toward the 2 men. Pass! It was almost too fast for them to react. The swords penetrated through, carrying with them the will of the great path of space. The 2 demon saints of the purple gold rat clan looked pale. Why were they so fast? Wherever the divine will turned, it instantly landed. Sword chi raged in their bodies. More swords descended from the sky, piercing through their bodies and killing the 2 demons. When they saw the swords descending from the sky, the rest of the demonic beasts of the purple golden rat clan were appalled. Many rat demons escaped and fled beneath the ground. In the blink of an eye, countless divine swords rained down. The sounds of bodies being stabbed continued. The divine swords seemed to be alive as they pierced the ground and continued to chase. Fresh blood leaked, spread on the ground. Growl. A terrifying angry roar was heard. Shu Huangsuan's face was extremely gloomy as he witnessed the scene in front of him. His real nature manifested itself. He turned into a giant purple gold rat demon. He opened the great basin of his golden mouth and devoured the incoming divine swords. He ferociously chewed them up. They had just entered God's relic, yet someone was there to assassinate them. 2 figures stepped out of the void. The man in front had white hair like snow. His white robe was flying in the wind. The man behind him wore a black robe and showed an indifferent murderous intent in his eyes. He exuded an air of aggression. Purple Gold Rat Clan, you participated in the attack of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Futian spoke lightly. His voice was indifferent as he announced the crimes committed by the Purple Gold Rat Clan. With a turning of his will, countless divine swords appeared. They enveloped the vast and endless void. They quickly and madly fell down. They did not kill the demons. Instead, they locked them into the space. "Yu Shang, kill those rats who fled beneath the ground," Futian commanded. Yu Shang stomped his foot. An indescribable heavy sensation exploded. His dark armor on him shone with radiance. He was like a dark demonic god that had descended directly from the heavens. He threw a punch at the ground. When the punch made contact, the earth made a dull sound as huge cracks appeared. The ground was being torn apart. Beneath the ground, many miserable sharp screams were heard. As fresh blood mixed into the earth, the ground turned dead silent. No breath of life was detected. In an instant, the casualties were more than half of the clan. Every one of the demon saints of the Purple Gold Rat Clan shivered. Their faces showed anger and fear. They looked at Futian and Yu Shang in terror. How were they so strong? These two had once appeared at the feast of the Violet Heavenly Palace. At that time, they had demonstrated extraordinary combat effectiveness, but they were not that strong. Now, they were invincible. This was to avenge the past participation of the Purple Gold Rat Clan in the attack of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Shu Huangsun let out a low growl and exposed his sharp golden fangs. He looked terrifying and menacing. His eyes were fixed on Futian and Yu Shang. After they entered God's relics, they had intended to go about their business as inconspicuous as possible. In less than 5 minutes after entering, They had been followed and hunted. Now, more than half of their people were slain. Behind Futian and the others, Black Wind Condor had also rushed over. When he saw what was in front of him, he blinked and remembered Futian talking about keeping a low profile. He felt deeply troubled. The low profile the boss had spoken about really confused Black Wind Condor. Control. Futian was still standing in the air with countless divine swords falling all around him. They were everywhere, locking down the area. With Yusheng there as well, there was not even room for a mouse to move. The cultivators from the Purple Gold Rat clan, who had come to the ruins, had been frightened by the two men. This made them feel a little bit sad. They had thought that they would be able to thrive with the greatest powers of the 9 realms on this trip to the God's Relic and seize it for themselves. They had not thought that right at the beginning things were going very badly. Futian looked at the cultivators of the Purple Gold Rat clan and said, "I will give you a choice. Submit or die." His eyes were cold. There was not even a hint of emotion in his voice. He was considering what Yusheng had said. There was no lack of powerful figures who had come to the God's Relic. The two of them naturally had no major problems. For the others, once a major battle broke out, it would be difficult to take care of them. He needed to get a few servants to take care of them. The Purple Gold Rat clan were without a doubt the best choice. Submit? Shu Huang's son grew larger. His body was extremely hideous. His fur was golden and shiny. As a member of the Rat clan, it still did not give anyone even the slightest feeling of beauty. His golden fur stiffened and grew as sharp as knives. He stretched out his incredibly sharp claws. An aura like that of a demon emperor spread out from them. As they pressed forward, everyone could feel a terrible tearing power coming off of them. The Purple Gold Rat clan stood at the peak of the demon realm. However, they were being taken lightly by this human. Did he take them for common rats? Was he really trying to make the members of their sovereign family submit? Many of the Purple Golden Rat saints angrily glared at Futian. Was he trying to humiliate them? Yusheng looked up and felt the cold demonic aura surging from the Purple Gold Rats. His eyes were cold, and his gaze was full of murderous intent. "It would be an honor for you," he said. His dark demonic armor flashed with a terrible light. Many dark, sharp blades appeared in his arms, which was a shocking sight. This made the demon saints of the Purple Gold Rat clan feel an immense amount of pressure. This demonic cultivator was much more frightening than Futian. There was not even a hint of emotion in his dark eyes. It was like he was nothing more than a killing weapon. Shu Huang's son swept his gaze over Yusheng. The light shining on his sharp claws grew even stronger. He planned to use his claws to tear through Futian's and Yusheng's heads. He was using the finger bone of a powerful ancestor of the Purple Gold Rat clan to enhance his claws. It contained terrible will within it. When light burst forth from it, the space in front of him seemed like it would be torn in two. Futian naturally felt its aura. There was a roaring sound within him as the Supreme Elephant Emperor's bones released their power. In a flash, a burst of incomparably powerful aura filled the area. Whoosh! Shu Huang's son flew through the air at an incredible speed. He reached out with his giant claws toward Futian's head. His claws expanded until they filled the air. Futian's hole was likely to be covered by this attack. Without any hesitation, Futian raised his arms and slammed them forward. The great path roared so loudly that the heavens shook. The sound of bones breaking was instantly heard. Shu Huang's son felt his bones shattering. He soon saw a pair of ice-cold eyes. They were deep enough to make one feel like they had fallen into an abyss. In his mind, Futian's image grew larger and larger. It was imprinted on his divine soul. A terrible energy storm raged through him. He groaned as his massive body began to shake. Boom! There was a loud noise as fists slammed into his head. He gave a pitiful cry as powerful will surged into him, eating up his own will and draining him of any power he had to resist. He cried out as if he had realized something. He had made his final resistance. He was from the Purple Gold Rat clan and a sovereign family. How could he have fallen so far as to be the servant of humans and obey their orders? This was a massive humiliation. Boom! There was another loud noise as his divine soul was struck again. The more he resisted, the worse it got. Yi Futian was using his attacks to waken his willpower. Yi Futian saw the image of a purple gold rat within his opponent's divine soul. He knew this was his main spirit. Powerful will surged into him through the raging energy storm, leaving an imprint behind. At that moment, all his power to resist disappeared. "Kneel," Yi Futian coldly said. Below them, the cultivators of the purple gold rat clan watched and trembled in fear. Up in the air, Shu Huang's son was kneeling. It seemed he had willingly submitted to Yi Futian. This made them feel a deep chill come up from their souls. They were finished. They had just entered the god's relic and had hoped to have some success. Instead, what had been waiting for them was disaster. Yi Futian stepped forward and placed a foot on Shu Huangsuan's back. He swept his sharp eyes over the purple rat clan cultivators below him as he said, "I will kill anyone who does not submit." Whoosh! Several of the purple rat clan demon saints tried to flee. Bang! Yu Shang quickly strode forward, moving an incredible distance in a single step. The power with which he brought his foot down made the earth shake and split open. He reached out. Terrible demonic light burst forth, transforming into swallowing power. All the purple gold rat clan cultivators were slowed down. In the next instant, countless beams of dark light wrapped around them. They turned into dark claws that pulled them firmly backward. Roar! One of the purple gold rat clan cultivators transformed with a roar. Golden light flashed from him. He tried to break the power of the claws that were holding him. There was no way he could have succeeded. He was pulled right back into Yu Shang's arms. A snapping sound rang out as Yu Shang's hands turned into sharp demonic claws that pierced into his opponent's flesh. It was a shocking sight. Thump! There was another loud noise as Yu Shang stepped into the sky. Countless beams of dark demonic light swept out toward the other purple gold rat clan cultivators, covering the entire area. As the cultivators below watched Yu Shang, there was a loud splitting sound as the cultivators who had tried to flee were smashed to death one by one. There was no hope of escape. They all died on the spot. Before long, everything had calmed down. There was no sign that a struggle had taken place. The purple gold rat clan cultivators felt that things were hopeless. It seemed that they had no other choice but to accept their fates. They had lost any hope of victory as soon as they had entered the god's relic. Yi Futian took several steps forward. As he stood in midair, a brilliant light shone from him. The cultivators of the purple gold rat clan lowered their heads. They had no more power to resist. They despaired inwardly, but what did it matter? There was a simple choice before them now. They had to choose to live or die. Yi Futian looked at the purple gold rat clan cultivators, whose heads were lowered, without any sympathy or pity. In addition to having participated in the siege of the celestial gate of vast heaven, they had tried to steal the divine elephant emperor's bones at the Origin Mountains and kill him. From now on, you are no longer permitted to resist. Yi Futian walked back and forth in front of them. He began to take full control of them. Their bodies trembled. Before long, they all knelt on the ground with incredibly sincere looks in their eyes. They were now fully obedient to Yi Futian. Behind them, Luoyue and the other cultivators of Taishan Mountain looked surprised. What was this? Yi Futian seemed to be able to control demons. Once all the demons of the purple gold rat clan were controlled, Yi Futian turned and said to the people of Taishan Mountain, "This ability is not appreciated by the demon clans. I trust that you will all keep my secret." "Don't worry," Luoyue said with a nod. There were not many people there from Taishan Mountain. After all, Taishan Mountain was rather weak. They had mostly come there to observe. As far as they were concerned, the most important thing was to stay alive. They were not about to deny any good fortune that came their way. Yi Futian knew all the people who had come. Moreover, he knew they would all obey him. Those who had cultivated to the saint level would not run their mouths and give away secrets. Once all this was done, Yi Futian swept his gaze over the purple gold rat clan. With a single thought, they all suddenly began burrowing into the ground and went off in different directions. At the same time, one of them burrowed right below their feet, guarding them from below. He was not going to leave them. This rat cultivator desired to give his all to defend them. When they needed it most, he would defend Xiaqing Yuan and the others. The swordmaster of Lihan walked up to Yi Futian and whispered, Are you sending the rat demons out to scout? Futian nodded. Yes, I sent them out in different directions. It is said that these rats have some particular talents and are well suited to scouting and finding treasure. If I spread them out, they can cover a greater area. Even if they are discovered, the people of other forces will not consider a single rat to be a threat. They will probably just ignore them. The swordmaster of Lihan slightly nodded. If any of the rats were discovered and targeted, a single rat had no hope of standing on its own. He inwardly sighed. After so many years of experience, this young man, who had once been swayed by personal feelings, was becoming more mature. Of course, he did not pity these rats at all. When he heard what Futian had said, he knew there was great enmity between the two sides. In that case, we do not need to worry too much as we make our way, Futian said. The group continued forward. They were not moving very fast. The rats had gone out in all directions, but he did not yet know what direction to go to find ruins left by the gods. While Futian was controlling the purple gold rat clan, the other forces that had come to the god's relic were moving as well. They were all going in different directions. The cultivators who had reached into the Renhuang plain were the fastest, and their senses covered the widest area. They already had an advantage and hoped they could discover the ruins as fast as possible. They knew very well that as more time passed, the number of Renhuangs in the god's relic would increase. Many powerful figures were likely to break through to the next level. However, no great battle had broken out yet. Other than Futian's fight with the purple gold rat clan, the other forces were temporarily at peace and did not attack each other. They all knew that this was only because the time was not yet right. Once a ruin left behind by the gods was found, a vicious battle would certainly break out. Futian and the others slowly traveled through the ruins. They soon discovered that these ruins were starting to seem more and more like a world of their own. The area was vast, with mountains, streams, rivers, lakes, and forests. They had even come across some small demons and wild beasts. On the whole, it was a barren wilderness. It seemed like no one lived there. It was ancient and dead silent. Is the god's relic a realm of its own? Futian whispered. A thoughtful look appeared on the others' faces. They had also wondered that. The god's relic was not like any of the ruins they had experienced before. It was vast without end. Why do you think that? The swordmaster of Lihan asked. I once heard my master say that in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there were a few realms that had been destroyed in war, Futian quietly said. He had his own ideas about what was going on. They are supposed to be barren and silent, without any signs of human habitation. Some of them can recover, and people will return to them. If a realm is truly turned uninhabitable and someone controls it, if no one is allowed to enter, how can it recover? This does seem a bit like a realm of its own. So perhaps you have guessed right, the swordmaster of Lihan softly said. He had asked Futian because he had been thinking the same thing. The god's relic, which had shaken the 9 realms, was possibly a realm of its own. It had been sealed off by Donghuang the Great. People were only allowed to go there once every 50 years. This realm had a ruin left behind by the gods. If what Luoyue had said before was true, then this was the realm where the gods were buried. The purple gold rats Futian was controlling were getting further away and beginning to spread out. They were shooting off into the vastness of the realm. Along the way, they ran into other cultivators who had come, but the purple gold rats burrowed into the ground. The powerful figures had not bothered with rats who hid in the ground. They were not considered a threat. At the same time, a group of figures was traveling through another section of the god's relic. There were only a couple dozen people in the group, but all of them were elites. Other than a few of them who were unblemished saints, the others were all at the nirvana level. The age range among the group was very wide. Some of them were young, and some were old. It was not only young geniuses who were there, but some elders had cultivated at the Saint Plain for many years. All of them had a peculiar aura about them. They were arrogant and noble. Their eyes shone like stars while also being infinitely deep. An old man wearing a starry robe was leading them. Magnificent starlight shone from him. A small star matrix seemed to hang in the air in front of him, sucking up all the life force from the world around him while also connecting him to heaven and earth. A point of light in this small star matrix seemed to be pointing the way forward. The people behind him were following the light as if they trusted it implicitly. These people had come from the Ziwei realm. They were cultivators from the top force in the Ziwei realm, the school of the Emperor Star. Their power within the Ziwei realm was clear for all to see. It was an ancient force that had once dominated the Ziwei realm, just like the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the Heavenly Mandate realm. It was said that the elder of the school of the Emperor Star was also the ruler of the Ziwei realm. He was known as the Star Lord of Ziwei and incredibly powerful. Of course, that could only be learned from ancient books. No one knew the actual history. As they continued walking, a building appeared ahead of them. Their eyes grew sharp as they looked at it. They could faintly see a gate on it. They unconsciously began moving faster. The elevation gradually rose. After a while, they could see a heavenly gate that seemed like the legendary gate of the Heavenly Palace. It was tall and mighty, as well as hundreds of feet tall. However, it was broken. A third of it was gone. Everything before it was a desolate ruin that seemed to stretch off into the distance. It seemed like a long war had taken place there. The people of the school of the Emperor Star had found the ruin, yet they were not excited. As the top force in the Ziwei realm, this was not the first time they had been there. Several in their group had entered in the past and taken notes after they had emerged. Some of their current elders had even entered the ruins and described to the others what they had found inside. To have found the ruin was not necessarily good luck. It was also a potential sign of danger. As to what that danger was, there were many possibilities. Thus, it was important for them to be exceedingly careful. They passed through the broken gate and strode through the ruins. There were no complete buildings left. All of them were damaged and had collapsed. They could not see anything of value that had been left behind. Moreover, others had definitely come before them seeking treasure, but even they would have found it hard to find anything. Among the group of people from the school of the Emperor Star, a young man suddenly stopped. He closed his eyes. A spiritual map instantly appeared in his mind. There was a ruin marked on the map that was very similar to the scene before their eyes. It seemed to beckon him. The elders of the school of the Emperor Star had once been here, so they were now guiding them. They had been able to quickly find this place. In addition to having special skills, they also had the guidance of their elders. The young man bent down and placed his hands on the ground. In a flash, the earth shook with a roar. A storm of the great path swept out. The ruins around them were swept away or smashed into dust. The storm grew stronger, clearing out all the ruins. They soon saw an ancient road stretching out that had been buried under the ruins. Many corpses had been uncovered by the storm. Most of them were insignificant skeletons that had been picked clean long ago. As the road went on, they saw a palace under the earth with a broken gate hanging open. The gate had already been destroyed by others. The people from the school of the Emperor Star's eyes flashed. Their elders had said there were things in these ruins that they had been unable to take back with them last time. They had asked them to seek them out first. Thus, they had immediately come to this place. The group continued forward. They stopped outside of the palace gates. Many of them waved their hands, weaving enchantments that locked everything up inside the gate and blocking other people's divine souls from entering. That way, no one would have been able to know what they had done. Up high and off in the distance stood another group of figures. The person at their head seemed to have veins in his eyes, which made him look rather strange. Spatial divine light shone from him as he looked at them across the vast distance. It was as if they were right next to each other. "The ruin is there," he said. "It looks like we were right to follow the school of the Emperor Star." These people had come from another top power of the Ziwei realm and had followed the school of the Emperor Star. "What do you see?" someone beside him asked. "They've blocked it off with enchantments, so I couldn't see clearly," the man said. After clearing away some of the ruins, they entered an underground palace and set up enchantments. "Should we go now, or wait?" "We will go," the man beside him said. The group started to move. They crossed the great distance very quickly. Meanwhile, another group of people rushed forward from a different direction. It appeared that there was not just one force watching the school of the Emperor Star. It was obvious that the school of the Emperor Star held an important position within the Ziwei realm. At least, these powers placed a lot of trust in them. They believed they would find the ruins. There was also a rat demon underground outside the ruins. He felt an incredibly powerful aura pressing down on him. He sensed two forces arriving one after another, and both of them were very powerful. Off in the distance, Futian sensed everything through the purple gold rat. "Something is happening," he said. Shang turned and looked at Futian. "With three great forces there, this won't be easy to handle," Futian said. "Shang, the two of us will go." Shang nodded. "All right. The three forces are probably from the Star Lord of Ziwei, and they will all be very powerful. We should not bite off more than we can chew." "Let's go," Futian said. Once a fight broke out in the ruins, it would certainly be very fierce. Having more people with him was not necessarily a good thing. Futian had seen the forces at the ruins, and there were very few people among them. It meant that they were all probably quite powerful. After saying that, the two of them sped up and rushed toward the ruins. At the same time, the two forces had arrived and were casually chatting. There was no friction between them yet. They were working together to break through the enchantments and enter. A group of majestic figures descended. Once they had broken through the enchantments, the two forces stood there in shock. They saw a group of figures standing there, but they had not entered the ruins. The figures stood there, shining with brilliant light. Incomparably brilliant light suddenly burst from the ground, forming a terrifying diagram. "That's not good. Flee." A loud voice sounded out. Powerful auras burst forth from the people of both forces. They realized they had been ambushed. The cultivators of the School of the Emperor's Star looked cold, without the slightest hint of emotion. They started up the large pattern. Endless starlight bloomed, transforming it into a giant pattern of stars. Terrible killing will erupted from it. In the instant the starry pattern was set off, the area was filled with endless beams of killing starlight that cut through the air. There were multiple screams of pain. Many people were instantly pierced by the starlight and cut open. Blood flew through the air. Many people used their power to block the attack and fled from the center of the pattern. They floated up into the air with cold expressions. They looked down on the cultivators from the School of the Emperor's Star. In a flash, almost one-third of the people from the two great forces had been slain by the pattern. "Did you really think we did not know you were watching us?" An elder of the School of the Emperor's Star coldly asked. They had pretended they did not know and set up their enchantments to block their opponent's senses. Afterward, they had set up their trap. In the God's Relic, any competitor was an enemy who needed to be killed. There was no mercy in this place. The cultivators from the two great forces looked to where many of their allies had been slain and disappeared. A dark look appeared on their faces. In a flash, the area filled with terrible and intense pressure. The School of the Emperor's Star was the most ancient force within the Ziwei realm. After all, it was said that the Star Lord of Ziwei was once the ruler of the Ziwei realm. The other top powers of the Ziwei realm had impressive origins as well. Any power that was able to stand near the top was not simple. Otherwise, they would never have made it to that step. These two major forces were the Dou tribe and clan of the Seven Slayers. It was said that the Dou tribe descended from the god of battle. After the god of battle had been defeated, his bloodline spread throughout the world. The elder of the Dou tribe realized he had that bloodline, so he had formed the Dou tribe. It was said that they were the most powerful attackers in the Ziwei realm. The clan of the Seven Slayers proved their worthiness through killing. Two forces were recognized as the best at the way of slaughtering: the slaughtering world of the Myriad realm and the clan of the Seven Slayers of the Ziwei realm. However, these two forces cultivated very differently. The Dou tribe also proved their worthiness through killing, but the cultivators of the slaughtering world used killing for their mindset and set up killing matrices. Meanwhile, the clan of the Seven Slayers cultivated the seven tricks of the killing gods. They mainly focused on cultivating slaughtering chi and slaughtering will. Thus, they went in different directions, but there were similarities as well. The seven tricks of the killing gods was made up of 7 attacks. After those 7 attacks, if one's opponent did not die, one would. Thus, the disciples of the clan of the Seven Slayers cultivated nothing but slaughter. They only lived if their opponent died. They had to kill their opponent within 7 attacks. These 3 forces stood at the top of the Ziwei realm. They were naturally very familiar with each other. Otherwise, The clan of the Seven Slayers and the Do tribe would not have followed the school of the Emperor's Star. They obviously placed a lot of faith in their abilities. Now, the school of the Emperor's Star was their opponent. "What is in the underground ruins?" a fair-faced youth from the clan of the Seven Slayers asked. There was some murderous intent in the tone of his voice. He was one of the Seven Slayers of his generation. He was ranked last among them, number 7, and not famous at all. The other 6 Seven Slayers were all at the Runhuang level, which showed how high the requirements were to become one of the Seven Slayers. Their disciples had to undergo a lot of training outside to train their desire to kill. Each of the 7 Slayers had risen to their position on a mound of bones and a sea of blood. You will know when you go in and see. From the school of the Emperor's Star swept his gaze over the 7th Slayer. The youth who had spoken, Bei Chun, was the personal disciple of the Palace Lord of the School of the Emperor's Star. He had cultivated to the peak of the Saint Plain. He was very famous within the School of the Emperor's Star, as well as throughout the Ziwei realm. Of course, he was not the only famous person there. The 7th Slayer and Do Zhao of the Do tribe were the most famous people of the younger generation in the Ziwei realm. They were also the junior leaders of their respective forces' armies. They were all incredibly powerful. The cultivators of the Do tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers looked at the man from the school of the Emperor's Star. The matrix was still there. If they tried to break out, they would surely suffer. "Go and take a look," Do Zhao said. Suddenly, several of his people rushed toward the underground palace. They clenched their fists and lashed out through the air, slamming their hands into the exterior of the palace. Cracks appeared in it. Boom! A loud noise rang out as the underground palace trembled fiercely. The palace, which already had cracks in it, gave no sign of collapsing. This palace, which had been buried among the ruins, seemed incredibly sturdy. It seemed like they could not go in that way. If they wanted to enter, they had to force their way in. Unfortunately, the cultivators from the school of the Emperor's Star were blocking their way. "If we go in together, all 3 sides will fight," Do Zhao said as he looked off into the distance. "If the school of the Emperor's Star wants to seize these ruins for themselves, we must temporarily ally ourselves with the clan of the 7 Slayers to deal with them." The people from the school of the Emperor's Star looked cold. If they let them go, they would form an alliance against them. "There are 2 forces, but we will only permit one of you to go inside. You must choose which one it will be," an elder next to Bei Chun said. He was extremely skillful. A single sentence from him had changed the whole situation. This meant that between the Do tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers, only one of them could enter. Thus, they had to fight each other. "If we fight each other first and waste our energy, won't the school of the Emperor's Star have even less reason to let us go?" There was some divine radiance in Do Zhao's eyes. They shone with golden light as he looked at the clan of the 7 Slayers and said, "There's no need to waste time talking. Let's just break in." The 7th Slayer nodded. Very well. He had no objections. The situation before them was simple. Their 2 forces had the advantage in terms of numbers, but their opponents held a favorable position since they had formed a starry matrix. This had formed a delicate balance between the 2 sides. If they wanted to break the deadlock, they had to work together against the school of the Emperor's Star. Whoosh! A wild fighting aura swept out. Divine fighting light shone upon Do Zhao. His whole body was brilliantly shining. Cracking sounds emitted from his bones. His robes were torn. The sharp cracking sounds continued as his robe split. Do Zhao grew larger, turning into a god of battle. His bare chest contained incomprehensible power. He had a bit of Runhuang majesty about him that seemed to meld with his flesh. His arms trembled and made a cracking sound. Behind him, the cultivators of the Do tribe slammed their fists into him. In a flash, his arms were covered in flowing divine light that entered into his body and made his fighting will even stronger. He grew even larger. The cultivators of the clan of the 7 Slayers started emitting powerful slaughtering chi. It spread throughout the area with an ear-splitting whistling noise. Each thread of slaughtering chi was as sharp as a knife and could kill a man. As the thousands of threads of slaughtering chi spread through the air, it was like there was an endless army of slaughtering gods marching. The cultivators from the clan of the 7 Slayers stepped forward. The 7th Slayer had a frightening look in his eyes. With a single thought, endless slaughtering chi descended toward the cultivators from the school of the Emperor's star below. The cultivators from the school of the Emperor's star engaged their starry matrix again. In a flash, endless starlight bloomed. Beams of light crisscrossed. It activated all the power in the area. Once the slaughtering chi entered the area, it would be torn up and destroyed. The seventh Slayer took another step forward. He was now standing in the air right above the matrix. He held a long spear in his hands. It was the slaughtering spear. Bang! He took another step forward. The slaughtering chi gathered in endless amounts. The slaughtering way roared as 7 cultivators from the clan of the 7 Slayers stepped up from behind and followed him. The 7 of them instantly transformed into gods of slaughter. Below them, a scepter appeared in Bei Chen's hands. Endless will swept out from it. The light from all the stars in heaven gathered within it. In the next moment, the 7th Slayer gathered all the slaughtering chi together for an attack to try and break through the matrix. His spear fell. The endless starlight was destroyed. Bei Chen raised his scepter. Suddenly, even more terrible starlight appeared, forming many orbits for stars. Actual stars appeared within these orbits, imprisoning the 7th Slayer within them. Destroy. Bei Chen raised his scepter and pointed it. Endless killing starlight shot out of it. Each beam of light contained enough power to cut through space and time. It was strong enough to shatter the entire area into many pieces. The 7th Slayer exploded with slaughtering chi that slammed into the oncoming starlight. He stepped within the matrix and used the 7 tricks of the killing gods. Figures that looked like gods of slaughter appeared. They shot out across the matrix. At the same time, Do Zhao rose into the air. He had taken on the form of a god of war. He shot through the air. He saw an area full of stars ahead of him, which were blocking his way. He pierced through them with his fist and continued onward. Whoosh! There was a loud noise as countless stars rotated around Bei Chen. With a single thought, even more stars appeared. At that moment, the stars all cracked as Do Zhao's attack slammed into them. While they were fighting, the cultivators from the Do tribe and clan of the 7 Slayers were rushing toward the matrix, preparing to force their opponents to flee from it. Suddenly, a violent attack made the whole area tremble fiercely. Bei Chen took several steps back. Do Zhao from the Do tribe was just as strong as the legends said. It was said that he was the member of the Do tribe in whom the blood of the god of battle flowed the most strongly. He had an offensive and defensive Renhuang item within him, which showed that the Do tribe looked at him as their presumptive heir. The ground split. The area around the underground palace shook. The palace itself was not affected at all. Off in the distance, 2 figures were standing and watching the battle. They were Futian and Yusheng. A battle between people at the peak of the Saint Plain has broken out. Futian was in no hurry to rush forward. He looked at Yusheng beside him and asked, "Do you have any Renhuang-level items?" If he did not have any, it would cause them some trouble. Many of the people they were about to fight had them, especially the most powerful of them. Yusheng nodded. "I do." The demon dragon had given him one before he left the dragon gods. Moreover, it was no ordinary treasure. Yusheng looked at Futian. When? That simple word naturally meant, when are we going to act? Futian was speechless. Even when confronted with a violent battle between such powerful figures, Yusheng still wanted to get involved. He felt like they would be crushed. Ordinary saints trembled before such a battle. They were not that far away. With their thoughts covering the whole area, their opponents surely knew they were there. Yet, they ignored them. The 3 top forces of the Ziwei realm were fighting. What could 2 lone cultivators possibly do to affect the outcome? There was only one road ahead of them. Thus, they ignored them. The great battle continued. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star were finally forced out of the matrix. The Do tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers pressed forward, stepping on the ground above the underground palace. The underground palace was quite large and had a massive gallery in front of it. There were many skeletons on both sides of the gallery. The skeletons that contained any will seem to have already been taken away. There were no weapons left either. However, at the end of the gallery, within the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was seeping out. Chapter 1603 Fighting Will. Violent noises were continuously heard from the underground palace. There was not nearly enough space down there for a battle between people at the top of the St. Plain. An ordinary palace certainly would have collapsed by this point. However, even though the underground palace was constantly shaking, it had not been destroyed. Outside the palace, Futian and Shang had advanced a little bit and were watching the palace. "I can't sense anything," Futian whispered. "Should they go in or not?" "Should we go in?" Shang asked. "Let's wait a little longer," Futian replied. The battle within was extremely chaotic. The cultivators of the three greatest forces in the Ziwei realm were locked in battle. If they rushed in now, they would be nothing more than cannon fodder. At the very least, it was best to wait until all three sides had been weakened. Futian did not doubt that even though their opponents had completely ignored the two of them, if the two of them rushed in to try and seize the advantage, their opponents would not hesitate to destroy them first. Shang quietly stood there. He was a little disheartened. Since there were no Renhuangs among these three great forces, why wait? They should have started fighting right away. This guy was still quite lazy. The sounds of violent battle continued. Although their divine spirits were blocked by the underground palace, they could still imagine how fierce the battle within was. Just the sounds were enough to shake their courage. As long as those sounds continued, Futian was in no rush. The battle was clearly still going on. After a while, all suddenly became quiet within the underground palace. There were no more wild sounds of battle. Did they stop? Futian was surprised. He stared at the underground palace. He was unable to see the end of that long gallery in front. Had the winners and losers been decided? He strode forward but stopped after a single step. He saw figures emerging from the underground palace. They soon reached the outside. A look of surprise came over Futian's face when he saw them. There were people from all of the three forces. Had they made peace? Did those two leave on their own, or should we see them off? One of them asked. Futian slightly frowned. Why were they suddenly thinking of them? Could it be that the people inside had come to an agreement? Would they first take care of the people watching from outside? Shang's eyes were cold. A thread of demonic power rolled off of him. Futian said, "I know we want to go in and take a look, but let's stay put for the time being." Whoosh! A powerful killing will suddenly erupted from the cultivator of the clan of the Seven Slayers. Endless threads of slaughtering chi surged with horrifying force. The cultivators from the school of the Emperor's Star and the Do tribe released powerful auras as well, which pressed toward Futian and Shang. One of the figures moved. The cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers pierced through the air, ignoring the great distance between them. He descended in front of Futian and Shang and thrust out with his spear. Slaughtering chi filled the air. It covered the two of them within it. The spear contained an incredible amount of killing will. It made the two of them feel like their divine souls were under threat. Shang stepped forward. At nearly the same instant, demonic energy rolled off of him. A dark demonic flow of chi swept out, colliding with the slaughtering chi. His fist turned into a claw, which he raked across his opponent's spear. As the spear pressed down, incomparably powerful slaughtering will erupted from it. It tried to pierce through Shang's hand and into his arm, but Shang had already transformed his hand into a demonic claw. The slaughtering will seeped into the claw, but it was blocked. It seemed that Shang's arm was not made of human flesh and blood. It was filled with the hard bones of a demon dragon. The man reacted incredibly fast. He dropped his spear, took a step back, and transformed into a beam of light to flee. Shang ran his hand over the spear from top to bottom. He suddenly took a step forward, which made a loud booming sound. All the air seemed to flee the area as the suppression of the great path made the world stagnate. Time and space seemed to stop. He reached out toward his opponent. Boom! There was an incredibly loud noise. Within the moment that time had stopped, he had pierced the spear through the fleeing cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers' chest. He slammed into one of the ruined walls, spitting up a mouthful of blood. His internal organs shook from the blow. Blood flowed continuously from his wound. "You're still so violent." When he saw what had happened, Futian was nearly speechless. They had not seen each other for several years, but Shang's combat style was still simple and direct. It was clean and tidy, without any unnecessary complications. But his destructive power was astonishing. Even if the cultivator from the clan of the Seven Slayers had not been killed, he would not be getting back up anytime soon. When they saw this, everyone's hearts beat faster. Some of them thought back to their elders' orders and felt like they had made a mistake by taking these men who had come to the gods' relic too lightly. In the face of the three great powers, no matter how individually powerful they were, two saint-level cultivators were no threat at all. Once Yusheng acted, they sensed that these two were far stronger than they had originally assumed. Bang! Yusheng rushed forward at the crowd of enemies. The sky was filled with raging, dark demonic energy. It seemed like a black demonic dragon had appeared. He reached a claw through the air. The dark dragon suddenly roared and charged toward his opponents. The other cultivators rose into the air, scattering and fleeing. Whoosh! Futian rushed forward as well, appearing in front of the underground palace. He stepped inside and said, "I will go and take a look." There had been no movement inside. Their opponents had sent people out to deal with them, so he wanted to go in and see what was going on. As for what was happening outside, he left it to Yusheng. He had absolute confidence in his abilities and believed he would solve the problem very quickly. There were some corpses in the long gallery in front of the palace, as well as many wounded people. All of them had been left behind after the recent battle. Of course, Futian saw many skeletons. There were shafts of light, but it still was rather dark. That was probably because it had been buried underground for so long. Judging by the gate, which was so large, and how sturdy the palace was, it must have once been the cultivation place of some great figure. He thought that if his guess was correct, this had once been its own realm. What happened to lead to its destruction? Luoyue had said that this was the burial place of all the gods. Could it be that this realm had a war in the distant past? Had it led to the annihilation of the history of an entire realm full of cultivators? If so, when Donghuang the Great had conquered this area, he had set this up as a place for his descendants to train. Futian continued forward. He moved deeper into the gallery. He finally saw the three forces that had previously been fighting. The cultivators were no longer fighting. They were all just standing there. In front of them was the end of the hall, which contained a throne. In front of the throne was an incredibly imposing figure. His eyes seemed to be able to peer through the ages. He possessed incomparably powerful fighting will. He held a spear that was stuck into the ground. Dazzling fighting will swept out from the spear, transforming into a light curtain that lit up the whole area. He's dead, Futian thought. The figure was insubstantial. It was not the man's true body. It was not even his ghost. There was no breath of life left within him. All that was left was his ferocious fighting will. Had he transformed into fighting will that would not dissipate after his death? His spear seemed to have inherited all of the fighting will he had had in life. Compared to that fighting will, Do Zhao of the Do tribe's fighting will seemed rather lackluster. The Do tribe was skilled in battle and said to be the descendants of the god of battle. When they were able to give full play to their advantages, their fighting will could fill the heavens and their power was pushed to its limits. However, it was still far less than the fighting will within that spear and unreal image. They were not even on the same level. It was like comparing a firefly to the full moon. This was the fighting will of a true legend. Even after thousands of years, it had not dissipated. It had seeped into the spear. There was so much fighting will that the people could not get near it. This showed how terrifying it was. There was a fire burning in Do Zhao's eyes. It was like this place had been prepared for him. If he was able to obtain this fighting will, how much would his power increase? He might have even been able to fight Renhuang's. Right now, none of them had even gotten close to it. Thus, they had stopped fighting. There seemed to be no more use in fighting. Whoever obtained the fighting will would certainly be the winner. Suddenly, a stranger entered. Everyone's gaze turned and fell upon Futian. The people they had sent out had not managed to deal with the two of them. In fact, they had even let one of them in. It seemed that these were no common cultivators. They released their auras at him. Suddenly Futian was under an immense amount of pressure. He looked at the crowd, smiled, and said, "I am just here to watch. You may continue." Just here to watch? Everyone looked at him coldly. Was he really going to play the fool with them here? He had been able to get this far. Was he really just going to watch? One of them stepped toward Futian. It was a cultivator from the Do tribe. His fighting will wildly surged. His aura was astonishing. It climbed right up to the saint level. Boom! There was a roar as he stepped forward again. Divine light shone from him. He shot through the air toward Futian, flying like a sacred spring. A flow of divine light followed him through the air. Futian calmly stood where he was without trying to dodge. When he saw his opponent's fist coming, he threw out his fist. Bang! There was a loud noise. The underground palace trembled with a ferocious rumbling. The cultivator from the Do tribe was extremely strong, but he had taken it for granted that he would be able to crush Futian. It seemed that the reality of the situation was different from what he had imagined. With a violent noise, the cultivator from the Do tribe was sent flying backward. His arms made a snapping sound. It was as if his bones had been shattered. When he hit the ground, he began to retreat. Blood was streaming from his mouth. This made everyone look very surprised. They saw that Futian's eyes had become a little more serious. The Do tribe was famous for their skill in battle, and they were unparalleled in close combat. However, when their fists had collided, he had been defeated. How strong was this white-haired youth who had just appeared? Do Zhao turned. His gaze fell upon Futian. Violent fighting will fell upon him. It was extremely overbearing. Chapter 16:04 Battle of the Underground Palace. Futian looked at Do Zhao. He felt a burst of pressure hit him. Do Zhao was incredibly strong. As the future heir of the Do tribe, Do Zhao was surrounded by a halo of light and had the body of a god of battle. His mighty fighting will rolled off him in waves. Once he opened his eyes, they revealed a terrifying look. As he took a step toward Futian, a loud boom sounded. The figure of a god of battle instantly roared to life out of him. It quickly turned solid and shot toward Futian. When he saw that, Futian thought, can he create gods of battle with his fighting will? Was this what it was like when the will of the great path and fighting will merged? The god of battle lashed out with its fists, causing the underground palace to shake. Incomparably majestic power crushed down toward Futian. Do Zhao wanted to see the true strength of the white-haired youth who had broken into the underground palace. In a flash, there was the loud and clear sound of an elephant trumpeting. It was loud enough to shake the air. 10,000 elephants charged through the air. They gathered into a single image of a huge and mighty divine elephant. It rushed forward and smashed into the oncoming god of battle. Boom! A dull roar was heard as the two powers collided. It whipped up a mighty storm that swept out through the hall. Do Zhao's expression did not change. It was as if he had anticipated this. He took another step forward. The divine light coming from him grew even more brilliant. More figures of gods of war materialized and thrust out their fist wills. Endless Fist will instantly cover the area, confining Futian to a very narrow space. Within this underground palace, there was nowhere to escape. His only option was to try and withstand it. This place favored those with powerful attacks. Those who were good at close combat had the advantage. Futian stepped forward. The divine elephant charged through the air again. It looked incomparably huge and contained unimaginable power. The massive power of the divine elephants made them one of the strongest forces in the demon realm. They were domineering and direct and could crush both heaven above and hell below. The endless fist will swept out, but the divine elephant broke through it. Suddenly, an even more powerful storm swept through the underground palace. The booming sound made everyone's eardrums shake. All the cultivators around them released their powerful will to protect themselves. They fixedly gazed at the battle between the two of them. Futian had not wilted in the least while facing Do Zhao's attacks. Even though Do Zhao was just testing him, judging from Futian's response, he could respond to any of Do Zhao's tests with the same kind of tricks. Do Zhao did not have any advantage over him. Moreover, when judging who had the advantage, both of them were on the Saint Plain and not far from the Renhuang Plain. The cultivators from the Do tribe were naturally the most shocked by this. They knew Do Zhao's strength. He was said to be the one who would revitalize the bloodline of the Do tribe. The powerful blood of the god of battle flowed through his veins. He was the only one of his generation who could use the willpower of the sevenfold fighting god. How powerful did one have to be to do that? That was something that only the elders of the Dou tribe could do. Moreover, Dou Zhao had the potential to keep improving. If he attained the level of the ninefold fighting god, he would reach the level of the legendary elders and become a true god of battle. Even though it had only been a probing attack, it still was immensely dangerous with Dou Zhao's power. His attacks were overpowering, but this stranger had directly withstood it. Could it be that this man was the top figure of some other realm? If so, why had they only sent 2 people to the god's relic? This seemed to go against common sense. Not bad. Dou Zhao swept his sharp gaze over Futian. He had actually been able to withstand his pressure. You are not bad as well, Futian indifferently replied. Dou Zhao's stalwart body grew fiercer until it was full of infinite power. His gaze seemed to pierce through Futian. In a flash, many gods of battle seemed to be pressing on Futian's mind. Behind Dou Zhao, another image of a god of battle appeared. At the same time, a divine light shone between his eyebrows. It was the mark of a god of battle. At that moment, all the will in the area around him flowed into his forehead, making him even more powerful. Futian felt the pressure on him growing stronger. His expression grew a bit more serious. The person he faced was the strongest disciple of one of the top forces of the Ziwei realm. Moreover, special power flowed through him. Just like his own bones of the divine elephant emperor, it made him even stronger. The sound of elephants trumpeting made the underground palace shake and echoed throughout the hall. Dou Zhao pulled his arms back and slammed them forward again. His body instantly pierced through the air as he teleported through space and appeared right in front of Futian. He lashed out violently with his fists. The amount of power he unleashed was enough to suffocate those around them. Dou Zhao is more serious now, so he is using the willpower of the fighting god. Bei Chen of the School of the Emperor's Star and the 7th Slayer of the Clan of the 7 Slayers both looked surprised. Dou Zhao had used this power when fighting them. He was no longer fighting them. Now, he was fighting someone who had come in from outside. Futian responded without any hesitation. He out his fists. He was not the least bit flashy in his technique. He had decided to firmly resist. The impact made his bones tremble. His blood boiled in his veins. It seemed that all the power in his body was being used. The strength of his body of the way poured into his fists. The domineering light of the divine elephants burst forth. Bang! There was a dull bang. Although the underground palace still stood firm, everyone felt their bodies shaking. The 2 of them separated and retreated. This was the first time Dou Zhao had been forced to retreat after a collision with someone at his same level. His feet scraped across the ground, which made an ear-splitting noise. Futian was also questioning himself. Although his flesh was not as strong as Yushang's, it was still astonishingly strong. But that attack had been incredibly powerful, which showed just how strong Dou Zhao was. They clashed several more times in succession. Each one was incredibly straightforward. By now, their surroundings had gone strangely silent. Dou Zhao stared at Futian and asked, "Who are you? What force do you come from?" His voice was loud and powerful. It rang out throughout the underground palace. He was becoming very curious about Futian. How could this unnamed disciple withstand his attacks? Even someone at the peak of the Saint Plane was unable to do that. A single punch destroyed their internal organs. I am the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder of the Tianhe realm, Futian. I also once cultivated at Taishan Mountain, Futian replied. Dou Zhao looked at him. The Tianhe realm? That was not one of the 9 realms. He seemed to remember it had something to do with the Shen clan of the Central Emperor realm. As for Taishan Mountain, he had also heard of it. It was said that a year ago, Lord Taishan had broken through beyond the Runhuang level. That made the top forces of the 9 realms take notice of him. Now, a youth who was connected to both of those forces was present and equally matched with him. You are very strong, but this is far from my limit, Dou Zhao said. If you want to compete, you probably have no hope of victory. You should leave. You are powerful as well, but this is not the kind of fighting that I am good at, Futian said. My friend outside is stronger than I am. In a little bit, you 2 can test each other. As for the ruins, this fight is meaningless. How about we just let whoever can take the fighting will out of here have it? Even so, only those who have the necessary qualifications to take it can even try, Beichen said. That was an additional risk, not to mention the fact that Yi Futian had a friend outside. If he wanted to take the power, he had shown himself to be at least on the same level as them. He was definitely strong enough to do it, and they did not even know exactly how strong he was. In that case, you three can leave, a voice said. Beichen looked behind Yi Futian. He saw a figure walking toward them. It was likely the friend who had come with Yi Futian. He had obviously already dealt with the people outside. This was surprising to the people in the palace. It seemed that Yi Futian was not the only one who was strong. Not only that, but this man also seemed quite arrogant. He had said that the three of them could leave. Did he mean that they were not qualified to take the fighting while compared to Yi Futian? Within their generation, the three of them stood at the peak of the Ziwei realm. Now, someone was daring to be arrogant at them and saying they were not qualified. That really was too much. Beichen looked at them. Endless starlight gathered around him. His terrifying aura spread out. Lightning flashed and covered his body. Booming thunder filled the hall. A divine purple sword appeared before him. It was bathed in the light from the lightning. It seemed like a king among swords. Yi Futian looked at Beichen in surprise. He was also holding a scepter, but he had called forth sword will as well. Moreover, this purple sword seemed to suppress all the will in the room. It cut through the air, leaving a smile-shaped gash in space, as well as tiny dots of destructive light. The destructive points of light instantly shot out throughout the underground palace. Lightning and slaughtering sword chi immediately filled the area. Images of purple swords appeared throughout the underground palace. All of them were pointing at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It seemed like the two of them were trapped. In the past, the Star Lord of Ziwei had been one of the most powerful figures in the world and was skilled at many different abilities. He had controlled everything in the Ziwei realm and managed all their attacks. Even if they were not methods that he had focused on cultivating, he was still strong in all of them. Go, Beichen said. The purple sword shot through the air at the same time, trying to directly kill the two men who had come in. There was nowhere they could go to escape. The swords moved with a single thought. They moved so fast that it was impossible to react to them. They were on a path that would at any moment cut through Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's bodies, slicing through their flesh and destroying their souls. Chapter 16:05 Possessed by the God of Battle. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out, resonant and clear. At the instant that the divine swords reached him, Yu Sheng took a step forward. His dark demonic light enveloped him, and Yi Futian and the image of a godlike demonic dragon appeared. The swords tried to pierce through the light, and the strongest of the purple swords managed to touch Yu Sheng's forehead. But he stretched out his dark arms, and black dragon scales appeared all over them. It seemed as if they were no longer regular arms, but were instead dragon limbs. He reached out with his dragon-scaled arms and grabbed the sword. There was a clear snapping sound, and divine light burst out that tore through his scales. But he was still able to stop it. He tightened his grip, and suddenly the sword broke, becoming nothing more than dust. The godlike demonic dragon curled around Yu Sheng, blocking all of the divine light. Within the oppressive atmosphere of the underground palace, there was only an overpowering demonic aura. Beichen stared at Yu Sheng. He was shocked. Although he had not been sure that this attack would destroy the two of them, he still would not have thought that Yu Sheng would be able to destroy it in such an overwhelming manner. Was this man from Taishan Mountain as well? Boom. Beichen did not have much time to wonder, for Yu Sheng took another step forward, crossing a great distance. The footstep echoed and roared throughout the underground palace. Beichen suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. Yu Sheng was coming towards him, responding to the swords he had sent. Yu Sheng raised his draconic arms and slammed them down. They contained overwhelming might, and their draconic power was integrated into his demonic arts. Thus, his fists seemed powerful enough to break the very air itself. Beichen lifted his hands. Stars appeared, wrapping all around him, making the area around him look like a dazzling field of stars. The stars that swirled around him produced a marvelous resonance that protected him completely. Boom! There was another ear-splitting sound as the stars were destroyed. The power of the dragon coalesced into a demonic black dragon that swept out and shattered the curtain of stars. Bei Chen's expression changed slightly. Such a small space was not conducive for him to display his strength. The whole area seemed to be shrouded by the dragon's fist, so he could not escape it. He put his scepter in front of him, and starlight bloomed from it as he retreated. Bang! There was a dull roar as Bei Chen was thrown into a stone wall, making the whole underground palace shake. He groaned in pain. He got an ugly look on his face and suddenly rose to his feet. He floated up into the air as if he had not been wounded in the least. He gripped his scepter tightly, and starlight shone from his eyes, spreading throughout the whole hall in an instant. The other cultivators from the school of the Emperor's Star within the underground palace rose into the air as well. In a flash, starlight filled the hall. The figures floating in the air all fixed their gazes on Futian and Yusheng. Clearly, these two were now their targets. The hall had turned very bright under all the shining starlight. Futian swept his gaze over Bei Chen and said, "We should value harmony over violence. Why does this have to come down to a fight? We should let whoever can take the power for themselves have it." He turned to Yusheng and said, "I'll leave him to you." "Excellent," said Yusheng with a nod. He stepped towards Bei Chen. The cultivators of the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers were stunned when they saw this. This guy was really shameless. He was leaving the most powerful among them, Bei Chen, to Yusheng, and he himself turned to deal with the other cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star. Yusheng stepped right through the air towards Bei Chen, his body filled with powerful demonic energy. Everyone could faintly feel the aura of a demon emperor. Could it be that this man was the descendant of some great demon? But he was not a demonic beast. Why had he cultivated the power of a true-blooded dragon? Futian strode towards the cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star, who were standing in mid-air. In a flash, Guqin music appeared. But at that moment, all they could feel was a sharp aura. Then, countless divine swords appeared. They cut through the air as they shot out. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star frowned when they felt this sword will. Futian pointed into the air, and rhythmic sorcery of the great path pierced their ears. It felt like countless divine swords had pierced their divine souls. At the same time, the underground palace seemed to be filled with swords. This was the cleave of all things of the fleeting divine sword. The people from the school of the Emperor's Star looked shocked, and their starlight shone all around them, protecting their flesh. The divine swords flew right into the group of them. For someone at Futian's level, there was little difference between attacking a single person and attacking a group. Boom, boom, boom. Each figure was sent flying back. Others were less able to defend themselves and were torn apart by the flying swords. They gave out piteous cries. Futian continued forward, making the room shake. Rhythmic sorcery entered everyone's ears again. It was like the divine music of the great path. As it played, the swords continued to fall. Go! Bright light shone from Futian's eyes. The swords went out once again, piercing through the air. His swords were incredibly fast and incredibly strong. With a single thought, the swords traveled along countless different paths through the underground palace, leaving terrible sword marks in the air. The cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star's starry defenses were shattered, and blood flew through the air. They went flying backward with pale faces. None of the cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star could stand before that sword. On the other side of the battlefield, Bei Chen was being pressed hard by Yusheng. In the narrow space of the underground palace, Yusheng was at a major advantage. His fists were everywhere. There was nowhere to avoid them. Bei Chen could only try to withstand his attacks. Attack after attack hit him. He was once again flung fiercely into a wall, blood pouring from his mouth. Just as he stood up, a sword flew through the air towards him. Bang! There was a loud noise as the sword touched his head, even cutting off some of his hair. Bei Chen did not move. He could feel cold sweat all over his body. If the sword moved even just a little bit, it would pierce right into his forehead. He lifted his head and had a dark look on his face. He saw that after Futian dealt with the other cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star, he walked over to join Yusheng, looked at Bei Chen, and said, "You may leave when you wish." He had said that only those who were qualified could fight in the God's Relic. Obviously, the school of the Emperor's Star had lost that qualification. They had suffered a crushing defeat. If their opponents had not shown them mercy, they would have already slaughtered them. This battle had been a disaster. 2 people had beaten all of them and kicked them out. Bachan said nothing. He turned around and left with the rest of the cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star following him. They clenched their fists, but they said nothing either. Defeat was defeat. They had got here first and set up an ambush, but they had never thought that they would be driven out by 2 people. After the cultivators from the school of the Emperor's Star left, Futian looked at Do Zhao and Seventh Slayer, asking, "What are you planning to do now? Do you want to see who is able to take the power here, or do you want to solve this like you were going to before?" The people of the Do tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers looked at Futian. Could he really be so arrogant? Did he think that no matter what they chose, he would be the one to take the terrifying fighting will? Each of us will take one of them? Do Zhao asked 7th Slayer. "That works," said 7th Slayer with a nod. "I'll take him." Do Zhao pointed to Yusheng. Previously, Futian had said that Yusheng was stronger than him, and he wanted to see for himself just how powerful this demonic cultivator was. He was different from Bachan. The Do tribe was famous for its attacking power, so he would not be crushed by Yusheng. He wanted to see how much of his power Yusheng could force him to use. All right. 7th Slayer looked at Futian like a hunter staring at his prey. The clan of the 7 Slayers proved their worthiness by killing. "Do you want to go outside?" asked Futian. "It will be quicker if we just do it here," answered Do Zhao. The underground palace's walls were firm and would not fall. Although it was spacious inside there and could accommodate many people, it was too narrow for people like them to fully bring their power to bear. But it would be quicker to do it here, and more dangerous. It would be a true competition with no room for tricks. He and 7th Slayer were both good at fighting. What use would there be in going outside? Really, it was the cultivators of the school of the Emperor's Star who were best suited to fighting outside. Fine. Futian had no objections. He walked towards 7th Slayer while Yusheng moved towards Do Zhao. Do Zhao's gaze became sharper, and divine light bloomed from him. His fighting will surged. The 2nd and 3rd marks of the god of battle appeared on his forehead in succession. In a flash, incomparably terrifying fighting light swept out through the underground palace. Facing someone as powerful as Yusheng, he had directly used 3 fighting seals. Bang! Do Zhao stepped towards Yusheng. He was being extremely direct. Both he and Yusheng were skilled at battle, so he did not need any fancy tricks. He assumed the demonic cultivator before him was the same. Just as he had thought, Yusheng stepped forward as well, his arms transforming into demon arms. He activated the power of the divine dragon, and everyone could faintly hear a dragon roaring. They 2 of them clashed without any hesitation, and violent splitting sounds filled the air. A terrible whirlwind swept through the area in all directions. This time, Do Zhao took a few steps back. The people of the Do tribe felt their hearts beating wildly as they watched. Do Zhao had actually been forced back. This demonic cultivator was really that powerful. Do Zhao's gaze sharpened and seemed to become more divine. Another divine mark coalesced on his forehead, and incomparably divine light suffused his body. He roared, and snapping sounds rang out from him, making it seem like his body was splitting. The image of a god of battle materialized behind him. It seemed as if he had been possessed by the god of battle. The 4th seal. He has summoned the god of battle. The cultivators of the Do tribe shook as they beheld this. Do Zhao's power had reached a new level. Demonic power rolled off of Yusheng when he saw this. The figure of a massive demon god appeared behind him at the same time. Its demonic eyes were incredibly frightening, and it seemed like all he had to do was look at someone, and they would have to kneel before him. Unparalleled demonic figures appeared all around him, seeming to regard him as their king. It was extremely spectacular. The people of the Do tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers could sense that Yusheng and Do Zhao were very similar. They were both skilled in pushing their power to its limits and at attack spells. The fight between the 2 of them was like a clash between a god of battle and a demon. They used only the most direct methods in their violent battle, and it was so overwhelming that those watching trembled. The 2 of them clashed again as everyone watched. Neither of them had used any spell attacks yet, just strength, pressure, destruction, fighting will, and demonic will. The underground palace shook, and everyone's hearts trembled continuously as well. They were so strong. If they had been faced with such power, they were sure that they would not be able to withstand it. Just the aftershocks of their violent collisions were enough to knock them back. Seventh Slayer looked over at their battle, then looked back at Futian. He pointed his spear at him, and Killing Will swept out. The Killing Will seemed to coalesce into something solid, and countless beams of it shot towards Futian. But brilliant light appeared all around Futian, which blocked them. Boom! Seventh Slayer took a step forward, thrusting his spear at Futian. The endless streams of Killing Will gathered together on his spear as it shot straight towards Futian's body. The distance between them seemed to not even exist. Any attack of theirs could reach its target in an instant. Bang! Using the Divine Elephant Stomping the Sky technique, Futian took a step forward. Divine Elephants trampled through the air, crushing all the Killing Will. The spear crashed into the elephants' massive bodies, breaking through them. But its momentum was lessened until there was no more strength in the thrust. However, in only a moment, an even more powerful stream of Killing Will burst forth, splitting into many streams that slammed into the images of divine elephants. The spear thrust out again, piercing through the air. The divine elephants that were trampling through the air were all destroyed. But Futian did not stop moving forward. With another step, more elephants were charging. They collided with the spear yet again. Whoosh! His opponent suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Futian looked up and saw a Seventh Slayer standing there holding his spear. The slaughtering will that was surging from him made it difficult to breathe, and it was growing stronger. Under the 7 tricks of the killing gods, one slaughtering will was constantly pushed to its limits. The 7th trick was powerful enough to make the earth shake and the gods weep. If it did not kill his opponent, then he himself would die. The light was so strong that it hurt to look at. It seemed to have been formed out of pure slaughtering will. 7th Slayer lashed out with his spear yet again, and a beam of light appeared in the air, cutting through everything. Futian continued forward, the 1,000 elephants still trumpeting, their voices resonating with each other. His power had climbed to its limit. He raised a fist and slammed it into this 3rd spear strike, sending his opponent backward. He had still not let him get any closer to him. A powerful wind whipped up as a storm of slaughtering will swept through the underground palace. 7th Slayer waved his spear, and many images of himself appeared. These were not exterior incarnations of him. They had been formed from his slaughtering will. He thrust his spear out with magnificent power, using the 4th trick. However, Futian's spiritual will had been increasing as they fought, growing stronger and stronger. The elephant's trumpeting made the earth shake, and the image of a divine elephant appeared within him. He pushed the power of the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor to their limits, and the elephant's mighty image merged with his body. It was as if he had transformed into an elephant himself. 7th Slayer's spear was no ordinary weapon. When he lashed out with the 4th trick of the killing gods, many beams of slaughtering light appeared in the air. The figure of a mighty elephant appeared, following Futian as he moved forward. He had summoned it. It crushed everything beneath its feet. Futian lashed out with his fist, splitting the very air itself. Many of the other images of 7th Slayer were destroyed. The people of the clan of the 7 Slayers watched the battle in shock. Dou Zhao and Yushang's battle was already incredibly furious. Now, 7th Slayer and Futian's battle was the same. The ultimate techniques of the Dou tribe and the clan of the 7 Slayers were fairly similar. One of them was based on the willpower of a fighting god, while the clan of the 7 Slayers was based on extreme slaughtering willpower. Both were able to push one's own power to the limit. Of course, the clan of the 7 Slayers technique only had 7 forms, while it was said the Dou clans had 9. The 4th spear thrust was still unable to shake Futian. More unparalleled slaughtering will entered 7th Slayer's body and into his spear. This time, he seemed like a god of slaughter. Whoosh! Divine slaughtering light shot through the air. 7th Slayer charged towards Futian again. When his spear fell, the air around them became stifling. Yi Futian did not hesitate at all. His blood surged through his veins, and the marks of the great path that were imprinted on his bones flared to life. Endless divine elephants appeared in the air and then merged into one. He thrust out a fist, and the divine elephant, with its head at the ceiling of the underground palace and its feet on the floor, charged forward, following his fist. The whole room shook. Boom! Fierce light erupted from Seventh Slayer's body as he connected the fifth and sixth spear techniques together. Slaughtering light appeared all over the huge divine elephant, followed by many cracks. It seemed like it was about to fall apart. But at that moment, the light of the deed of thorough comprehension erupted, and vigorous life will covered Yi Futian. The divine elephant reformed and gave a mighty trumpet as it forced Seventh Slayer back. He still lost. The people of the clan of the Seven Slayers were speechless as they watched this. Even the sixth technique had not been enough to wound Yi Futian. The attacks were so powerful that even the first technique could destroy someone at the peak of the Saint Plane. But even the sixth technique had not been enough to wound Yi Futian. And it was not only here. On the other side of the battlefield, Do Zhao had activated up to the sixth level of the fighting god's will, and yet he had not been able to beat Yu Sheng. The two of them were at an impasse. Soon, they would only have one last chance to attack each other. This was the same for both Do Zhao and Seventh Slayer. If Do Zhao activated the seventh level of the fighting god's will, he would pay a high price. He would be using power that was not his own, and he would no longer be in harmony with the power. The elder of the Do tribe had told him that if he activated the seventh level of his fighting will, it would be enough to threaten Huang. But after the battle, he would be weakened for a period of time. Even if he was able to beat Yu Sheng, what about what was happening on the other side of the battlefield? And if he couldn't beat Yu Sheng, it would be even worse. Moreover, was it worth doing this for these ruins? Seventh Slayer was in the same situation. It was said that if you could not kill your opponent with the seventh of the seven tricks of the killing gods, then you would be the one to die. Thus, it was obvious that this was a one-time attack. If he could not kill Yi Futian with it, then Yi Futian would be able to resist him. Do Zhao and Seventh Slayer were both in a difficult situation and were facing a hard choice. Should they act, or should they surrender? Do Zhao looked at Yu Sheng and suddenly smiled. I am skilled in fighting will, and he is skilled at the spear arts. The school of the Emperor's Star discovered this place, but what it contained was terrible fighting will and a spear. The prizes here are more suitable for the two of us. But these two who just arrived ruined our plans. This was difficult to believe. Before the battle had begun, who would have dared to think that two people would come who were powerful enough to defeat the three greatest figures of the Ziwei realm? People who were nearly as strong as it was possible to get below the Runhuang Plain. If you can withstand my next attack, then I will leave this place for you, Do Zhao said to Yu Sheng. He had clearly made his choice. He would fight. The Do tribe was naturally skilled at combat. Now that he had finally met an opponent who was a match for him, how could he not fight? Divine light flashed in his eyes, and the seventh seal of the fighting god appeared between his eyebrows. Beams of divine light burst from his forehead, and his fighting will surged. More beams of light shot out of his body, and snapping sounds could be heard as his blood boiled and his bones grew. His legs became thick and powerful, and he grew taller. His hands became stronger as well. There was a booming sound as his body continued to grow. Under the will of the seventh seal of the fighting god, his eyes seemed different than before. They had turned into the eyes of a fighting god, containing nothing but endless fighting will. The figure of the fighting god that he had summoned earlier merged with his body. He had used the will of the sevenfold fighting god to activate his ancient blood and transform into a fighting god himself. Do Zhao had completely transformed. He was no longer himself. As he stood there, everyone could feel his incomparable power. Seventh Slayer looked at him, feeling his aura. He was speechless. Even if he let loose the seventh trick of the killing gods, he would not have an aura that powerful. Do Zhao's ultimate power was stronger than his own. If Do Zhao cannot win like this, then there is no use in continue to fight, said Seventh Slayer. Could Yu Sheng really fight this? At that moment, Do Zhao was comparable to a Runhuang. His fierce will was powerful enough to make it hard to breathe. Yi Futian turned to look at Do Zhao. He was also a little surprised at the amount of power he could feel from him. He would never have thought that his first battle since coming to the God's Relic would be so violent. But this was the God's Relic, where the greatest figures of the 9 supreme realms had gathered. They were the strongest people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Could someone with an aura like this fight a Runhuang? Bang! Dou Zhao took a step forward and lifted his arms. Fists made out of fighting will shot out, seeming to break the air before them. Yusheng raised his hands to defend himself. Then there was a loud noise as he was continuously forced backward for quite a distance. But in the end, he was still standing firm, and his aura was not fluctuating too wildly. Such a strong body and soul, Dou Zhao said to Yusheng. You are the best at fighting of anyone I've ever seen. But today, the fighting we'll hear can only belong to me. Yusheng did not say anything. His eyes went dark, like those of a demon god. Demonic power spread out from him, covering his body. At that moment, demonic clouds covered the sky and then filled the underground palace. Everyone could faintly see countless demonic images appearing, bowing before Yusheng. It seemed as if Yusheng, who was surrounded by infinite demonic power, was the king of demons. Dou Zhao frowned. Yusheng's aura was changing as well. An ancient aura seemed to be spreading throughout the underground palace. A sound rang out, seeming to come from the depths of history. It sounded like demons worshipping their demon god. The Dou tribe called themselves the descendants of a fighting god. Could this demonic cultivator be the descendant of a demon god? When Yusheng had first entered the state of demonization, he had not been able to control the incredibly powerful demonic will, and would thus become extremely violent. But as he grew stronger, his control over his power grew greater as well, and things became different than before. After all, he had reached the peak of the saint level. Black demonic light filled the underground palace, and the sounds of demonic will seemed to curl through the air. Countless demonic phantoms appeared, looking to Yusheng as their master. At the same time, demonic armor spread out over his body. It seemed to have been forged out of dragon scales. A terrible, black demon dragon wrapped around him as if it were a demon child that he was raising. The dragon was terrifying in the extreme. When it looked at Dou Zhao, he could feel an incredible sense of danger. The dragon's eyes seemed to have life in them. This was the creation of an incredibly powerful demon. This was what the demon dragon had given to Yusheng. He could clearly remember that before he left, the demon dragon had pulled out his own dragon spirit, causing him unthinkable pain, and then given the power to him. This had made the dragon extremely weak. Yusheng did not know why he had done this. Wouldn't it have been enough for him to just train him in his cultivation? He could kind of sense that the dragon had some sort of feeling towards him. He probably knew him, or at least knew his master, and thus had a special understanding of him. This must have been why he had done this. He sometimes thought of what his father had said to him when he was young. He had naturally known that Futian was extraordinary, and he had said that he was born to walk the path of the emperor, and Yusheng would help him by smoothing out all the obstacles on this road. This was what he believed. As for what he himself was, he did not want to think about that too much. He strode forward, and demonic power surged through the underground palace. Thousands of demons screamed, their chi flowing out in mighty rivers. The area transformed into a demon realm, burying all the power within and blocking the slaughtering gods. In the same instant that Dou Zhao saw Yusheng move, he moved as well. In his fighting god form, he could feel an incredible amount of pressure. He stepped forward, and his eyes became divine, shooting out beams of willpower. The fighting will transformed into divine light that shone throughout the underground palace. It seemed like it would dispel the demonic power. The 7 marks of the fighting god on his brow cast dazzling light, making his power reach an even higher level. He struck out with a fist full of the fist will of a fighting god. At that moment, 2 massive figures appeared in the 100-foot-tall hall. One was a fighting god, and the other was a demon god. They completely occupied the whole underground palace. They clashed immediately, their unbreakable fists slamming into each other. Boom! The very air itself shook, and violent winds swept out. The observers activated their defenses, but they were still knocked back by the wind. Many of them had to take many steps backward and lost their footing, but their eyes were still fixed firmly on the battlefield. What level of fighting was this? In the first battle since coming to the god's relic, they had encountered such fierce resistance. Cultivators who were new to the Renhuang level would not even have been this powerful. Bang, bang, bang. Beams of divine light pierced through the fighting god's body, and it seemed like they would break him apart. A clap of thunder rang out as the fighting god's body collapsed. Dao Zhao was sent flying, and he slammed into a wall. His fighting god form disappeared, and he returned to his original size. The seals of the fighting god on his forehead went dark as well. Cough, cough. He gave a light cough, and streams of blood flowed from his mouth. Dou Zhao looked at Yusheng, then wiped the blood away. He smiled and said, I thought that in all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, there was no one below the Renhuang level who would be able to hurt me once I had activated the 7th seal, though it is not unmatched in terms of power. I would never have thought that I would lose to you in our first real battle. But sure enough, you cannot underestimate the warriors of the 9 supreme realms. I would probably have needed to activate the 8th seal to fight you. You are already very strong, said Yusheng. In reality, he did not need to be modest. He had met few people who could challenge him at that level. Probably, the man beside him was the only other one. But they were not going to fight anymore. So practically speaking, Dou Zhao was the only one. Thus, he was obviously very strong. Dou Zhao could tell that Yusheng really meant this, but for some reason, it still felt like mockery. If Dou Zhao, who had lost to him, was still very strong, did that mean he was praising himself as being even stronger? But, in the end, he had lost, and there was no use thinking about any of that. Although this fighting will is naturally suited to me, I have lost, and so I give it to you. I am sure that 7th Slayer will have no objections either, said Dou Zhao. Since he had lost, 7th Slayer had no hope of victory. He was quite confident about that. It was not possible that there were multiple people here who were stronger than him. 7th Slayer indeed had no objections and did not think about using the 7th Spear Art. Dou Zhao had been defeated in this way, and so it would be futile to fight anymore. The cost would be too high. Dou Zhao would probably have to rest for a while after this battle, which would delay his training. Let's go. 7th Slayer turned very abruptly and left without the least bit of nostalgia. They had originally come here to seize the fighting will from the school of the Emperor's Star, but since they couldn't get it, they had no reason to stay. There was no need to waste time here. Soon, all of the people from the clan of the 7 Slayers had left the underground palace. Yusheng, go and try it out, said Futian. If the fighting will was suited to Yusheng's natural power and the power of the dragon, how much stronger would he get? But Yusheng shook his head and said, I am not skilled in that sort of thing. I am not the one who should take it. You go. His impression was that there was nothing that Futian could not take if he would just reach out for it. He was fine with being called the killer of the god's relic, and Futian had some abilities that were not suitable to be used here. They might face Renhuang's later, and thus it would be more suitable for Futian to inherit the fighting will. Futian did not argue any further. He looked at Dou Zhao, and a piece of fruit of the way filled with life will appeared in his hand. He gave it to Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao looked at the piece of fruit in shock. He looked back to Futian. You are very powerful, so I'd like to be friends. If you run into any problems in the god's relic, we can work together. This fruit of the way will help you heal quickly, said Futian. Dou Zhao was silent for a while after Futian said this. But he was a clever man, so he smiled and said, I am Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe. On saying this, he took the fruit and took a bite. These 2 men who had just come were truly marvelous. We are Futian and Yusheng, said Futian. I wish to take the god's relic for myself, so I may need you to leave. Fine, said Dou Zhao with a nod. He did not say any more. He rose, then led the rest of the members of the Dou tribe out. Yusheng looked at Futian speechlessly. He was so generous, and yet he himself had none of the fruit. He did not think this because he was bitter at Futian. It was just that Dou Zhao had not needed it. He must have given it to him because Dou Zhao was straightforward. The tricks that people used in battle often reflected their personalities. Moreover, Dou Zhao was truly powerful. Of the 3 people they just fought, when Dou Zhao unleashed the 7th seal of the fighting god, he was the most powerful. If they continued on in this conflict between the 9 supreme realms, they were sure to face many more cultivators from top forces. Moreover, they still had many enemies fro before. There were several powerful forces in the heavenly mandate realm, the golden divine nation in the higher heavens realm, and now the Shun clan was their enemy as well. They did not know what the future would hold. If they could make friends with the heirs of some other powerful forces, it would certainly not be a bad thing. Who said that everyone they met in the God's Relic had to become their enemy? If they hadn't fought, they never would have met. Fighting was a way to make friends, as was shown by Dou Zhao and Yusheng's fight. After the people from the Dou tribe had left, Yusheng and Yi Futian were the only ones left in the underground palace. Yi Futian walked towards the end of the hall, where the fighting will formed an insubstantial light curtain. As he drew near, he could feel a powerful pressure. He had to work hard to make each step forward. Boom! He was sent flying backward as the fighting will entered into his body. This fighting will that had remained here coalesced for thousands of years was incredibly strong. Leaves and branches spread through Yi Futian's body. I will go outside and guard the door. Yusheng turned and left the palace. Yi Futian's life spirit was blooming, and his dazzling divine tree covered his body, stretching out through the palace. It even covered the area before him where the fighting will was. The tree swayed, and golden light bloomed from within it. An imperial seal appeared on the tree. As the fighting will was drawn into it, it covered Yi Futian as well. As the leaves and branches touched it, the fighting will was gradually absorbed by the world tree. The deed of thorough comprehension activated, and Yi Futian's body became a furnace of the great path, making the world tree absorb the fighting will even faster. It spread out even closer to the origin of the fighting will as it sucked it up. Yi Futian strode forward towards the throne, covered by the divine tree. He looked at the incomparably frightening spear and the image that looked as divine as a god. The fighting will that had not dissipated had formed the image of an ancient divine general that had remained to this day. The tree's leaves and branches covered the spear as well. When he felt the powerful fighting will within, Yi Futian slowly reached out and grasped it. Suddenly, it surged into him. His body lit up with incomparably terrifying divine light, making him look like an emperor in a world of mortals. As he swallowed up and refined the fighting will, it became stronger and stronger. It seemed like his whole body was on fire. Outside the palace, Dou Zhao sat there recovering. Yusheng walked out of the gate. "Why are you coming out?" Dou Zhao asked him. "He is inheriting the fighting will," answered Yusheng. Dou Zhao did not say anything, but he was thinking, if Yusheng is so good at fighting, why should he not be the one to inherit the fighting will? But he was not going to ask that. Before long, a figure emerged from the underground palace. Dou Zhao looked up at Yi Futian and asked, "Why are you coming out?" "I'm all finished," said Yi Futian. "What?" Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian. Who was he trying to fool? "The spear is not bad." Yi Futian reached out a hand. Light flashed, and a spear appeared there, radiant and brilliant. Fighting will was pouring out of it. Dou Zhao felt like his mind was in turmoil. Before Yi Futian and Yusheng had arrived, the three forces had already stopped fighting. But even though they had tried, they had been unable to get closer to the area covered by the fighting will. Otherwise, they would have already taken the spear and inherited the fighting will. But now, Yi Futian had done both of those things incredibly quickly. Dou Zhao suddenly felt a little bit inferior. He now understood why it had been Yi Futian who had inherited the fighting will and not Yusheng. Could this even be called inheritance? It seemed like the spear had been placed there to wait for Yi Futian to take it. As for how he had taken it, Dou Zhao suddenly remembered how Yi Futian had told them to leave. It seemed that he purposely did not want them to see what he did. But no matter what trick he had used, he had done it incredibly quickly. "Where are you planning to go next?" Dou Zhao asked Yi Futian. "To the east. Many people seem to be going somewhere in that direction." "It seems like something happened," said Yi Futian. The cultivators of the purple gold rat clan had gone out in many directions. This was not the only place where things were happening. They were happening in other directions as well. The demons of the purple gold rat clan had some tricks of their own, and their sense of smell was very sharp. The God's Relic has a lot of history. Many of the elders of the top forces have been here before, so they probably know some things about this place, just like the school of the Emperor Star, said Dou Zhao. The cultivators of the Dou tribe were not the first ones to come here. Those cultivators who had made it out alive had naturally recorded their experiences of what happened in the god's relic. Otherwise, how would they have known to follow the school of the Emperor's Star? Yi Futian gave a slight nod. However, there is something I should remind you of, said Dou Zhao. Yi Futian nodded. Go ahead. According to what the elder of my tribe said, if you continue on in one direction until you reach the end, you will run into the great relic. A look of surprise flashed in Yi Futian's eyes. When they had followed the purple gold rats, they had seen that many forces were indeed traveling in a single direction and not stopping. Was the great relic something that had truly been left behind by the gods? The gods' relic seemed to be an entire world and was said to be the tomb of the gods. But could it have been rebuilt? Yi Futian nodded again. Then, I will go into the east to have a look first, after which I will continue on eastward. When Yi Futian said this, Dou Zhao seemed to realize something, and a strange look came over his face. If you are here, then how do you know where the others are going? The more he learned about Yi Futian, the stranger he felt. What kind of person was this man? At first, it had seemed that these two had just been secretly following behind them, trying to take advantage of the situation. Now, they somehow seemed to know what was happening in other places. From Yi Futian's tone, it sounded like he even knew concrete details about what was going on. This Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao and smiled. I am using the mystical powers of the Great Path to foresee everything, both in the past and in the future. Dou Zhao's face went dark. He didn't have to tell him, but did he really have to lie so obviously? He may have been very powerful, but was there anyone in the world who would dare claim to have the power to see the past and the future? You rest here for a while. We'll go on ahead. Yi Futian was naturally joking. He took his leave and began walking off into the distance. Dou Zhao watched the disappearing figure speechlessly. The cultivators of the Dou tribe beside him looked at him and asked, How are you? I need a bit more time to recover. After saying this, Dou Zhao closed his eyes and said no more. The piece of fruit of the way that contained powerful life was truly marvelous. It was not only able to restore his life aura, but it was also able to repair his damaged spiritual willpower. The fruit contained the power of the great path of life and had infinite vitality. This was the basis of all human beings. When their vitality was strong, their spiritual will would be strong as well. The two of them were connected. When one's life aura, or vitality, grew weak, their spiritual will would grow weak as well. This is why, when people were wounded in battle, it was easier to destroy their willpower. Thus, due to this fruit, although they might have to stay behind for a little while, it would not be too long. Now, he just had to patiently recover. Those two guys did not know what kind of storm they had just whipped up in the god's relic. He would guess that those two were the greatest dark horses here. He did not know who would be unlucky enough to run into the two of them next. The entrance to the god's relic was in the City of the Ruins, which was in the Central Emperor realm. Thus, if you wanted to talk about who understood the god's relic the best, you would have to mention the top forces of the Central Imperial realm. These powers were ancient and prosperous with vast and deep secrets. Thus, they were certainly among the forces that understood the god's relic the most. Other than them, there were also the powerful elders of other top forces who had been to the god's relic before. They probably knew a little bit more. Thus, when they entered the god's relic, those forces who knew some things could head directly for their goals. For example, the school of the Emperor's Star had done this, and the Dou tribe and the clan of the Seven Slayers had followed them. The other forces besides the school of the Emperor's Star would naturally know some things about the god's relic. For example, the Yuanyang clan, Heavenly Sword Hall, and other forces had all headed directly east once they had reached the god's relic. The Yuanyang clan's formation was incredibly large. After all, they controlled the Yuanyang realm, and thus all the cultivators of that realm were their subjects and had depended on them to have a chance to come to the god's relic. Thus, once they had come here, they formed a massive and imposing formation. Zhu Qi, who had once been with Little Condor, was one of the people who came from the Yuanyang realm. At that moment, the massive crowd of people was standing outside of an ancient city. The city's gates were broken, and there were no signs of life from within. But as they stood there outside the city, the cultivators of the Yuanyang realm looked solemn. The entire massive city was covered by sword will. They could sense that the city had been pierced by countless swords, all of which seemed elegant yet insubstantial. They were all made out of sword will. This was an ancient city of swordsmanship. A great swordsman must have once ruled over it. Another force appeared outside the city in another spot. It was the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall of the myriad realm. There were not as many of them as there were of the people from the Yuanyang realm, but every one of their swordsmen had a terrifying aura of swordsmanship, and they were gazing at the city fiercely. They had felt the sword will hear from far away. In another spot, another group of imposing figures stood there. They seemed to shine with divine sunlight, and they were very swift and fierce. These cultivators had come from the solar realm and were one of the top forces of that realm, Qishao Divine Mountain. Although they were not purely focused on swordsmanship, they did teach it, and thus they had come here. In addition, a force from the heavenly mandate realm had come as well. They were a group of women, Brahma's pure sky. He was leading them. They stood a little bit farther back than the other forces. Brahma's pure sky was one of the top forces in the heavenly mandate realm, but in reality, the heavenly mandate dynasty and the celestial gate of vast heaven were the strongest. The demon realm had the divine dragons and the sky demon court. Thus, Brahma's pure sky was not at the very top. When looking at the whole of the 9 supreme realms, they did not stand out very much. Thus, He knew what she should do and what she should not do. Be careful when we go in. The whole city is filled with sword will. The young man at the head of the Yuanyang clan was wearing a robe and had an impressive bearing. After he reminded everyone of this, he strode forward towards the ancient city. Everyone was very vigilant. It was said that many people had fallen here in the past, and the sword will that was anywhere could threaten their very lives. Afterward, the people from the heavenly sword hall and Qishao Divine Mountain entered the city as well. "Let's go in," ordered He of Brahma's pure sky. The goddesses all stepped forward one by one, entering within. Once they had entered the city, sword will wrapped around them. Only powerful cultivators could protect themselves against sword will that was everywhere at once. They let it enter their bodies so they could sense it better. Outside the city, another group of figures was coming towards the city from a distance. There were 2 figures at the very front. They were Futian and Yushang. Behind them came Little Condor and the others. Although Do Zhao had told him that the great relic was at the end of this road, he was not just going to give up on the other things that he found along the way. "Should we go in?" Yushang asked Futian beside him. "If there are no Renhuangs, then there are no threats," answered Futian. "If there's anyone in there we can't handle together, we can flee." There were many sword cultivators among them, the swordmaster of Lihan, Yaya, Luoyue, and more. He himself had cultivated the sword, and thus he had decided to come there. Moreover, not long before, he had gotten a new spear and inherited some fighting will. If no Renhuangs appeared, it would be difficult for anyone to threaten him and Yushang. When he and Yushang had fought Do Zhao, and he had activated the 7th seal, that had been the most challenging battle they would face. But the sword will in this city is extremely strong. "You should all be careful," said Futian to the people behind him. Yaya and the others nodded. When Futian looked back at the city, his expression changed, becoming surprised. It seemed as if he could see through the illusion. The whole city, from top to bottom, was filled with sword will. There was nowhere left untouched. It filled the whole city. Moreover, the farther one went into the city, the stronger the sword will became. He could faintly see some Lingtian sword will. Futian and the others strode forward, passing through the broken city wall. As they entered the city, they saw that everything was in ruins. In addition to the surging sword will, there were countless sword marks left everywhere. Futian did not resist. He let the sword will enter him. More sword will spread out from him at the same time. This sword will is all different. It is actually many different kinds of sword will, the swordmaster of Lihan whispered. The sword will had obviously come from different people. "There are many broken swords here as well," said Yaya as she looked all around her. There were broken swords everywhere, stuck into the ruins. They were all filled with sword will, and had very likely been left here by an ancient sword emperor. But they could not see any corpses here. There was one possibility. They had been destroyed by the sword will. Futian walked a little further in and grasped one of the broken swords. He could feel the sword will within it. The swords are broken, and the people are dead, he said, but the people are gone, and the sword will remains. In the past, these broken swords would have been extremely valuable to him, but at his current level, they were useless. Let's go to the center of the city, said Futian as he continued forward. Sword City was barren and dead silent, but also had an incredibly tense atmosphere. There was sword will everywhere. Futian had already forged a sword body of the Great Path, so the sword will could not affect him. But many of the people behind him had to actively resist it. The whole city is locked down by sword will. What was left here? Whispered Futian. If an apocalyptic war had broken out here in the past, the ruler of the city must have left something behind before he died, which is why he had made the sword will covering the city not dissipate even after thousands of years. He wanted to seal it here. Perhaps it was just to remind future generations that he had once lived. Yaya pointed and said, "There is a sword over there." Futian saw it as well. Off in the distance, there was a sword floating in midair. Sword will was falling all around it, forming a terrifying matrix of swordsmanship. The sword will was particularly strong there, much stronger than the sword will where they were standing. However, the people who had entered the city before them seemed to be much more focused on the Lingtian sword will, and they were all heading in that direction. Futian and the others continued on through the ruins. Powerful sword will would occasionally pass in front of them. "Follow me," said Futian to those behind him. "Only walk where I walk. Do not stray from the path." Everyone nodded. They had discovered that killing sword will would sometimes fall on them. Some people who had been ahead of them had already been hit, as they found bloodstains on the ground. But there were no bodies. They had been completely destroyed by the sword will. Judging by the bloodstains, they had died not long ago. "This is getting more and more dangerous," whispered Futian. His eyes were like those of a god, able to pierce through all illusions. Moreover, he had the ability to sense danger in advance. Thus, they had been able to avoid all danger so far. Up ahead, a large group of figures had stopped and were not continuing on into the city. There were cultivators from the Yuanyang clan, the Heavenly Sword Hal, and Qishao Divine Mountain there, as well as some from Brahma's Pure Sky. They were missing a few people, and some of the people who were there were wounded. When Futian and the others reached them, all eyes turned on them. Many of them recognized him, as he had once come into conflict with the Heavenly Sword Hall because of the Swordmaster of Lihan, and had fought the people of the Yuanyang clan for Little Condor. It was only the people of Qishao Divine Mountain that he had never come in contact with. "Have you been here before?" the young head of the Yuanyang clan asked Futian. They naturally knew there would be people behind them. Previously they had not cared, but they had discovered that Futian had marvelous means of avoiding danger. Thus, they had stopped to wait for him. "I have not," said Futian. "No?" The young head of the Yuanyang clan was named Yuan Hong. A look of doubt came over his face when he heard Futian's denial. "How did you avoid the danger then?" "I can predict threats," answered Futian. "Then may we walk with you?" asked Yuan Hong. "Then, we can share all our adventures." The people from Qishao Divine Mountain and the Heavenly Sword Hall were looking at him as well. If he didn't agree, then something would happen here that was worthy of a story. Futian thought for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "All right, all of you may follow me." "Thank you." Yuan Hong had not thought that Futian would answer so sincerely. He smiled in appreciation. Futian and the others continued forward through the crowd, with Zhu Qi staring at him and Little Condor. Previously, Yu Sheng's power had shocked her, and she would never have thought that they would come here. She did not know what was going to happen. "Long time no see, Lord Yi," said Qin He of Brahma's Pure Sky with a nod. Many of the other goddesses of Brahma's Pure Sky beside her looked at Futian as well. He was obviously very familiar to Qin He. Her memories of the Battle of Brahma's Sky City were still fresh. "You are looking even more elegant than before, Goddess Qin," said Futian. Qin He nodded. Futian was walking in front of the whole group. The people from the other forces were a bit surprised. They had not thought that they might know each other, and it seemed like they were, in fact, relatively close. However, Yi Futian's formation was really quite weak. Divine light was still shining in Yi Futian's eyes as he led them through Sword City. After a while, they reached the center of the city. There was a sword palace there, in front of which stood a huge sword matrix. Countless swords were there, blocking the entrance. Hundreds of feet above the sword matrix, there was another sword floating in the air, with many beams of light shooting out of it in all directions. This was where the sword will was coming from. Some of the people's faces darkened. The sword will here had put them under a lot of pressure, so much that it had been difficult to bear. They could faintly see a faint and blurry figure sitting on the sword. It was probably the leftover will from the ruler of the city. Some people have already been here, said Yusheng. There were 6 swords stuck into the sword eyes around the sword matrix, leaving sword marks that stretched out in all directions and made the sword matrix light up in many places. This had clearly all been done by people who had come here before. However, the matrix was missing 3 sword eyes and 3 swords. If they had been taken, it probably would have undone the matrix. Of course they have. Some of our elders have been to these ruins before and told us about this place. If we can find the last 3 swords and put them in the matrix, perhaps we can then inherit the swords themselves. Yuan Hong looked up at the sword floating in the air. That sword is not as simple as it looks. Perhaps the inheritance of the swordsman who ruled this city lies within it. If that's so, then we should go find the last 3 swords, said Yi Futian. Yuan Hong nodded. We will go look for them together. We will activate the sword matrix and see whether or not we can make an adventure out of this. Yuan Hong was a leader of the Yuanyang clan, but he spoke in a friendly manner, without the least hint of arrogance. Moreover, everything seemed very harmonious here. There was no conflict. However, this was probably because the ruins were locked down and had not opened up yet. It was also probably because the Yuanyang clan was the strongest force here. Right now, Yuan Hong's only goal was to open the ruins. Once that happened, it was most likely that they would be able to get what was inside. Yi Futian nodded. All right, I know where one of the swords is. I will go get it. Yaya and the sword master of Lihan looked at him. That sword we saw before that was floating in the air, said Yi Futian. I will go get it. You wait here. He turned and left. His decisive manner made the other cultivators look at him in surprise. Why did he feel like he was free to do as he pleased? I will go with you, said Yaya. All right, said Yi Futian with a nod. The 2 of them left together. The cultivators of the Yuanyang clan and the Heavenly Sword Hall left as well, going to find the other 2 swords. How do you know that that sword is the right one? Yaya asked him telepathically. I sensed it, answered Yi Futian with a smile. Why are you doing this? Yaya did not understand. Everything that Yi Futian was doing was too honest. He did not need to do this. I know where the other 2 swords are as well, said Yi Futian. With his divine eyes, he could see through all illusions. Once he had seen that sword in the matrix, he had known that the whole city was actually within a sword matrix. Yaya looked at him in shock. If that was true, then she understood even less than she had thought. Wouldn't it be easier to wait until their opponents had been defeated and then come take the swords? Yaya, it is likely that I will become a Run Huang here in the God's Relic, said Yi Futian. The color drained from Yaya's face as she looked back at Yi Futian. Ren Huang, the once legendary plane. Would Yi Futian really reach that level? Since Yi Futian had said that, he must be able to feel how swiftly it was approaching. It was not far now. Over the years, the farther and higher I've gone, the harder it has gotten to avoid entanglements with other powerful forces. That is the drawback of strength. The stronger you get, the stronger the people you meet. And similarly, the more talented you are, the more people will pay attention to you, Yi Futian told her. Once I become a Ren Huang, I will no longer be a junior. I will be regarded as powerful by all of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. At that time, I will definitely come into contact with the other great forces. Yaya nodded. Naturally, she understood this. Once Yi Futian became a Run Huang, things would be different. With his talent and strength, he would truly attract the attention of the people of the 9 supreme realms. When a man of unparalleled talent walks alone through the world, he could possibly make the whole world his enemy. I faced this situation before in the barren state. I hope that on my way to dominate the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, I will make many more friends. Here in the God's Relic, we have many juniors, all of them heirs of many different forces. They will be in charge of their respective forces in the future. They will influence the situation in the 9 supreme realms, said Futian. He did not continue explaining. There were still some things he wanted to do, but doing them by himself, even as a Renhuang, would be nearly impossible. He was probably the most skilled person here in the God's Relic. If he had to fight, he could fight them all. But if he did that, then when he left, he would have made an enemy of all 9 supreme realms. Yaya stared at his handsome profile. Her mood seemed to change. Would Futian be able to dominate the whole world when he became a Renhuang? One can inherit the will of the swordsman who once ruled this place here. It is a wonderful opportunity, but it is also dangerous. In fact, I don't want to put you in danger. As long as you are safe, all will be well. But you and the Swordmaster of Lihan both have a chance to inherit the will. Do you want it, or should it go the Swordmaster of Lihan? Futian suddenly asked, changing the subject. Now they were talking about who would inherit the will. If the other forces knew of this, who knew how they would feel? From what he said, it was clear that despite the goodwill that Futian had expressed, he was not going to just give up on the things that he should fight for. There were some things that could only be given to the people that he trusted the most. Give it to the Swordmaster of Lihan. Even if it's dangerous, he won't want to miss this opportunity, said Yaya. She had known the Swordmaster of Lihan for many years. Very well, said Futian with a nod. Yuan Hong and the other Yuanyang clan cultivators, as well as the cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall and Qishao Divine Mountain, were waiting in front of the central divine sword matrix. After a short while, Futian and Yaya returned carrying a sword in their hands. You managed to get one? Yuan Hong exclaimed as he looked at Futian. Futian nodded his head and said, give it a try. As he said this, he waved his palm. The sword immediately flew out with a whistling sound and landed directly in one of the 9 major points of the divine matrix. Countless sword rune lines lit up in an instant. They were even more dazzling when they were lit up. Clearly, there were no issues with this sword. Many people glanced at Futian. He actually managed to find something. Yuan Hong was somewhat curious, so he asked, what makes you so sure? This sword stood out too much, Futian answered with a smile. Yuan Hong was somewhat doubtful. Was it truly so simple? Was it really that easy to retrieve the swords? If it was so easy to do so, then why had all the people who had previously entered God's Relic only managed to obtain 6 swords? Our members and the members of Heavenly Sword Hall have also discovered a sword. They are attempting to retrieve it as we speak, Yuan Hong said. Futian nodded in agreement. However, they took a long time to retrieve this sword. When they returned, quite a few people were missing, and there was even a person who was injured. It was one of the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall that was a step away from becoming a Renhuang. He and another top figure of the Yuanyang clan had joined forces to retrieve this sword. A cultivator from Heavenly Sword Hall walked up and inserted the sword into the matrix. Instantly, countless streams of sword chi burst forth from the vast divine matrix and covered the entire sword city. Only the last major point was left. Many swords were already clanking in harmony. They seemed to have formed some sort of resonance. Only one sword is missing. The rest of them looked at the divine sword matrix. They only had to obtain one more sword, and they could unlock the divine sword matrix. It would be a great fateful encounter. However, sword will was everywhere in this sword city. There were many swords dispersed throughout the city. Which sword was it? Have you discovered anything? Yuan Hong asked. The rest of them all shook their heads. Should we gather all the swords in the city and test each sword one by one? Yuan Hong continued saying. Futian was speechless. As expected of a top figure from the Central Emperor Realm's Yuanyang clan, it was difficult for ordinary people to compare with such spirit. How much effort would they have to expend in order to retrieve all of the swords in this place? Many people would most likely have to lose their lives for them to achieve such a feat. If we get it wrong, we might end up destroying the foundations of the sword matrix The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall exclaimed. Yuan Hong scowled and said, that means that our only choice is to find the last sword. Do you have any ideas on how to do so? The members from Heavenly Sword Hall all shook their heads. They did not have any leads at the moment. I know where the sword is, Futian said. Immediately, everyone's gazes fell on him. Where is it? Yuan Hong asked. Futian walked towards a spot not far to the side of the divine sword matrix. There was a broken sword there. He picked up the broken sword. He could clearly sense that the broken sword also contained a powerful sword will. He carried the broken sword and walked towards the sword matrix. Yuan Hong and the rest revealed strange looks on their faces. The sword was right beside the sword matrix. Was it also a broken sword? Many people were somewhat doubtful. Hold on, the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall cried out as they saw Futian walking towards the sword matrix. Futian looked towards them. How can you be certain that it is this broken sword? The leader of the members of Heavenly Sword Hall was renowned in the Myriad realm. He had cultivated for many years and was still a sword saint, but his ability was unfathomable. He was known as Sword Saint of Avicii. The sword matrix led me to it, Futian said as he looked towards the divine sword matrix in front of him. Are you certain? Sword Saint of Avicii opened his eyes and stared at Futian. There was a divine light in his eyes, and his gaze was extremely frightening. It won't be a problem, Futian replied. If you are wrong and the sword matrix is destroyed, you will pay the price, Sword Saint of Avicii said. After that, he did not say any more. Yusheng frowned when he heard these words. This person's tone was very arrogant. Who did he take Futian to be? Was Futian their errand boy? If Futian made a mistake, he would need to pay the price. Futian smiled and kept walking. He inserted the broken sword into the final point of the matrix. Sword will lingered, and everyone's gazes stared at the divine matrix. The next moment, the 9 swords lit up with a frightening glow. The broken sword seemed to have been restored to its original unbroken state. Divine light flickered as though divine swords were inserted in the 9 points of the matrix. At this moment, the divine sword matrix began to flow. The central pattern of the sword matrix also began to rotate. From all around, countless sword chi streaked towards the divine matrix. The sword matrix's light screen was opened, and they could now walk into it. We did it. Many people were astonished. That broken sword was actually one of the swords they needed. How did this fellow know that it was the one? Could it be that the sword matrix had actually led him to it? Futian ignored what the others thought about him. His gaze was aimed at the divine sword matrix. His eyes were extremely bright and could see through everything. Within his field of vision, the sword will in the entire city was flowing towards that divine sword. The sword will then descended into the center of the pattern. Such a sword will was something that he could not stand against. As expected, it is not something that is easily inherited, Futian thought. The members of the few top forces were about to make a move, especially the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. They were the purest swordsmanship force among the top forces. However, they had also sensed the might of this sword will. Wanting to inherit this sword will was most likely not going to be easy. It could even pose a danger to their lives. The sword matrix has opened. Please send a representative to give it a try. My side will go last. Whoever manages to get the sword can lay claim to it. How about it? Futian suggested as he faced the crowd. Yuan Hong looked at Futian and nodded his head slightly, saying, I agree. Let the various forces take turns. Futian had the greatest contribution in activating this matrix. He was already being gracious by letting them go first. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall did not say anything and remained staring at the matrix. With the strength of Futian's party, what else could he do but let them go first? Even if Futian allowed them to go first, could it be that he believed that he could still obtain the sword in the end? No matter what happened, it would never reach his group's turn. Since young Master Yi is here, we will not participate, he said with a faint smile. Other people might not know much about Futian, but she did. Moreover, there was some level of friendship between Futian and her. Since they would not be in the running, they might as well declare it. Thank you, goddess. Futian smiled as he nodded his head. Some people looked at Qin He's group. This woman had a stunning appearance, but she acted so subdued before Yi Futian. Could it be because of Yi Futian's looks? Yi Futian was indeed a fine specimen of handsome looks. However, if it was so, wasn't she too shallow? For cultivators, especially male cultivators, they did not value appearances at all. One's ability would always come first. Everyone, please go ahead, Yi Futian said with a smile. How could inheriting this sword possibly be that easy? It was not just him who knew this. The other forces also knew this. Their expressions turned slightly serious. Heavenly Sword Hall is a swordsmanship force. You may go first, Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan said to the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall, inviting them to go first. Sword Saint of Avicii's gaze turned towards the center of the sword matrix. He was not very confident. Who will go? He asked the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. They were all somewhat hesitant. If they succeeded, it was possible that they could inherit the divine sword. However, if they failed, it was possible that they would die. The first person to go would have a great but dangerous opportunity. I will go. An elder from Heavenly Sword Hall walked out. He walked towards the center of the divine matrix. In an instant, a frightening sword will flowed in. Step by step, he walked to the center of the pattern on the divine matrix. Instantly, endless sword will descended. He reached out his hand to grab hold of the divine sword. Buzz. In Sword City, endless sword will surged into the divine sword. Sword will descended, penetrating the elder's body. His facial expression changed drastically. Within his body, a powerful sword will burst forth. Even his sword spirit had appeared. Hiss. His sword will seem to form physical swords that collided with his sword spirit. The elder let out a scream. Continuous streams of sword will descended, and his body then gradually dissipated into nothingness. Those who witnessed this scene felt their hearts shiver. The elder had failed. As expected, he paid the price for failing with his life. The face of Sword Saint of Avicii turned sullen. He looked towards the cultivators from the other forces and said, "It's your turn." The cultivators of Yuanyang clan, as well as Qishao Divine Mountain, stared at the divine matrix. They had all fallen silent. Under such circumstances, they were also not confident that they could obtain the sword. We have decided to continue observing for now, the cultivators of Qishao Divine Mountain declared. Does anyone want to give it a try? Yuan Hong looked towards the cultivators of the Yuanyang clan and declared, whoever obtains it can claim it as their own. With the previous example, no one dared to act. They were all not confident that they could succeed. This divine sword was not so easy to obtain. Looking at this scene, Yuan Hong turned towards Yi Futian and said, "It seems that you all should still go first." "All right." Yi Futian nodded. He walked forwards into the center of the sword matrix. When the others saw this, they revealed strange looks. Was he personally attempting to retrieve the sword? When Yi Futian walked into the divine matrix, he felt the endless sword will descending upon him. Deed of thorough comprehension activated and became a divine furnace. 9 words circled him, and heaven and earth resonated. At the same time, inside his body, there were countless branches and leaves enveloping his core. When the sword will flowed into him, it was consumed within his body. Huh. The crowd was staring at Yi Futian. His response seemed mild. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the divine sword above him. His eyes were frightening. In this instant, he seemed to have entered the world of the sword. Within this world of the sword, there was an illusory figure that was practicing sword techniques. This is a sword spirit, Yi Futian thought. After a short while, a dull thud came from within the divine sword matrix. Yi Futian stepped out from within it. He walked out unscathed. However, he did not manage to inherit the divine sword. The Yuanyang clan and cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall all glanced bizarrely at Yi Futian. Did he manage to walk out alive? However, he must have been through a great deal. How was it? Yaya looked at Yi Futian. "I'm all right," Yi Futian said in a low voice. His heart wavered slightly as he looked at Swordmaster of Lihan and transmitted his thoughts, saying, "Swordmaster of Lihan, are you willing to inherit this sword?" Swordmaster of Lihan revealed a strange look as he looked at Yi Futian. Just now, I have already investigated it. There is a sword spirit hidden within this sword. It should have been left behind by the previous owner of the divine sword, Futian explained. If Swordmaster of Lihan wishes to inherit this sword, when you step up to the sword, you must first sense the existence of the sword spirit. Do not hesitate and directly inject your spiritual soul into the sword and merge it with the sword spirit. However, I am not certain what will happen after this. It is very likely that you will pay with your life if you fail. According to my estimation, the chances of you succeeding is only 50%. Swordmaster of Lihan was silent. He looked at Futian and asked, if it was you? 100%. Futian did not hide anything and continued saying, it is of little value to me. Hence, Swordmaster of Lihan should decide for himself. Swordmaster of Lihan had been cultivating for many years. Although his combat ability was not considered to be exceptionally powerful, his state of mind had experienced years of tempering and was extremely stable. He had also been constantly pursuing even higher levels of achievement. Hence, even though there was some risk, Futian still let Swordmaster of Lihan decide for himself. After Swordmaster of Lihan heard Futian's transmitted thoughts, he fell silent. Back then, when he was cultivating in the Emperor Xia's realm, he had always wanted to venture out after he reached the Nirvana plane. He had been in Lihan heaven for many years and had accomplished all that he had wanted to. For him, there was only the pursuit of great achievements in swordsmanship. Hence, he could only aim to step into the legendary Renhuang plane. However, for him, this step had been as difficult as reaching the heavens. Hence, he had ventured out from Emperor Xia's realm. It took him many years of trials and tribulations before he managed to traverse the boundaries and arrive in the Central Emperor realm. These past years, he had always been on the road and had endured many hardships. He had also reached the limits of his plane, but he was still far from reaching the Renhuang plane. He understood that his talents were limited. Even though his state of mind was transcendent, he still could not break through to the next realm. This was a threshold for him. Now, Futian was confident that he had a 100% chance of inheriting the divine sword. Yet, Futian had given him the opportunity. He knew that Futian was not lacking in fateful encounters. His talents were too dazzling to behold. The youth who had ascended the 33rd layer of heaven and had battled Wang Chuan back then could no longer be mentioned within the same breath as the youth before him now. On the other hand, the Swordmaster of Lihan was missing such a fateful encounter. Futian claimed that the Swordmaster of Lihan only had a 50% chance of success. If he failed, it was very likely that he would end up like the previous cultivator and pay with his life. Even if it was merely a 20% chance, it would still be worth a try, let alone 50%, the Swordmaster of Lihan exclaimed through his transmitted thoughts. If the Swordmaster of Lihan had relied on himself, it would have been impossible for him to come across such a fateful encounter. Before this, in order to enter God's relic, he had wanted to seek help from Heavenly Sword Hall to bring him along with them. It was only due to Futian's arrival, and that Futian had brought him along with him, that he had the chance of entering God's relic. Here in the Central Emperor realm, the Swordmaster of Lihan's previous status before coming here was not worth mentioning at all. Therefore, he would certainly give inheriting the divine sword a try. All right, Futian responded. He turned his gaze towards the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall and said, "Are you going to try again next?" Futian had attempted it just now. Even if the Sword Saint of Avicii tried his hand at it, he would most likely not be able to decipher the secret of the divine sword in one go. This was enough for the Swordmaster of Lihan to have this opportunity. Yes, the Sword Saint of Avicii merely responded with one word. This time, he personally came forward and walked towards the pattern of the sword matrix beneath the divine sword. If Futian could walk out alive and unscathed, what did the Sword Saint of Avicii have to fear? He wanted to see how profound this divine sword was exactly. The Sword Saint of Avicii walked into the sword matrix and felt an extremely powerful pressure. Sword will pour down on him. Brilliant golden divine light lit up around his body. His pupils looked towards the divine sword. Innumerable beams of golden light enveloped it. He wanted to directly seize it. His will swept out and was extremely domineering. Buzz. The divine matrix activated, An endless sword will float in from the entire city. Sword will kept descending upon him. A frightening scene exploded on the divine sword matrix. The sword saint of Avicii let out a low groan. His face suddenly turned pale. However, his will still did not give up on observing and invading the divine sword. He seemed to vaguely sense something. This divine sword seemed to have a spirit within it. The sword spirit seemed to have become a sword. It came towards his spiritual soul along with countless sword will. His expression suddenly changed. With a loud rumble, golden divine light flashed. He let out a dull moan, and his body immediately vanished and appeared below. The sword will tore large holes in the clothes on his body. A streak of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Is he injured? The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall looked at the sword saint of Avicii. Was he also injured? However, the sword saint of Avicii directly turned to look at the divine sword. He had already caught a glimpse of the mystery behind it. With a few more chances, he was confident that he could decipher its secret and seize control of it. Futian glanced at the sword saint of Avicii. This person was more powerful than he imagined. I will try again. The sword saint of Avicii walked forward, wanting to continue trying. Sir, Futian yelled out. The sword saint of Avicii turned and looked at him. Since we have agreed on the rules, let's all follow them. That way, we can all be amicable. They should be the ones to go next. Futian turned to look at the cultivators of Yuanyang clan and Qishao Divine Mountain. The sword saint of Avicii glanced at Futian. He had an intense penetrating gaze. At a glance, it was as though a sword was shooting over at Futian's eyes from a distance. When Futian sensed that sword will, he raised an eyebrow. However, the sword saint of Avicii did nothing after that and still backed down. Since he could not manage to do it in one try, the others should also not be able to do so. This time, Yuanyang clan and Qishao Divine Mountain did not just observe. They also personally participated. However, their attempts still ended up in failure. Futian looked at the Swordmaster of Lihan and saw him taking a step forward. Swordmaster of Lihan, Futian took out another fruit of the way and handed it to Swordmaster of Lihan, saying, "Swallow this." Swordmaster of Lihan looked Futian in the eyes and then nodded his head. He received the fruit of the way and swallowed it. The next moment, his life aura swelled up majestically. His spiritual energy was powerful, and his condition was pushed to its extreme. The crowd gave the two of them strange looks. With such a sense of ceremony, why did it seem as though this person was certain to succeed? The Swordmaster of Lihan took a step forward and entered the matrix. He faced the same sword will that the others had experienced. His life aura exploded out furiously. The sword will around him flowed. His eyes stared right at the divine sword in the air above his head. His spiritual soul directly invaded it. Unparalleled sword will descended as though wanting to eradicate him. As he withstood the extremely intense pain, there was an incredible staunch look in the Swordmaster of Lihan's eyes. Rumble. Similar to the previous cultivators, he too sensed the world of the sword and the existence of the sword spirit. The sword spirit immediately descended upon him, along with endless sword will. Before this, the sword saint of Avicii had also reached this point. However, he had evaded the sword will. The Swordmaster of Lihan did not evade it. His spiritual soul pressed forward, allowing the sword will to penetrate it as it continued to charge towards the sword spirit. In this instant, he only sensed that his entire spiritual soul was on the brink of being destroyed. It also seemed as though he was no longer a person, but instead had become a sword and was undergoing tremendous pain. The will of the fruit of the way furiously exploded at this moment. It protected his life aura and made it even stronger. The crowd faintly saw a sword in the body of the Swordmaster of Lihan. It was his sword spirit. Right now, the Swordmaster of Lihan was going through an intense struggle of choice. If I die here today, may my sword spirit return to Lihan heaven, the Swordmaster of Lihan thought. The next moment, a ferocious aura burst out from inside his body and merged into the ethereal divine sword. At the same time, the accompanying endless sword will descended. Cracks appeared on his sword spirit. Has he gone insane? Many people were looking at the Swordmaster of Lihan. However, up until now, he was actually still alive and had not been eliminated by the sword will. Before this, didn't this person want to join their heavenly sword hall? After being rejected, he had been taken away by Futian. Now, he actually wanted to inherit the divine sword. There can be no construction without destruction, Futian mumbled. He had still somewhat underestimated the might of the divine sword. Letting the swordmaster of Lihan inherit, it was indeed extremely risky. However, this was swordmaster of Lihan's decision. If something truly went wrong, Futian would definitely take action to try to save his life. However, right now, the arrow had already been drawn. They could only continue pushing forward. Ding! With a sharp whistling sound, the swordmaster of Lihan's sword spirit cracked, and the divine sword descended, appearing inches above his head. Swordmaster of Lihan's entire person seemed to have fallen into a state of absolute deadly silence. In the sky above the entire vast and endless sword city, countless sword will came down and landed on the divine sword. They then penetrated his body as though they were baptizing his figure. Futian's senses were extremely sharp. He could clearly sense the pain that Swordmaster of Lihan was experiencing now. Swordmaster of Lihan appeared to be deadly silent, but in reality, he was withstanding unparalleled pain. Tens of thousands of swords were passing through his body. The only thought in his mind was to keep on bracing it. He was facing the baptism of all the sword will in the entire sword city. Is this considered a success? Futian clenched his fist slightly as he witnessed the majestic scene in the divine matrix. If the swordmaster of Lihan succeeded, it would be a metamorphosis for him. Like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon, the swordmaster of Lihan would complete this baptism. For Futian, this would not be of much benefit. However, it was different for the swordmaster of Lihan. It would be a truly transcendent metamorphosis for him. Thump! Sword Saint of Avicii took a step forward. There was a golden divine light in his eyes. His eyes pierced through the empty space and stared straight ahead. A golden divine sword appeared with a flash. This person was actually showing signs of succeeding. Construction after destruction. This person, who had previously wanted Heavenly Sword Hall to bring him along into God's relic, was actually about to inherit this divine sword. Was Futian's prior attempt just to pave the way for this person? He also noticed this. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Futian. Did he give this fateful encounter to the sword master of Lihan? Sir, what are you doing? Futian stepped forward and stood before Sword Saint of Avicii, saying, "We have laid down the rules before this in order to be amicable and to see who is destined to inherit this divine sword. It has always been that those with ability would seize the fateful encounters of God's relic. What rules are there to speak of?" The Sword Saint of Avicii said indifferently. After he said this, countless golden divine swords appeared around him. Each divine sword was branded with golden space runes. They were very eye-catching and seemed to be able to traverse space to eliminate his opponent directly. It was not just around Sword Saint of Avicii. Many golden divine swords even appeared around the matrix. They pointed straight at the swordmaster of Lihan in the matrix. At this moment, the swordmaster of Lihan most likely could not block them. "Yushang!" Futian shouted. Yushang immediately understood and stepped out with large steps. Buzz! The golden divine swords pierced the empty space and attempted to kill the swordmaster of Lihan. However, a demonic silhouette descended from the sky. A demonic wall appeared around the swordmaster of Lihan, blocking off the space around him. When they saw this, the cultivators from Heavenly Sword Hall stepped forward one after the other, their bodies leaping into the air. In an instant, sword will covered the sky, enveloping boundless space. Countless divine swords howled and let out sharp screeching sounds. The majestic sword will contained extremely intense killing aura. They looked at Futian and Yushang. A cold look of indifference flashed past in their eyes. Since they had found out the method to inheriting the divine sword, how could they just let the swordmaster of Lihan, a person who had even requested their help to enter God's relic, do so? Futian and Yushang wanting to hold them off appeared to be a futile attempt. Those with ability can seize them? Futian looked at Sword Saint of Avicii. Of the 3 remaining swords, I alone obtained 2 of them. After opening the Divine Sword Matrix, I never thought of claiming the Divine Sword for my own, and instead let everyone contend for it fairly. Since you claim that those with ability can seize this fateful encounter, then so be it. The members of Heavenly Sword Hall revealed cold smiles when Futian said this. Could it be that he still believed that he could block their swords? Could he even block the sword of just Sword Saint of Avicii alone? At this moment, a dazzling godly spear appeared in Futian's hand. Fighting will fill the air. Alone, he was prepared to take on 10,000. He had an unparalleled aura around him. He pointed the long spear at the leading Heavenly Sword Hall cultivator, saying, "Those who step forward will die." The handsome figure stood in midair, like a white-haired god of war. At this moment, the fighting will of Futian was intense. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall frowned. Sword will surged out from their bodies too. Those who stepped forward would die. Futian was attempting to stop the Heavenly Sword Hall alone. Moreover, he had the audacity to utter such a presumptuous statement, having no respect for the Heavenly Sword Hall at all. The cultivators of Yuanyang clan stared at Futian with great interest. They had not expected him to be such a domineering figure. However, could he really stop the Heavenly Sword Hall? Swoosh, swoosh. Dazzling sword will erupted and charged towards Futian ferociously. A swordsman beside the Sword Saint of Avicii took a step forward. Countless hurricanes and storms appeared all around them as a myriad of swords was unleashed from the eyes of the storms, aiming straight for Futian. The swords attempted to tear the space apart. Those who stepped forward would die. He wanted to see for himself how he would die. Buzz. Futian's figure moved. His arm shook, and the spear became a beam of light that directly charged into the storm. With just his body of flesh and blood, he pierced right into the eye of the storm. At this moment, a golden hole seemed to appear in the storm. A godly spear appeared and swept across the sky. Bang! A soft thud sounded. The swordsman that had attacked saw a golden illusion. The next moment, the spear directly pierced through his glabella. Fresh blood seeped out. The scene was horrifying. How is it possible? This final thought emerged in the swordsman's mind. After that, his consciousness dimmed, and his spiritual soul shattered. His body directly plummeted down to the ground. He was killed in one blow. "I am not fooling around," Futian said indifferently as he pointed his spear at the members of the Heavenly Sword Hall before him. A suffocating sword will envelop the space around them. Many sword spirits directly appeared from thin air and floated behind the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Not fooling around. He actually killed someone. Alone, Futian stood in midair in front of the cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall, threatening that anyone who stepped forward would die. This scene was extremely embarrassing for the members of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Not only was it because one of their companions had fallen, but it was also because this was a disgrace for the Heavenly Sword Hall. A person who had wanted to join Heavenly Sword Hall in order to enter God's relic had now snatched the teachings of the Divine Sword from right in front of them. As for them, they were being held back by a man with a spear. As the strongest swordsmanship force in the myriad realm, the Heavenly Sword Hall had never encountered such a disgrace. Moreover, this time, their commander was the powerful Sword Saint of Avicii. The cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Hall wielded their sword spirits together. They mainly cultivated sword spirits. Their sword spirits were very powerful. Each sword spirit had frightening rune lines imprinted on them. Their way was imprinted on them. A sword spirit guiding a cultivator in their cultivation could increase the chances of them breaking through to the Renhuang plane. Each sword spirit was forged through many hardships. When they reached the Renhuang plane, their sword spirits could directly serve as the foundation for their divine wheel of the Great Path. In an instant, countless sword spirits pointed towards Futian at the same time. It seemed as though the space was about to be ripped to shreds. Each sword spirit contained different ways, but they were all very sharp. Sword will howled with sharp, ear-piercing screams. Who could possibly survive an attack from so many of these swords? This time, they wielded their swords but did not advance. It seemed that the death of the person before had caused them to grow cautious, even though they were dissatisfied. On Futian's body, Renhuang-level fighting will furiously burst forth. He had an imposing aura. Yi Futian stood alone against so many of them. He became a peerless god of war. With a spear in hand, he was invincible. The swords attacked, and the space was torn apart. The sharp howl of swords ringed in the ears of all present. Destructive winds filled the air. Countless sword spirits attacked Yi Futian at the same time, all of the swords flying together. Each of them was an extraordinary weapon. This scene was grand and domineering. Yi Futian took a step forward. His fighting will that was bursting forth swelled to its limit. Great path aura surged forth. The spear in Yi Futian's hand pierced forwards into the space. Although he had not practiced spear techniques, he had practiced halberd techniques. Their great paths were interconnected, and there were similarities between spears and halberds. The spear was like a dragon that rumbled forward with an unparalleled fighting will. Rumble. A dull sound exploded in the space. Once the spear landed, the entire space before Yi Futian was blown apart. The sword spirits trembled violently. Cracks even appeared on some sword spirits. The sword shook, and some sword spirit immediately shattered while cracks appeared on others. Dull sounds reverberated in the surrounding space. Many people spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. Their faces turned pale. The sword will of some of these people dissipated, their auras rapidly weakening. In just an instant, the auras of the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall were drastically weakened. One spear. It was still just one spear. Everyone else was astonished. This white-haired youth was actually powerful to such an extent. Who could receive a strike from his spear? With him standing there, no one could take a step forward. Among the Yuanyang clan, Zhu Qi was shocked. The master of the Black Wind Condor was so powerful. His abilities were actually so terrifying. It actually was as that despicable Black Wind Condor had said. Compared to Yi Futian, the monstrous figures that she knew of paled into insignificance. Among Yuanyang Palace, the ruling power of the Yuanyang realm, who could take a hit from this spear. Even among the members of the Heavenly Sword Hall of the 9 Supreme Realms, no one could do so. It was even more so for them, a force from a lower world ruled by the Yuanyang clan. She recalled that this person had a friendly attitude, and that he had actively sought out the swords for the crowd. He had also suggested that they all took turns to try and inherit the divine sword based on destiny and luck. Zhu Qi had believed that he had done so because he was weak. Now, as she looked at him again, he was so outstanding. It was as though the person from before and the person now were two completely different people. Let alone Zhu Qi, even the commander of Yuanyang clan, Yuan Hong, was extremely astonished inside. That spear strike was definitely stunning. This person's elegance and talent were comparable to the figures at the pinnacle of the 9 realms. Such a person was actually a nobody. Yuan Hong had not known of him before this. Yuan Hong even believed that today's contest for the divine sword was unrelated to this white-haired youth. After all, Yi Futian's group was weak. Such a lineup could not possibly contend for the divine sword. Even if Yuan Hong followed the agreement and did not contend for it, would the other forces also agree to do so? Just as Yuan Hong had predicted, Heavenly Sword Hall did not agree to this and directly attacked. When Heavenly Sword Hall snatched the divine sword away from the swordmaster of Lihan, Yuan Hong would then snatch the divine sword away from Heavenly Sword Hall. However, Yuan Hong had not imagined that a man and a spear was standing against Heavenly Sword Hall. When one man guarded the pass, 10,000 men would not be able to get through. The spear in Yi Futian's hand emanated a powerful Renhuang-level fighting will. It was most likely an item he acquired from God's relic. With Yi Futian's talent, the person who inherited the divine sword by right should not be the swordmaster of Lihan. Unless, Yi Futian intentionally gave up the opportunity to the swordmaster of Lihan. Yi Futian's attempt prior to this was not to inherit the divine sword, but to examine it and search for ways to inherit it. Moreover, he had successfully carried out what he had intended to do. Hence, they witnessed the success of the swordmaster of Lihan, giving up the teachings of the divine sword willingly. What kind of disposition was this? Did he look down on such teachings? As the direct heir of the Yuanyang clan, Yuan Hong was well aware that God's relic was not a site left by modern-age swordsmen. It was an ancient battlefield. The teachings left here were a complete great path. The reason why God's relic caused such a huge commotion in the Nine Realms was that many fateful encounters were hidden here. Anyone who was fortunate enough to seize it would leave this place as an extraordinary renhuang. The maidens of Brahma's pure sky stared at Futian. Their eyes glistened with light. He had grown stronger, far stronger than when they met him at Xintian Pavilion. Right now, even if he was faced with Tianyu again, the latter would most likely be no match for him. Besides, Qin He was Virgin Genie of Brahma's pure sky. In the past, she visited the prophet when she was in the demon realm. She first met Futian there. Suddenly, she recalled an incident. Back then, not long after Futian had entered the prophet's palace, the prophet committed suicide. Since then, there was no prophet in this world. Prior to his death, the prophet had prophesied that there would be a huge occurrence in the heavenly mandate realm. Everyone had their attention drawn to Gu Tianxing and Gu Donglu, so nobody drew a connection between the death of the prophet and Futian, the last person whom the prophet had met before he died. However, as Jeannie recalled this incident now, she was struck by the sudden realization. Her heart was throbbing. Could it be that Futian was the one who would transform the heavenly mandate realm, as predicted by the prophet in his prophecy? If the death of the prophet was related to Futian, what was the hidden story behind the case? Futian and Yushang guarded the pass, ensuring that no one could disrupt the swordmaster of Lihan from inheriting the teachings of the divine sword. The party from Taishan Mountain was a tad bit jealous of the swordmaster of Lihan. Futian treated this swordsman really well. The swordsman was most likely a senior that Futian had a lot of respect for. Hence, Futian offered such an important fateful encounter to him. Endless sword will circulated. All the sword will in the entire sword city continued to gush towards the sword matrix, where the swordmaster of Lihan was. As weak as he was, his body persevered through this stage. His sword will gradually recovered in his body, strengthening him once again. In front of Futian, the sword saint of Avicii's pair of golden eyes remained fixed on him. As expected, no one from Heavenly Sword Hall could take one step further. In the previous attack, only swords had been sent out. No one had advanced. However, the sword saint of Avicii had not sent out his sword. Dazzling golden light emanated from the body of the sword saint of Avicii. In his figure, a divine sword with countless golden rune lines appeared. It hovered above his head. He formed sword mudra with both of his hands. In an instant, sword shadows covered the sky. With Futian's body as the center, countless divine swords imprinted with golden rune lines appeared, blocking out the sky. Beams of divine swords descended, forming a frightening spatial sword veil. They actually formed an astonishing light shroud that sealed Futian within it. Spatial divine swords. Futian raised his head and glanced around. There were golden divine swords everywhere around him. The divine sword in midair above the sword saint of Avicii's head seemed to be a sword spirit that had merged with a Runhuang implement. It emanated a gorgeous Runhuang light. Swords resonated with clanking sounds. Endless spatial divine swords floated in the sky. Go! The sword saint of Avicii uttered this word. Divine swords swept across the space towards Futian, almost all at the same time. In the sky above, countless spatial divine swords traversed the space and descended instantly, slashing across from afar. Rumble. A savage fighting will erupted from Futian. As he took one step forward, the air around him tightened as though the space was under his choke, slowing down the speed of the swords. Billowing fighting will surged out from Futian's body. He lunged, and the spear went for its target. In an instant, the overwhelming fighting will was transformed into countless spear shadows, colliding with the divine swords. The heavens and earth shook. Destructive power swept up into the sky. However, Futian's body instead became a beam of brilliant divine light that immediately pierced through the space and charged straight ahead. The spear's straight tip landed on the strongest divine sword. A brilliant glow was emitted. The divine sword flew back, and the sword saint of Avicii let out a dull groan. A formless power sent his body flying backward from the shock. He collided into the cultivators of the heavenly sword hall behind him before finally coming to a stop. Cough. A soft cough was heard. A streak of blood flowed out from the corner of the mouth of the sword Saint of Avicii. It was still just one spear. It was invincible. With one skill, he countered all other techniques. With a long spear, Futian blocked in front of Heavenly Sword Hall. Whoever stepped forward would die. In all the 9 realms, there were very few people that were as imposing as he was now. The sword Saint of Avicii raised his head and looked at Futian. The tip of the spear still emanated frightening fighting will. The will of a god of war also lingered on Futian's body, causing his combat ability to be extremely powerful. The sword Saint of Avicii was very aware of his own ability. He could not be described as weak. In the Myriad realm, he was one of the pinnacle figures below the Runhuang plane. Even among the 9 realms, he could still be ranked among those at the top. However, in his first battle after entering God's Relic, Heavenly Sword Hall, which was led by him, was being held off by a man with a spear. This made him feel somewhat depressed. Although he knew that God's Relic would certainly be full of strong cultivators this time around, and that there would be no lack of heaven-defying monstrous existences, as someone who was peerless below the Runhuang plane in Heavenly Sword Hall, the Sword Saint of Avicii still believed that he had a fighting chance. He felt that he was qualified to battle against the pinnacle figures of the 9 realms. This crushing defeat even made him doubt his own ability. Futian was also looking at him. He retracted his arm and lowered the long spear in his palm. As Futian stood there, he was like a peerless god of war. No one could advance past him. Prior to this, he had used very gentle means for them to contest for the divine sword. His method did not offend nor cheat people, and prevented the top forces of the 9 realms from forging grudges. However, if such a party insisted on defying their agreement, he could only use his ability to force them to submit. "Do you still want to try?" Futian said as he looked at the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall. The Sword Saint of Avicii glanced behind Futian. The Swordmaster of Lihan was inheriting the divine sword. All the sword will in the entire Sword City was surging towards him. From the looks of it, the Sword Saint of Avicii would not be able to seize it from him anymore. "Let's go," the Sword Saint of Avicii immediately ordered. He then turned to leave. This was not the only ruin in God's Relic. There were other, greater fateful encounters to be contested. Although they had failed miserably here, their combat ability was not weakened by much. They still had the ability to put up a fight. If the Sword Saint of Avicii continued to fight Futian to the death, he could not predict what kind of price he would have to pay in order to kill Futian. The cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall retreated after the Sword Saint of Avicii. They also looked at the Swordmaster of Lihan with deep looks in their eyes. Among them was the swordsman who had crossed swords with the Swordmaster of Lihan back then. They all felt somewhat dissatisfied. They might have felt better if Futian had inherited the divine sword himself. However, for a person who found it hard to even enter God's Relic to inherit the divine sword, they naturally found it hard to accept this. They could only say that this person's luck was heaven-defying. This fateful encounter would most likely change his destiny. Although, as of now, they still did not know what benefits the divine sword would bestow onto the Swordmaster of Lihan. The accumulation of the sword will in all of Sword City, together with that divine sword, was enough to cause him to undergo a metamorphosis. He had already destroyed his own sword spirit and was now reconstructing it. Very quickly, the cultivators of Heavenly Sword Hall left one by one. The members of Qishao Divine Mountain also did not say much and did not even leave behind any words before turning to leave decisively. Since someone had already inherited the divine sword, and they also had no confidence in taking down Futian, remaining here was a waste of time. Brahma's pure sky would naturally not contend with Futian over the divine sword. However, Qin He did not leave and instead remained there. Although currently Qin He had improved greatly and was already halfway to reaching the Runhuang Plain, she still knew her own limitations well. Her abilities would be top tier in the Heavenly Mandate realm, but in the 9 realms, she held no advantage. She could not contend against Futian. Right now, there was an opportunity before her to travel together with Futian. Currently, only Yuanyang clan still had the ability to contest for the divine sword. Futian turned his gaze towards Yuan Hong. However, Yuan Hong smiled and said, "Congratulations." Since the relic has been obtained by you, we will be taking our leave. Many thanks, Yi Futian replied while nodding in appreciation. Among the few forces, the Yuanyang clan from the Central Emperor realm posed the largest threat to them. For Yuan Hong to voluntarily give up this divine sword was naturally the best outcome. Yi Futian did not have to worry about offending them as well. I'm Yuan Hong from Yuanyang clan. May we meet again, Yuan Hong said while saluting Yi Futian with his fists. I am Yi Futian, a disciple of Sky River Temple of the Tianhe realm. May we meet again, Yi Futian replied. Sky River Temple was the name of the organization name of Sky River Great Elder when he was teaching swordsmanship in the past. It also referred to the mountains where the elder resided. Yi Futian came to the Central Emperor realm as a disciple of Sky River Great Elder. Naturally, it was most suitable for him to declare himself as a disciple of Sky River Temple. Moreover, his master was Qi Xiangang, who was indeed a disciple of Sky River Temple. The Tianhe realm. Yuan Hong had heard of it before. In the past, a huge conflict erupted between Shen clan and the Tianhe realm. It was caused by that. Could it be that Yi Futian was related to it? Yuan Hong did not dwell on this thought. With a smile, he led his army and left. Here, no one else was contending with Yi Futian now. Only then did Yi Futian look in the direction where Brahma's pure sky was, saying, Goddess Qin, is your group not planning to take a look at other places as soon as possible? We will travel with young Master Yi, Qin He answered with a smile. Yi Futian was stunned. Qin He's eyes revealed a glint of joy. It was enchanting. Why? Does young Master Yi not welcome us? For Goddess Qin to be willing to travel with my party, it's a hard-to-come-by opportunity, Yi Futian said with a smile while nodding. He did not reject them since it had been his hope to get to know Brahma's pure sky more. With Brahma's pure sky, he still had unfinished business. Thank you, young Master Yi. Qin He bowed slightly. The virgins from Brahma's pure sky stared at the two of them. Back when they first met at Shintian Pavilion, if Yi Futian had truly ventured there for virgin Qin He, and they had ended up together, their love story would have been the stuff of legend. The two of them were a match made in heaven. Clearly, all the virgins from Brahma's pure sky regarded Yi Futian as a suitable husband candidate. Even if their greatest beauty, virgin Qin He, would have to lower her status to marry him, the rest still thought of them as a good match for each other. The virgins were all impressed by Yi Futian. Before this, everyone had considered Gu Donglu and Zhan Yuan as the most outstanding people among this generation of the heavenly mandate realm. Now, the virgins felt like Yi Futian should instead be regarded as the most exceptional one. Yi Futian knew nothing about their thoughts. His gaze shifted to look at the swordmaster of Lihan. At this moment, the space surrounding the swordmaster of Lihan had become a cocoon of swords. Countless sword will crisscrossed and enveloped his body inside the cocoon. The sword will in the entire sword city flowed here. From being very weak, his aura recovered and became even stronger and more powerful. It was as though he could faintly resonate with the endless sword will all around him. The divine sword contained a sword spirit within it. Now, this sword spirit had already fused together with the spiritual soul of the swordmaster of Lihan, and they had become one. His sword spirit had been reforged, being reconstructed after being destroyed. Right now, the swordmaster of Lihan himself saw that he had completely entered a certain state. It was as though he had become a sword. He was the center of this world of the sword. He could sense sword will in the entire sword city. It seemed as though his will was everywhere. Yi Futian quietly waited on him. He did not know how long the swordmaster of Lihan would remain in this condition. After a period of time, there was some strange movement in the sword will surrounding the swordmaster of Lihan. An intense wave of sword will appeared around his body. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the area in the sky above. An extremely miraculous sensation swelled up inside of him. It seemed like the swordmaster of Lihan could already control the sword will in the surrounding space. It felt like there was a willpower that permeated all around them. That was the will of the swordmaster of Lihan. Right at this moment, the swordmaster of Lihan opened his eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and called out, Futian. Swordmaster of Lihan, how do you feel? Yi Futian looked at the swordmaster of Lihan. The gaze of the swordmaster of Lihan was sharper than before. His temperament also seemed to have changed. It was as though he had gained a true body for swordsmanship and had become a sword himself. I feel that I can take that final step to reach the Runhuang Plain. I also feel completely different from before. This sensation is hard to describe, the swordmaster of Lihan said. Yi Futian revealed a smile. From the looks of it, the swordmaster of Lihan had already completed his metamorphosis. Have you had a breakthrough in terms of plane? Yi Futian asked. It seems as though everything is within my grasp, the swordmaster of Lihan replied. You should be in between the Saint Plain and the Runhuang Plain. Once you pass this point, you will be a Runhuang, Yi Futian explained. The swordmaster of Lihan nodded his head slightly. I no longer need to be guarded, but I still need to cultivate for some time. I do not know how long I will need. God's relic has many more fateful encounters in store. You do not need to stay here and guard me. Go ahead and seek out fateful encounters of your own. Yi Futian had already done more than enough for him. Yi Futian had given him a fruit of the way and had given such an important opportunity to him that made him go through a metamorphosis. This debt of gratitude was difficult to express in words. He could only remember it in his heart. All right. Yi Futian also did not refuse. As the swordmaster of Lihan had said, they indeed could not afford to delay any longer. Before this, he was concerned for the safety of the swordmaster of Lihan. However, now that the swordmaster of Lihan had already gained control of all the swordwill in Sword City, even if Heavenly Sword Hall returned here, they would no longer be able to do anything to him within this Sword City. Swordmaster of Lihan, I will go on ahead first. After you have finished cultivating, head east. I will be heading in that direction, Yi Futian said. All right. When I am done cultivating, I will come find you, the swordmaster of Lihan replied as he nodded. I will be off. Yi Futian did not say any more. After he uttered these words, he turned and left the place. The others glanced at the swordmaster of Lihan. Some were calm, and others were in awe of him. They followed Yi Futian and left the place together, hoping that they would also come across other opportunities. Yaya, would you think badly of me? Yi Futian asked Yaya, who was beside him, as his group traveled at high speeds across the sky. After seeing the metamorphosis of the swordmaster of Lihan, he did not know whether Yaya would have any thoughts regarding this. Will you mistreat me? Yaya asked as she turned her gaze and looked into Yi Futian's eyes. Yi Futian was stunned. He replied with a smile, I won't. Yaya shifted her gaze and did not say any more, as though Yi Futian himself already knew the answer. This made Yi Futian speechless. He felt pressure as heavy as a mountain weighing down on him. Head east, Yi Futian instructed. The purple god rats that had scouted out the various directions discovered that many top forces were traveling in this direction. This place was previously the lands of a realm. Many ruins had been searched by people before. Yi Futian might be able to obtain the things that they had left behind and had not taken away, but for him, these things would not give him any substantial benefit. He went to 2 different places and had guarded the swordmaster of Lihan for some time. He could not continue to delay any longer. Hence, he was prepared to fly past all the ruins that they passed by along the way and head forward at full speed to the end. Dojia would most likely not have lied to him. His group traveled extremely fast. They were like shooting stars that swept across the sky in God's relic. However, they were not the only ones to do so. Right now, from all corners of God's relic, people were rushing over at full speed. Some of the fastest ones were the top forces of the Central Emperor realm. They had more intel, and they had a clearer goal than those from other realms. While heading east, Yi Futian ordered the members of the Purple Gold Rat clan to head in the 3 other cardinal directions as well. Dojia claimed that after entering God's relic, they would encounter a great relic if they headed in one direction. Did that mean that there would be different relics in different directions? Why was that so? The Purple Gold Rats made haste as they headed north, south, east, and west. The range that Yi Futian could sense was also constantly expanding. However, after traveling for a period of time, Yi Futian, who was heading east, suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed a strange look. What's wrong? Yaya, who was beside him, asked as she looked at him. Yu Sheng also looked incredulously at Yi Futian, who had suddenly slowed down. Yi Futian's brow revealed a look of contemplation. He looked towards Luoyue and asked, "You heard Lord Taishin mention about God's relic on Taishin Mountain. Have you ever heard about what sort of places these great relics are in?" Luoyue shook her head. Taishin Mountain's knowledge of this place is also limited. Yi Futian understood. Taishin Mountain's ability was average. It was likely that they did not know much. In comparison, a force like Divine Palace might know more about these great relics. Is something wrong? Luoyue asked. Yi Futian nodded. When we entered God's relic, due to the fact that the spatial doors were all in different places, we all ended up in different regions. However, we still could sense each other's auras from far away. That meant that the distance between us was not too far, and that we were all still in the same region. Under such circumstances, if all of us headed out in different directions, shouldn't we have ended up heading further away from each other? Of course, Luoyue replied as she nodded her head. If it was so from the start, then why is it that we ended up closer to each other? Yi Futian asked. He noticed a strange phenomenon. He and the members of the Purple Gold Rat clan were originally heading in different directions. Before this, the distance between them was also indeed growing larger. However, as they continued forward, the Purple Gold Rats, who were traveling in one direction, seemed not to be moving further away from him, but instead were drawing closer. He thought that he had sensed it wrongly. After all, when he controlled the Purple Gold Rat clan, he could faintly sense how far away from him they were. However, he could not determine their exact location. He could only get a rough feel. However, as they continued, he sensed a similar sensation coming from the members who went in the other two cardinal directions. He could not help but be suspicious of the possibility that they were actually coming closer together. "There is one possibility," Xia Qingyuan said. "What possibility is that?" Yi Futian asked. "Suppose this God's relic is a single plane of existence, a spherical world like a planet. Then, if we appeared in the same region and then headed in opposite directions, the distance between us would first increase and then decrease," Xia Qingyuan explained. "You are right," Yi Futian nodded. Xia Qingyuan's deduction was the same as his. "Let us continue on our way," Yi Futian did not say anymore. He kept this in mind and continued heading east with haste. The sensations he felt after this also confirmed his hypothesis. The distance between him and the Purple Gold Rats was indeed getting closer. After a long while, an endless wasteland appeared before Yi Futian and the others. The members of the Purple Gold Rat clan that headed in the other three cardinal directions were still heading forward in haste. However, Yi Futian already discovered that the distance between them was already very near. Of course, this was relatively speaking. If they continued to head forward, they would end up gathering at one spot. Based on what Do Zhao had described, they would encounter a great relic by heading in one direction. Was it possible that the great relic that they encountered at the end of the four cardinal directions was actually the same relic? It was just that nobody knew that it was the same relic? That meant to say that the people who entered God's relic before this had never traversed the entire place. "We should be arriving soon," Yi Futian said in a low voice. If Do Zhao's information was not wrong, each direction had a great relic. That meant that it could only be at the intersection point of the four cardinal directions. In this place, he could already see the remnants of the will of humans. There seemed to have been a huge battle here before. What is that? Yaya looked into the distance across the barren mountain range. In front of them, they could see a huge golden skeleton standing erect in the wastelands. They sped up and headed over to the giant skeleton. "It's a dragon corpse," Yi Futian mumbled. This skeleton was tens of thousands of meters long. Its size was gigantic. Lying here, up close, it was a striking sight to behold. One could imagine how powerful a divine dragon it was when it was alive. Unfortunately, now it was just a pile of bones. However, even as a pile of bones, it still contained intense will. "No one has actually taken this away," Luoyue exclaimed. "Take it away?" Yi Futian said. "Why don't you try to take this away from here?" Luoyue was stunned. She took a step forward and touched the dragon bones. She wanted to try and lift one of them up, but she discovered that the dragon bones that stood erect in this wasteland did not budge. She could not lift them at all. "A golden divine dragon leaves behind golden bones," Yi Futian explained in a low voice. This one was at the Demon Emperor level. One single bone is enough to create a Renhuang implement. Such a huge golden dragon corpse is practically an absolute treasure. However, the people who can enter God's relic are at lower planes. They cannot lift it and hence cannot take it away with them. Even those who broke through to the Renhuang plane in God's relic could not do so. What a waste. The value of the bones of this golden divine dragon is immeasurable, Luoyue exclaimed softly. The rest of them understood how she felt. There was such a treasure here, but no one could take it away. It was very frustrating. The people who had come to God's relic before this must have also felt this way. There seems to be more up ahead, Futian said. He felt a will that was all around them. Up ahead, there was an extremely frightening area of flames. The group continued to advance along the wasteland's mountain range. Not long after, they saw another pile of huge bones. These bones contained a very powerful will of fire. It caused the area where it was to be marked red. It was as though this was an area of flaming mountains. The temperature was exceptionally high. A fire kylan. The group trembled inside when they saw the bones of the huge divine beast. This was the skeleton of a huge fire kylan. It had set this area ablaze. Even from where they stood, they could sense its intense will. If it was a person who cultivated flames, they could even gain insight into their cultivation here. What was this place? Xiaqing Yuan was shocked. This mountain range in the wasteland was deadly quiet. However, the corpses of these dead divine beasts astonished everyone. It was difficult to remain calm in this place. What exactly had happened here? Were gods truly buried in the tomb of the gods? Could it be that there was a graveyard waiting for them further ahead? They continued forward. Very quickly, they saw another extremely frightening huge beast. Its pair of wings were outspread and blocked out the sky, casting a shade over the vast space. Even though it had fallen and was just standing erect there in the wasteland, it was still a king of demons. It stood there, posed as though it was roaring towards the sky. A golden-winged giant pung bird. The corpse of this golden-winged giant pung bird was complete. It was not a skeleton. Its flesh was still intact. It emanated bright and divine golden light, and its color had not faded even after countless years of exposure. Its proud head was that of a king of the sky. However, its spiritual soul was already destroyed, and it no longer had any life aura. If one could control the corpse of this golden-winged giant pung bird, even a Renhuang would not be able to harm it. These frightening demons and divine beasts were all killed by humans. Why were these corpses here? What else lay ahead? Futian's group continued on their way. Many other skeletons of Demon Emperor-level beasts could be seen as they made their way forward. It was as though this was a cemetery of divine beasts. At long last, Futian spotted a human silhouette. It was also the silhouette of someone that he was familiar with. It was the pinnacle figure of Sky Demon Court, June. In the demon realm, June was equally famous as Dragon God Longchen. He was comparable to the crown prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Tianyu of the human cultivators. Right now, he appeared to be sitting and cultivating in front of a beast's corpse. The beast was a three-legged golden raven. It was homologous with June. June's original form was also a three-legged golden raven. Seemingly sensing something, June opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Futian's group. "You all have also arrived," June noted. "What is this place?" Futian asked. "I do not know. Sky Demon Court has records of a divine beast cemetery in the eastward direction of God's relic." "It turned out to be true," June said. "I was wondering whose handiwork was this to have caused all the demon emperors to submit to them." "You mean to say that all these demon emperors had a master when they were still alive?" Futian exclaimed. "That's right," June nodded his head and said, "I sense that this region of beasts is a habitat created by a supreme being for nurturing beasts to guard this place." "Nurturing demon emperors?" Futian looked at June. He had to say that this idea was extremely bold. June nodded. "Quite a number of people have gone ahead. Take a look and you will understand." Futian raised his head and looked ahead. He also sensed the frightening aura coming from that direction. He could faintly see unparalleled divine light shining radiantly from there. What was over there? He did not hesitate, moving forward directly. After they traversed through the barren mountains, they saw dazzling divine light glowing. When they reached an elevated spot on the barren mountains, Futian came across some familiar figures. Many members of the demon clan from the heavenly mandate realm had gathered here. Members from other forces, such as Sky Demon Court, Dragon Gods, and Divine Elephants were present too. Besides that, Futian also saw many other cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm. They were cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty, Violet Heavenly Palace, and 10,000 Divine Mountain, including the cultivators of Brahma's pure sky who came together with Futian. It seemed that all the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm had assembled here. Other than that, there were also some top forces from the higher heavens realm. Of course, some other top forces from the 9 realms were here as well. The top forces of the 9 realms were distributed across the 4 cardinal directions. Top forces from various realms could appear at any of the 4 cardinal directions. However, the top forces from the heavenly mandate realm had actually all appeared in this corner. No one was certain as to whether their gathering was a coincidence, or they had spied on and followed each other here. Futian's arrival attracted the attention of many people. When people from the heavenly mandate realm saw him together with Virgin Qin from Brahma's pure sky once again, they revealed strange looks. Were the two of them truly not in a relationship? Many people could not help but stare in the direction of Tianyu. However, Tianyu also had an exquisite beauty standing beside him. She was elegant and cool, as expected of Man from Divine Palace. Both Tianyu and Man gave Futian a glance. Then, they saw Qin too. Is that the virgin from Brahma's pure sky? Man asked Tianyu softly. She could more or less guess Qin identity. Tianyu nodded. Man examined Qin carefully. Was this maiden the person whom Tianyu almost married due to the arrangement of the clan? Although Man cultivated in the Shangxiao Divine Palace, she was not from higher heaven's realm. Instead, not only was she from the Snow Divine Kingdom, a top principality from the Shadow Realm, but she was also the princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom. The Shadow Realm and the Solar Realm were 2 opposite realms. Each contained the qi of ultimate yin and ultimate yang. In the Snow Divine Kingdom, it was covered by extremely cold snow year-round, and the cultivators there were also extremely cold in nature, like the unmelted ice of thousands of years. The Snow Divine Kingdom dispatched Man to Shangxiao Divine Palace in the hopes that she would cultivate at other peak forces and learn from them. After Man had cultivated in the Divine Palace for so many years, her temperament had indeed changed a great deal. Her unique characteristics inherited from the Snow Divine Kingdom could no longer be observed in everyday life. However, at this moment, the people around her exuded an extremely chilling sensation, and even their eyes were like ice and snow. One look was enough to turn the others into frost. Futian naturally also felt the gaze from Tianyu and Man. He and Qin both turned their gazes and looked over there with an indifferent expression. In the past, Tianyu, the crown prince of heavenly mandate dynasty, might have been able to give him certain pressure, but now, this crown prince of the divine dynasty could no longer pose any threat to him. His gaze didn't linger on Tianyu for too long before he moved his eyes away and looked toward that extremely dazzling place in front of the crowd. What place is this? Futian saw the magnificent scene in front of him, and his heart trembled. What he saw was a brilliant temple interwoven with an incomparable space light beams. Here, the temple stood upon the mountain in the wilderness, and it completely covered this space. Its immensity was incomprehensible. Even divine will could not perceive its boundaries. Divine items, divine implements. Futian's heart trembled. Countless golden space beams seemed to divide this vast expanse into different areas, like a part of this vast and boundless spatial sacred hall. And these areas, where the space was partitioned, seemed to house a dazzling divine item. Were these the divine implements in the divine hall? If the crowd had just walked past a cemetery of a demonic emperor, or a demonic beast raised by a supreme being, then the scene in front of them might very well be a treasure trove collected in an entire lifetime by a supreme character. He saw many different treasures, such as swords and spears, common divine items that were a must, but there were also some rare artifacts. However, These artifacts seemed to be clearly visible to the naked eye, but no one who was present attempted to enter to fight for them. Could it be that they were unable to enter? He glanced at the periphery around the divine hall again. There were corpses on the ground, clearly indicating that fighting had already broken out, which meant that someone was fighting for the divine items. What was happening here? What's going on here? Yi Futian looked in a direction and asked Xiang Meng, the cultivator from the divine elephants. He and the divine elephants went from way back and had many exchanges with Xiang Meng himself when he was at the divine elephants and saw him as a worthy adversary. There are many artifacts sealed in that spatial sacred hall. Each treasure is separated from the other and needs to be opened individually to release it. Xiang Meng explained to Yi Futian, "You see that in front of each treasure, there was an independent space with a pattern of its own. Only when the pattern has been cracked can it be opened. If so, how come no one is doing anything?" Yi Futian asked in doubt. "They have," Xiang Meng responded. "But this spatial sacred hall is very odd. After the pattern has been cracked, the treasure will fly out of the sky from above. So even when you have broken the seal, the treasure itself wants to escape. Proactively solving the puzzle would only be creating opportunities for other cultivators who lay in wait. Gradually, some choose to wait and see even when they have the opportunity, acting more cautiously." Yi Futian nodded. He finally understood what was going on. Anyone would hope that once they opened the seal, the treasure would be theirs. But if the treasure flew out and thus taken by others, then there was not much point in it. Who would be such a fool? Hence, the situation in front of them. Just how many treasures are hidden in this spatial sacred hall, and is it difficult to open? Yi Futian asked. "It's very difficult to open. Looking at it, there ought to be many treasures," Xiang Meng replied. "They should all be at the top grade of Renhuang." Yi Futian nodded, and his heart was disturbed. At this time, some purple gold rats went to another area of the ruins. The speed of these purple gold rats was still very fast, not much slower than when they first arrived here. In one of the areas, a purple gold rat met many sacred trees and precious flowers. It was just like when Yi Futian once crossed the sea of the path when he went to the land of proving the way, and there were many fruits of the way. Aside from that, there were golden sacred trees towering into the sky, with endless lotus flowers that nurtured the great path, and many other exotic plants. This made Yi Futian felt as if it was a divine garden. Moreover, Yi Futian clearly felt that the purple gold rat was very close to him, and very possibly in the same ruin, only in different positions. If this was really a complete, larger relic, including all four major directions, then, is this a treasure trove of an incredible character? These demonic emperors were guarding here, and were those grounds the garden of a supreme existence? Yi Futian felt that this relic was called God's Relic because it might really be the relic left by the legendary ancient gods. Is God the most supreme of the imperial realm? He wondered. He glanced at his surroundings and saw that all the top forces from the 9 realms had gathered here. Among them, there was even the existence of Renhuang, so no one dared to act rashly. At this time, a group of men came toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian's attention turned to them and saw that it was the cultivators of the Dou tribe, who had fought with him in the underground palace before. The one heading of the group was Dou Zhao, and it was not just them. All the top forces that had twice competed for the relic had arrived one step ahead of him. Ziwei Palace, Clan of the Seven Slayers, Heavenly Sword Hall, Yuanyang Clan, and Qishao Divine Mountain were all present to add to the grandeur of this occasion. Under such circumstances, no one dared to act rashly. Which force dared to claim to be invincible? Even if they were really invincible, would it be enough to beat out the alliance of the others? "Did you just get here now?" Dou Zhao asked. He had reminded Yi Futian to head east, but Yi Futian had arrived later than him. "I went to another relic, and it took some time," Yi Futian said with a smile. Dou Zhao gave Yi Futian a meaningful look. After he seized the spear and the intent of battle, did this guy go ahead and inherit another relic? "Have you recovered from your injury?" Yi Futian asked. "That fruit of the way was quite good, thank you," Dou Zhao said brightly. "As a way of thanking you, I plan to lead the Dou tribe to join hands with you and split the treasures 50 to 50. What do you think?" "Get out of here." Yi Futian spat those words out. How could this loser propose an even split? 30-70, then 30 for us and 70 for you. Dou Zhao didn't seem to mind, and continued with a silly smile on his face. He was thinking that judging from the speed with which Futian took hold of the godly spear, there should be a ton of treasures in this spatial sacred hall for the taking. Futian looked up without looking at him. 2080, Dou Zhao gritted his teeth and said, they definitely could not go any lower. He was the descendant of the Dou tribe, with the blood of the fighting god flowing in his body. How could he be humiliated by bargaining like this? I don't need anyone's help. Futian looked at Dou Zhao with a smile. Wah? Dou Zhao looked at Futian and felt an urge to punch his face. Didn't he say that he wanted to be friends? So callous. He was the descendant of the fighting god, and yet he kept retreating again and again. Forget it. You decide then, Dou Zhao said. Judging by the conflicts that had just occurred, he felt that if there were treasures, he had no hope of getting any of them. He was not afraid of those in St. Plain, but there were several Renhuang in this area with many other top characters. It would be hard for him to compete. Futian looked at Dou Zhao, stunned. He had guts. Deal. Futian immediately agreed without dissent. Indeed, he had been beaten by Yusheng into submission. Dou Zhao looked at him, sighing inside. He had to submit because he was less skilled, a party that was defeated. Many people of power looked this way, especially those who were acquainted with Futian. There were even cultivators of top principalities who came to him for alliance, but his attitude this also made the likes of Yi Tianyu and Zhang Yuan frown deeply. Even those at the peak of power were willing to help him. Could he really be so powerful? Yi Tianyu had witnessed Futian's strength later when they were at the Divine Palace, but Zhang Yuan had only heard of what happened at the Divine Palace. Help me take care of a person first, Futian said to Dou Zhao. Dou Zhao looked at Futian as if to say, you are badass. Who? He said, gritting his teeth. Him. Futian pointed in a direction. Over there, Zhang Yuan, the supreme body of the great path from Violet Heavenly Palace, who was looking at Futian, was stunned for a moment. Futian was pointing at him. This man is known as the supreme body of the great path, one of a kind. Although you have the body of the fighting god, your victory is not guaranteed. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you give it a try, Futian said. Nothing to do after Futian arrived here. Everything in this space seemed to have changed. But how come this felt kind of strange? Fine. Dou Zhao gritted his teeth, then turned and walked in the direction of the Violet Heavenly Palace, where Zhang Yuan was located. Dou Zhao of the Dou tribe from Ziwei realm is here to experience the supreme body of the Great Path. Zhang Yuan's face was gloomy, and his eyes were fixed on Futian. This B** didn't bother to make a move himself, but let people from the other forces attack him instead. Boom. A violent thunder will-o'-the-way exploded and swept across the sky in an instant, blasting violently toward Dou Zhao. Bang! Dou Zhao took a step into the void, and a dull sound came out between heaven and earth. He seemed to have turned into a god of war, with divine light shining about him that directly opened up the will of the god of war. 3 marks of god of war appeared around his brow chakra, which opened up the 3rd layer. The supreme body of the great path ought to be incredibly strong. Futian looked down on everyone, so he would give this supreme body of the great path a good beating to vent his anger. But how inconvenient it was for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at Dou Zhao. Although he was angry, he also felt Dou Zhao's dominance. At this time, a mark of the god of war appeared at Dou Zhao's brow chakra, and there an ethereal shadow of the god of war loomed behind him with a horrific will of might. The flash of divine thunder shone in the sky, and in an instant, this world seemed to be facing the apocalypse as the endless thunder now roamed between heaving and earth, casting a matrix of apocalyptic thundering all around him. As he stepped under the matrix, the sword of doomsday appeared in front of him, swallowing and tearing apart all the thundering divine light. Zhang Yuan, the supreme body of the great path from a violet heavenly palace, was facing a great enemy. Buzz! A golden divine light exploded, and Dou Zhao started his attack. His body directly pierced through the void as the golden divine light penetrated the space, traversing through it and appearing in front of the body in a flash. Kill! Zhang Yuan shouted angrily, roaring like thunder with the thunder god's wrath as the sword of doomsday was released as if to destroy everything in front of him. However, Dou Zhao slammed his fist of flesh and blood onto the sword without dodging and without retreating. There was a terrifying burst of noise between the two. The wandering destructive divine thunder engulfed Dou Zhao entirely. At the same time, a horrific power of terror sent shock waves through Zhang Yuan's body, like rays of golden divine light that penetrated regardless of the divine sword. Bang! Bang! A horrible sound erupted from the inside of Zhang Yuan's body. He groaned and forced his mouth to close. Then his body flew out backward as his face turned bright red, and finally, a mouthful of blood spewed out, and his breath rapidly weakened. The bones and nerves in his body seemed to be shattered. His eyes fixed on Dou Zhao, who was being engulfed by the destructive light of the thunder. The purple thunder shone and floated above his strapping and overbearing torso and then gradually dissipated, exposing that powerful and overbearing physique. Dou Zhao's eyes contained golden divine light. He stared at Zhang Yuan in front of him, who had no sign of injury. Clearly, he was disappointed. Supreme body of the Great Path? Dou Zhao mumbled, looking at Futian and said, "Did he give himself that title?" He was not too durable. Poof! When Zhang Yuan heard what he had said, another mouthful of blood spewed out again, his face red with incredible shame. He was the first person among the descendants of the Violet Heavenly Palace known as the Supreme Body of the Great Path. His name resounded in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. He was a magnificent figure in his own right in Heavenly Mandate realm before, but all this changed after Futian's appearance. Today, he was thusly humiliated. The cultivators from Violet Heavenly Palace stepped out to come behind Zhang Yuan, all of them staring coldly at Dou Zhao. The breath from their bodies was frightening. Perhaps. Futian smiled. "So, what kind of body are you?" Dou asked curiously. "Divine body of the Heavenly Path," Futian replied. Dou Zhao felt that he shouldn't have asked. No one could have been as shameless as this. What kind of concept was the divine body of the Heavenly Path? Under the Heavenly Path, what other kind of constitutions could be compared? So shameless. How are they going to deal with this? Dou Zhao asked, looking at the cultivators releasing their breaths toward him. "Do you think this kind of strength is worthy of competing here?" Futian asked. "Not worthy," Dou Zhao responded. He was not even sure of himself in the competition, hence his proposition to join hands with Futian. In comparison, Zhang Yuan and the others were even more unworthy. "Then you can decide what to do with them," Futian said. Dou Zhao then stepped out and rushed into the crowd of the Violet Heavenly Palace, violently swinging and blasting the golden divine fists. No one from the Violet Heavenly Palace could counter even one single punch from him. Watching all those who were being blasted and falling, Futian's expression was one of pure indifference. It wasn't that the Violet Heavenly Palace was weak, but that Dou Zhao had opened up the third layer of fighting God's will. In this realm, there were not many equal opponents. There weren't many even in the entirety of the 9 realms. Dou Zhao's combative prowess was definitely top-notch. How sad! Many who witnessed this scene remarked secretly to themselves. However, most of them were not too sympathetic. The aim of those who came here was to compete with each other. Such inferior strength indeed had no place in the competition. Violet Heavenly Palace, in comparison, was still relatively weak. People from the Heavenly Mandate realm felt the most complicated. Now, someone who was willing to follow Futian proactively had made a move and crushed the Violet Heavenly Palace without even giving them a chance to fight back. The cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were full of grief and indignation, for they had never suffered such great humiliation. If it were to avenge the grudge of the past, Futian could have struck directly. However, he didn't even bother to move, merely ordering Dou Zhao to do his bidding, and they were still abused to such a degree. Enough. A cold voice was heard, and the speaker was the Crown Prince Tianyu of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. This time in the God's Relic, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were considered allies. In addition to the Snow Divine Kingdom, where Yiman was located, these 3 principalities had formed a rather considerable force. Dou Zhao was born to the Dou tribe, a top principality in Ziwei realm. Previously, when he hadn't been getting along well with Zhang Yuan, Yi Tianyu didn't intervene on account of not wanting to make more enemies. But now that he saw the cultivators of Violet Heavenly Palace being sorely beaten by one man, he had no choice but to step out and say something. Boom! Another violent blast from the fist and two figures were knocked out in a flying fashion. Dou Zhao turned his head to look at Yi Tianyu and found that there was a Run Huang on Yi Tianyu's side, an old man from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He had been suppressing his realm until after the entrance of God's relic, and his breakthrough was a way of protecting the Heavenly Mandate realm to improve their chances in God's relic. Dou Zhao turned his attention to Yi Tianyu, saying, "Do you fancy a try?" Yi Tianyu stared at Dou Zhao. If they were to fight, he wasn't so sure if he could overcome Dou Zhao. This man had crushed the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace with great ease. Judging from the combative power he had demonstrated, he must be stronger. "Enough," Yi Futian said. Dou Zhao turned his head to look at him, somewhat perplexed. He had wanted him to attack, so why stop now? He walked back to Yi Futian and said in a low voice, "I have given you plenty of prestige. If there were any benefits to be had, you should know what to do." Yi Futian looked a bit shocked. Watching this godlike figure next to him, he felt a little curious. This guy seemed to be multifaceted. He was wild and crazy on the outside, but inside, he was a bit cute. If Dou Zhao knew the word that Yi Futian used to describe him, what would he think? At this time, all the cultivators from Violet Heavenly Palace glanced at Yi Futian. Their numbers were considerable, and there were many cultivators from the 8 major branches of the Violet Heavenly Palace among them. Back when they took away Gu Donglu, he went to make trouble, but the other refused to turn him over. How high and mighty were they then? But now, Yi Futian looked at them with some contempt, saying, "People of the Violet Heavenly Palace can get the hell out now. There is nothing concerning you here." Boom! The light of thunder flashed, and the cultivators from the Violet Heavenly Palace were extremely incensed when they heard such humiliating words used on them. But when Yi Futian cast his glance toward them, after seeing the gradually sharpened look in his eyes, no one dared to challenge him. All they could do was to look away, endless humiliation filling their hearts. "Let's go," Zhang Yuan said. His group left with their dead and wounded. After the people of the Violet Heavenly Palace left, the space was quiet again. The strength of Zhang Yuan's group was not spectacular, to begin with, so they had a minimal effect on the situation at hand. No one moved, and neither did Yi Futian as he stood there quietly. Although he believed he could unlock the seals of the treasure within the temple, he was unwilling to be the first to make a move and, presumably, everyone else thought the same as well. No one wanted to be so careless in their actions. At this moment, someone walked forward. It was not just one person, but many cultivators from one single top principality now walked toward the spatial sacred hall. At the same time, many more stayed outside on guard, and one of them said, "Since none of you are acting, from now on, any looters who dare to touch the items released by us will be killed at all costs." These words contained incredible murderous intent. Many looked at the man speaking and knew that these people were from the Central Emperor realm. Where are they from? Yi Futian asked Dou Zhao. Judging from these arrogant words, they must have possessed great self-confidence in their own strength. If anyone were to rob them of their treasure, they would not hesitate to kill others as a way to deter any looting. The martial god clan from the Central Emperor realm, one of the top ancient clans. Dou Zhao responded to Yi Futian via voice transmission. The Central Emperor realm was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, and the top forces among them were mostly clans, very ancient clans as a matter of fact. Many of them claimed to have descended from the gods and said that divine blood flowed inside their veins. The surname of the martial god clan was Martial, indicating the combative power of those in the clan. It was said that their ancestor was the martial god of war. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Among those present, there were some powerful Renhuang who were the only ones that could pose a real threat to them. In that case, let's not interact with one another, and we will each take our own. The cultivators of Yuanyang clan also proclaimed as they started walking forward, stepping into the temple. All the cultivators began to move, one after another. Many of them now entered the spatial sacred hall. Next to Futian, many looked at him for a cue. When they saw Futian walking towards the interior, many followed suit. This spatial sacred hall was extremely vast. It was filled with space will of the way everywhere. The endless space divine light turned the space into countless segments, and as soon as they stepped into it, they could clearly feel the strong and arrogant breath from inside. Many divine implements and weapons had mighty breaths permeating amongst them. What do you want? Futian asked the people around him. As many as possible, we are not picky, Dozhao responded honestly. Get the hell away! Futian looked at this brazen man next to him. As such, he wasn't picky either. Some of those who were around were a little speechless when they heard Futian's words. Although there was a treasure trove inside with many divine items, were they so easy to obtain? It was extremely difficult to crack even one of the seals, and Futian was asking what his people wanted. Could he get whatever his heart desired? There is an axe over there. Yusheng, why don't we get that for you to chop some wood? Futian said. Chop wood. Do blinked. Clearly, he did not know the story of how Yusheng used to chop wood at the cottage on the mountain. Yusheng nodded. He was really not picky at all, as long as it was suitable for his explosive power, and the battle axe sounded like a match made in heaven. Futian headed in one direction. He wasn't fast, but he moved very carefully. The entire golden temple was filled with countless spatial threads, especially in the places where the implements were sealed within. Each of the implement in this golden temple was sealed by an independent golden space, and all the independent spaces there were connected to become a whole and constituted this treasure trove. Futian and the others walked to a place. In front of them was a battle axe suspended in midair and releasing radiant golden light. Renhuang-level light emitted from it. Standing here, they felt as if they were standing under a great pressure of might on the verge of splitting it in two. And around that suspended battle axe was a seal created by countless spatial divine lights. These divine lights were flowing to create a three-dimensional pattern, and that battle axe seemed to be locked within the pattern. Has anyone tried to split it open by force? Futian asked Dozhao. They died miserably. Nothing was left, Dozhao responded. Futian nodded, for this was well within his anticipation. Whatever sealed inside was a very powerful divine implement. Therefore, it must have taken a considerably higher level of power to seal such weaponry within. To forcibly break the seal, there was no kind of realm that could have achieved this. As soon as the seal was disturbed, the golden divine light inside would start flashing, and the intruder would be torn apart by those infinite golden lights, leaving nothing behind. These treasures were like the collection of some great being. They are likely to contain the spirit of the implement so that they will fly out after the seal has been lifted. Even if the implement is freed, it is not so easy to obtain it, Futian whispered, and Dozhao nodded in agreement. Futian's speculation sounded about right. Dozhao sobered up and said in all seriousness, and even a miscalculation in unlocking the seal could spell great disaster. As soon as you provoke the power within, terrible consequences may ensue. Just now, even those in the vicinity could be affected. Before you came along, many had fallen here, which was the reason why everyone was extremely cautious and careful. Futian nodded. Everyone was outside when he came, and not only for fear of being robbed by others. Before this, someone had already learned the lesson the hard way. Now, none of them dared to act rashly. Then how do we break it? Futian asked. You are asking me? Dozhao looked at Futian with surprise. This guy had only gotten hold of that divine spear in a few moments, so he should easily break at least a dozen to 20 seals to be worthy of his trust, right? He was the descendant of the fighting god and had forsaken his dignity in this endeavor. If he didn't get a few treasures out of the ordeal, wouldn't that be terrible? I'm testing you. Otherwise, how could I demonstrate how different I am from the others? Futian replied. Dozhao felt that Futian must have been the most shameless genius talent he had ever encountered. He was absolutely the most shameless one. He wanted to see just how many seals he could break today. Futian's eyes became like the divine wheels. Rims of the wheels seemed to be reflected inside his eyes. In an instant, his eyes seemed to be able to see through the great path and into all of the nothingness. The flowing will of the way seemed to slow down in his eyes, and the lines of the pattern gradually became clearer. The pattern that sealed the battle axe gradually took shape in his field of vision like a golden divine gate. To unlock the seal, opening this golden divine gate ought to be the key. The surroundings became exceptionally quiet as Futian's eyes kept staring at the pattern. Those next to him were all looking at him, and the others couldn't really understand what he was doing. As if he felt the eyes of those who stared at him, Futian whispered, "I have already seen through some of it." "How much longer?" Dozhao asked. "Almost," Futian replied. But after a while, Futian was still watching. "So?" Dozhao asked again. "Not too difficult." Futian sounded rather confident. "Then open it." Dozhao looked at him. Futian turned his attention back and rubbed between his brows. He looked at Dozhao as if he was looking at an idiot. "This is all set up by the great power of the ancients, and we cannot afford to be careless. We must only proceed when we are absolutely sure. Wait for me to observe it for a while longer to ensure my calculation is correct." "Do you get it?" Futian's eyes were full of contempt. Dozhao clenched his fists. Didn't he just say that it wasn't too difficult? So, what were all these reasons for not getting a move on? As if he was an idiot, he felt the urge to hit someone, but looking at Yushang, who was right next to Futian, he thought better of it. "Let's observe the other seals first." Futian turned and walked to the side, where each seal occupied a different position, forming a separate entity of its own. Dozhao looked at Futian. Was this considered fast? No difficulty? Even Qin seemed to do her best not to laugh. An enchanting smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She hadn't seen Futian like this before. Was he holding on? However, even Futian couldn't resolve it at the moment and dared not to act rashly, demonstrating just how strong the pattern of this seal was. People from other principalities around Futian didn't bother to disguise their contempt. If he couldn't do it, he should just admit it. Was this guy really for real? His shamelessness was second to none. However, even Dozhao of the Dou tribe in Ziwei realm was following him. The space next to the battle axe also contained another divine implement, a dagger, which released a dark luster, with a terrible breath flowing from it, giving out a dangerous signal. However, like the battle axe, it was locked inside the flowing spatial divine light, as countless divine lights flowing back and forth, isolating the dagger in its place. You see, the others were useless also. Each of the implement here is sealed by different means, so the method of unlocking is bound to be different. Otherwise, they would all have been opened long ago. You have not even unlocked the seal of the battle axe, yet now, you are looking at something else. I'm afraid it's all for nothing, Dozhao said to Futian. Who told you that it was sealed by different means? Futian asked. Dozhao was stunned when he heard Futian's question and replied, "This is known by everyone." "Oh," Futian responded, his eyes still fixed on the pattern of the dagger. When Dozhao heard Futian's response, the urge to beat him was even stronger. What did he mean by that? What Futian saw was different from what Dozhao had said. The spatial lines were indeed different, so the patterns that were formed were also different. However, they were not formed by different means. On the contrary, he found that both seals shared something in common. In those flowing golden divine lights, if he slowed it down, the vision became clearer and he could see a door. This was the same ability, except that the timing of the arrangement was different. Or rather, it was possible that the supremely powerful character had sealed the divine implement here at will, so it was the same sealing ability, only because of different timing so that details were slightly different. If it was really as he had suspected, that this here was an armory where the Supreme Being stored the divine implements. If he was that Supreme Being, would he really set a different method to seal each implement? No. If he were really so powerful, the implement would be sealed as soon as he tossed it into storage. Why would he take on more trouble with them? Sometimes, things were complicated by overthinking because it was the wisdom of the ancestors that they were facing. However, considered in reverse, an entirely different angle now opened up. It didn't take long before Futian walked in front of the third divine implement and continued his observation that roused Dozhao's curiosity. What was this guy doing? Qin He and the others were also puzzled, but they trusted Futian. Although he sometimes seemed less than reliable, he had often surprised them. In the next few moments, Futian continued his walk inside, observing all the implements as time slowly passed by, little by little. The others had already begun to try to unlock the seals. "If you really can't do it, then give it up, don't force it," Dojao finally said. "Once I start my move, I'm afraid your heart won't be able to bear it," Futian said with much contempt. "Hee." Dojao said nothing but merely looked on quietly to see how much longer Futian could act this way. At this moment, a strong light shot out as the cultivator of the martial god clan unlocked a seal, but he paid for it. A divine light flashed, and a divine implement rushed out, along with the cultivator of the martial god clan, who would not let it slip away so easily. Many figures now flashed out of the golden temple. "Whoever dares to snatch it will be killed without exception." An overbearing and indifferent voice was heard as the cultivator of the martial god clan threatened. Some cultivators continued to rush out, but no one dared to intercept the implement. The divine implement was a heavenly halberd. It was full of fierce breath. When a cultivator of the martial god clan attempted to take it, the horrific divine light of the halberd rushed into his body and shook his body violently. Bang! His body was knocked out, and the heavenly halberd flew out of his hand. All the cultivators rushed toward the void at the same time, not willing to let the treasure slip away. Futian still remained within the golden temple, and even the cultivators of the martial god clan seemed to have figured out the skills to unlock the sealed gates, which was to destroy the circulation of the matrix that sealed the gate and allow the divine implement to come out by itself. However, this method was very dangerous, and may even cause the backlash of the matrix and end with the death of those who tried to breach it. The cultivators of the heavenly mandate realm were also making the same attempt. However, even though they were extremely careful, they still made a mistake, leading to someone being directly killed by the divine light. "Almost," Futian said to himself. His eyes were looking toward where the heavenly mandate dynasty was congregated, and a very brilliant light seemed to have bloomed from his eyes, like a divine light. In no time, a light seemed to have directly invaded the seal matrix. In the next moment, strong golden threads flowed about, and a radiant divine light suddenly burst out. A divine implement rushed out as the seal was broken. The implement bloomed a brilliant light, rose into the sky, and burst out of the golden temple. "It's broken." The cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty shuddered suddenly and immediately started chasing after the divine implement. Some people looked that way, struggling inside. There were people on the outside who saw the emergence of more divine implements, and they were eager to move. "Still waiting?" Futian remarked secretly in his heart, only to see another seal matrix opening up once again, and it was still at the place where people of the heavenly mandate dynasty had gathered. Another divine implement broke through the air and flew straight into the sky. Another one. The hearts of everyone trembled as they watched the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty rushing toward the divine implement. The inner throbbing of their hearts could no longer be contained, and some cultivators went after it as well. The heavenly mandate dynasty had sent out an impressive team this time and had scattered many people at different parts of the temple. They were not all stayed in front of one divine implement, but were stationed at different locations. When they saw that two divine implements consecutively landed in their hands, a strange look showed on their faces. Just as a cultivator from the heavenly mandate dynasty looked up outside, the seal matrix in front of him suddenly lit up as another divine implement became available. "What the hell?" the cultivator from heavenly mandate dynasty remarked silently. This surprise was a bit unexpected. However, no matter the reason, the divine implements were the top priority. Take them down. Every one of the principalities outside could bear it no longer as three divine implements were unearthed in a row. They wondered if the heavenly mandate dynasty had found a method to crack the code. In the space above the spatial sacred hall, Tianyu had already obtained a divine implement. The heavenly mandate realm had a Runhuang level cultivator, so they possessed some advantages. In this region, there were only 5 cultivators of the Runhuang realm, and the heavenly mandate dynasty had one of them. At this moment, Tianyu held on to the divine implement tightly. It was a Runhuang pin, similar to the Chinchio brush that he used for his expertise. This was why he paid special attention to this particular divine implement. The pin was shining with terrible golden divine light as Etienne held it tightly. The radiant divine light rushing into his body continuously and bathing Etienne in a golden glow. There was residual willpower in the pin, and he needed to conquer it in order to control the pin. The divine light of the heavenly mandate was shining, with the Runhuang of the heavenly mandate dynasty standing protectively beside him, watching over him. However, at this time, divine implements shot into the void in two other directions, and more curiously towards the positions where people of the heavenly mandate dynasty were located. At this time, all the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty flew out successively to seize the divine implements. What's the matter? Etienne wondered. The seals on the implements in the spatial sacred hall were extremely difficult to crack, but they seemed to have some luck in breaking the seals. And before he even had time to figure out the situation, two more implements had revealed themselves, one after another. How could the heavenly mandate realm have such good luck? Did they get a large dose of it somewhere? This is bad, Etienne thought. At this moment, even the appearance of a single divine instrument would make others jealous, so the appearance of 3 divine instruments in a row was not luck, but disaster. Sure enough, just as Etienne thought, a dreadful Runhuang breath descended, covering the void. 3 consecutive divine implements appeared, and the other cultivators could endure it no longer. At times like this, how could they not snatch them? Be careful! The Runhuang from the heavenly mandate dynasty yelled out as he was guarding Etienne. One of their descendants was in that position. A force full of destruction enveloped the vast void, and the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty had also realized that something was wrong. In the next moment, they saw countless dark air currents appearing around the space they were in, like spears of death from hell that came to attack them. Go! A shout came out as they tried to rush out of this space, but the surrounding space had been blocked already. Black mountain ridges now appeared in the area behind them. They laid across the sky, a blockade to all the heavens. Then, the dark spears of endless destruction went toward them like the apocalypse. Poof! A sound came out, accompanied by the screams of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty, as all of them were penetrated by the light of darkness and slaughtered. At the same time, the place where the third divine arm appeared had a very similar ending with different players. The heavenly mandate dynasty was attacked at the same time by many cultivators who were strangling them, and even some existences of Renhuang were attacking them. It was in an instant that the cultivators of the heavenly mandate dynasty had become the target of the masses. Everything was happening so fast that there was no time to think carefully. As soon as the implement was freed, everyone could only think of getting it in their own hands. There were very few forces in the 9 realms who could claim that they had implements at such a level. For some, to have even 1 or 2 would be considered fortunate indeed. Under such circumstances, could anyone suppress the desire to loot? The moment the divine implements appeared in front of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty, they should have, by all rights, belonged to them. How could they just let them go? This terrible scene before them was the result of it. In only a very brief moment, the cultivators from the heavenly mandate dynasty on both sides were killed off. Nobody was spared. With the 2 Renhuang and many other strong cultivators involved, there was no chance for any of them. Boom! The Renhuang from the heavenly mandate dynasty was furious. In a flash, they had suffered heavy casualties, including one of his own descendants who had perished in front of his eyes. His rage was completely expected. The power of Renhuang erupted. He took a step forward and raised his finger. The Chinchio brush, which contained a powerful murderous intent, exploded. The Renhuang pin dropped down as the light of death swept through the world, heading toward those who had murdered his descendant. The Renhuang who took the shot was one of the most superior beings from the Hidden Land realm. When he saw the Renhuang pin coming to attack, he put his hands together, and his whole body was like a plane in which countless sharp blades extended to lock in the space he occupied. Those black blades were extremely sharp, like countless dark spears, constantly extending to cover the sky and the sun. Each blade was thick and sharp, like sharpened mountain peaks slamming toward Etienne, his party, and everyone else. Other cultivators rushed toward the divine implement, too busy to care about the ongoing battle here. A chaotic scene now played out in the void. as the three divine implements had appeared at the same time, causing a melee. Etienne's face was extremely hard, as he was also attacked while trying to control the divine implement. When the other two divine implements had arrived just now, the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty should not have done anything to allow others to fight for them. They were the first to make a move and became the targets of the others, sacrificing their lives in vain. This time, they had dispatched all the elite of his generation from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. In just a moment, they had suffered heavy losses, losing many of their brightest descendants right on the spot. Boom! A violent destructive power swept toward them. The Runhuang from the Hidden Land realm was at war with the Runhuang beside him. Many other cultivators walked toward Etienne. It was as if they had begun to remember the Runhuang-level divine implement that was clutched in his hands. At this time, the cultivators of the Snow Divine Kingdom descended. Yiman and the others came to Etienne's side. Her look was cold as she swept a glance to those who were surrounding them. Buzz! A splendid divine light erupted from the Runhuang pin as Etienne took it and held it in the palm of his hand. His breath was floating. He had finally successfully controlled this Runhuang divine implement, but when he saw those that were around him, it seemed that this divine implement was not so easy to keep after all. If they had concentrated their power in retrieving just this one implement, perhaps there may not have been much of a problem, but now everyone wanted what was in his hand. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty consecutively broke 3 major seals and released 3 divine arms. How did you do it? A voice came from nowhere. No one in particular appeared to be the speaker, but now, all eyes were focused on Etienne sharply. With so many cultivators present, it was difficult to get their hands on even one divine arm. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had broken 3 seals in a row, quite possibly because they had seen through the sealing method and found a way to crack it. Seeing the look on everyone's face, Etienne knew it was going to be bad. How the hell did he know how seals were unlocked? He had no idea how this seal was unlocked and had mistakenly thought it was luck. As for the other two, he couldn't even wrap his head around what had just happened. Who could explain it to him? Even if they assigned it to the good luck of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, it was such bad timing for them that it was more bad luck than good. But at this time, inside the temple created by endless spatial divine lights, Futian and the others looked up at the chaotic war outside. Qinhe's beautiful eyes showed a curious look. Her eyes retracted from the sky above, and she looked at Futian's profile. She was wondering if it had something to do with this guy. Let's go and see. Futian's body flickered to the outside, and the others followed suit. Don't you want to lock them? Do Zhao looked at him and asked. The group came outside. Futian looked at Do Zhao and said, "No hurry. These seals are easy to break. It's just a matter of turning a thought. We'll get them sooner or later. If we are too obvious, we will end up just like them, targeted by everyone." Futian's voice was not disguised, and everyone could hear him. Many were rendered speechless. They could also see that this man was brazenly shameless. The seals could be cracked with a mere turn of thought? Seriously? Then break one for me to see me first. Do Zhao looked at Futian with shocked amazement. You don't believe me? Futian looked at Do Zhao. How come? Whenever he spoke the truth, no one believed him. It was indeed a matter of thought alone. Otherwise, how were the other 3 divine implements released? I don't believe you, Do Zhao said sincerely. Futian pointed at Etienne, who was in the void, and said, "This man is Etienne, the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. He is known as the natural-born supreme. He was extremely distinguished in the Heavenly Mandate realm, but is still quite beneath me. If Etienne could break 3 major seals, I can do better." Do Zhao did not feel much like talking after that whole exchange. Futian looked up at the battlefield in the void and said aloud, "Brother E, when you were at the Heavenly Mandate realm, His Majesty called you unparalleled in the world. Your talent is incomparable, and there is nothing you can't accomplish. Today, you cracked 3 major seals in a row, which is befitting of your sterling reputation as the crown prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. If only the Overlord knew, he would be most proud of you." The people around Etienne sobered up when they heard what Futian had said. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyu's reputation was so great in the heavenly mandate realm that he was considered unparalleled in the world. They wanted to see for themselves just how strong the incomparable power from the heavenly mandate realm was. Yi Tianyu's face was all twisted. Was this B***star trying to kill him? He hadn't suspected that this was Yi Futian's doing. After all, Yi Futian didn't even come close to them. Could he have unlocked the seals from afar? How could this be achieved? Not to mention, he was unwilling to believe that Yi Futian could have even possessed such supreme abilities. There are many divine implements here in the temple. Why not turn over the method to unlock the seals so that everyone can choose what suits them? It's a win-win situation, and no one will need to monopolize all the weapons, someone said. Whether you believe it or not, what happened before was indeed a coincidence, Yi Tianyu said. Brother Yi is unparalleled in the world. He has no fear of the geniuses of the 9 realms. Remember the heavenly mandate dynasty's dream of once again ruling over the heavenly mandate realm. If these divine implements of God's relic can be obtained, then the revival of the heavenly mandate dynasty is just a matter of time. Long live the heavenly mandate. Yu Futian continued. Yi Tianyu's eyes were extremely cold, and he wished he could destroy Yi Futian on the spot. Shut your mouth. Yi Man, the princess of the Snow Divine Kingdom, stared coldly at Yi Futian. He was piling hatred on Yi Tianyu, making him a public target, cultivating at the divine palace and favored by the princess of the divine kingdom of the high heavens realm, who is willing to follow you. I really admire that, Yi Futian said with a smile. It was not easy to find more enemies of the heavenly mandate dynasty. However, with so many cultivators here, how would they empty the temple? It seemed that there were some slight difficulties. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.